So they advertised this game with the likeness of, I forget the name of the actor, but he played Grandpa in The Munsters. And here they don't mention the Munsters, they just refer to him as Grandpa. The ultimate Halloween nightmare.
Blood's pure.
And at any point you could push start to ask for advice from Grandpa himself. Live from Austin, Texas, where we're sculpting software, so grab your clay. It's Retro Pals with Danny and Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Danny. I like my software sculpted and built and beefy and buff and all of that.
Play-Doh will also do if that's all you have. Hey, quit eating that. You're gonna need it. I know it's non-toxic, but wait till you sculpted the software before you eat it. It's Retro Pals, here with one of our patented contract dev hell streams, where we trace the origins of a certain specific, prolific, and sometimes infamous contract developer from the 80s and 90s. This time around, we're heading to Salt Lake City, Utah.
Salt Lake City!
That's where all the salt is.
It is. It's a very salty place.
And a lake? Is the lake salty?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Huh.
Yeah, I actually learned from from chat a while back that the Salt Lake in Salt Lake City is a real-ass salt lake, so...
Wow. Good job putting all that salt in the lake, guys.
They did a good job!
Good job salting that lake. Hello, here we are. We got a bunch of games to play here tonight. It's looking like this stream is so full of games, so chock full of gaming goodness that this is going to be a two-part stream, with part 2 to come either Friday or next Wednesday, depending on how things shake out with us this week. Mm-hmm. Tonight, though, we're tracing the very, very origins of sculptured software, starting in the 80s and proceeding into the early 90s with the NES.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a time. Alex, why don't you thank some folks?
I want to thank Johnny Ridden for the 100 bits. Hey, pals, how about that win by UT last night?
Yeah, how about them Cowboys? I mean, Longhorns.
Longhorns, honey. Thank you.
Thank you.
And get a clap slap as well for the 100 bits. Very much appreciated. Thank
you for the bits. Oh, by the way, Twitch is deprecating combos, so if you want to get your creepy horses all over the screen, now is your last chance to do so. By the end of the month, they'll have outlawed horses, and only horses will be outlaws.
That's right, Danny. And thank you to White Taxi, 72-month resub. That's either 6 years or 6 feet. I forget.
6 feet, 6 years. Holy shit, that's so many years. Thank you.
Oh, here come the horses. Thank you. Thank you, Gretchen, for the 95-month resub. 95 months of enjoying finely sculpted retro gaming streams.
That's us. We're the Michelangelos of sculptured software gaming. Thank you for the 95. Holy shit.
I know, it's a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Nocturne Dustclaw, 61-month resub. Happy 61 months, guys. Thank you.
Happy 61. Thank you for the 5 years plus 1 month of support.
Oh,
I can do math.
You can. Much better than me. Thank you, Nanaki Amano. 64-month resub. Nintendo 64 months. That's right.
64.
The fog you see in the distance, it's normal.
As the fog rolls in, as the horses roll in.
Oh, I'll thank some
Look
horses.
at all these horses. Holy shit.
I want to thank Fire Mountain for the 67-month resub. Nice. It's too hot.
It is too hot. Also, 6'7".
6'7".
I'm doing the juggling motion. Thank you for the 67 months.
I got some horses to thank. I want to thank Unix Bit, Clap Slap, All Hail Magombo, Pumpkin Girl, Kaboom, Celtabe, and Lolo de Puzzlo, and Hoborg.
Thank you all for the horse bits. Enjoy the horses while they last. Soon we'll have to bid farewell to the horses. A goodbye to horses.
Goodbye, horses.
Okay, so this stream has been a long time coming. We've had multiple setbacks, multiple reschedulings, but tonight it's finally going to happen. Salt Lake City, you can't stop us from telling the truth about your local game dev scene, circa 1985 through 1992. It's going to happen tonight, unless you cut our internet or our power. Don't do that.
Please don't.
I need that. At least leave me the air conditioning, for God's sake.
God.
So this is how our poll turned out when we gave it to our patrons. The theme was... two prolific developers, contract developers, who hit it big in the 90s before being bought out by Acclaim and then being shuttered. There's actually several developers we could have picked from for this, but these are the two most prolific that I could find. Sculptured Software, based out of Salt Lake City, and Software Creations, based out of Bristol, UK, I think.
Really?
It's not my job to know. They didn't get picked. So farewell to Software Creations. We will cover you at some point, I promise. But for now, Sculptured Software is what people wanted to see, and so it shall be.
It shall be.
Alex, put up that logo. Start me up some talking music, because I got some talking to do about this. Yeah, turn that down just to... Yeah, that's about right. Sculptured Software. Founded in 1984 and officially incorporated in 1985 in Salt Lake City, Utah. They started off, this is the interesting part, I think, they started off as a porting team, essentially, for Atari 8-bit computer games. That is, games that existed for the Atari 400 or 800. When they started releasing new models like the XE and XEGS, they had to have a development studio port those games over to cartridge format, which apparently wasn't a trivial thing. They actually had to have people do this on a full-time basis, and Sculptured Software were the ones to do it. That makes it kind of difficult to showcase what they did in the early days. It's really kind of pointless to show off those games because they are just directly ported to similar but a little bit different hardware. So if I were to show you those games, they weren't really by or designed by Sculptured Software. They were just ported. So essentially, they ported over a whole bunch of very popular games, and that's how they got their foot in the door in terms of game development. They ported over games like Beachhead, Choplifter, Karateka, Lode Runner, Mario Brothers, all the big names.
Mario.
They didn't make those games. Other people made them, but they did port them over to a new audience, and I assume people who had those cartridge-based Atari 8-bit computers were very grateful to have ports of these games. So thank you, Sculptured Software.
Thank you.
Afterwards, they were acquired by Acclaim in 1995. They were renamed Iguana West and later Acclaim Studios Salt Lake City. We'll discuss that more as we get to it. We'll burn that bridge when we cross it.
Burn it.
There's a lot to say about the Acclaim acquisition and what happened afterward, but for now, we're going into this knowing that Sculptured Software is essentially a porting team. They didn't do much in terms of design or original programming. It was just, grunt work, essentially. They were good at what they did, and I assume it was profitable, got a lot of business, and eventually, people let them handle programming other people's designs. So it wasn't just port jobs. Eventually, they did start making their own original projects. It was a real bear finding these games that I'm going to showcase here because in many cases they were just being ported over from existing platforms. I'm not going to showcase those because there's not much point to it. A lot of games that was just like, hey, there's a C64 version of this game. Can you guys port this over to MS-DOS? And they were like, hell yeah, we can. Can you port this over to Apple II, Atari 800? Yep, we can do that. We can do that too. Eventually that led them into some strange directions, but I'm going to start off with some games that I'm pretty sure that they were the first to get their hands on. That is, these games didn't exist before. They were just handed a design document based on someone else's idea and asked to put that into production for the Commodore 64. So let's start off with that C64, shall we?
Okay.
We're going to start off slow here. A lot of games you're probably not going to have heard of, considering the obscurity of these. But by the time we get to the NES, I bet we're going to play at least one or two games that you've heard of, or maybe even played, maybe even loved. You might be in love with these video games.
In love.
So one of the first games that I'm pretty sure they got their hands on first, before any other port of this game existed, was Mastertronic's Ninja for C64.
I want to thank Nick Chaotic, 62-month resub at Tier 2. Thank you.
Thank you for the Tier 2.
Commodore 62 months of very much game. Thank you.
You're missing 2 bits there. Who needs all 64 bits anyway?
It's not
Who cares?
needed.
This is one of those tape games, so I had to have this loaded up in the background while we were starting upstream. This took like 10 minutes to load. Unfortunately, you didn't get to see the loading screen. Just imagine a really cool looking piece of art depicting a ninja. And here we are. Sculptured Software, one of their first developed games based on an idea from someone employed at Mastertronic, I'm pretty sure. This is one of those kick-punch games. If you punch and kick fast enough, you win. That's as far as I tell about this game. This is one of those games where if you hold the button down, you just punch, and then you push different directions to do different moves, as was often the case with these kung fu games back then. You're pretty capable in this. You're pretty capable of punching and kicking really fast.
And you're kicking the shit out of him.
Fast enough to kill guys before they can even approach you.
Thank you, I love my wife. 31-month resub approaching stream. Thank you.
A stream is approaching fast. Thank you. And there isn't much to see here, but we did have to cover their humble origins that weren't just port jobs over from, disc to cartridge or whatever. And this showed their ability to take a concept, put it into production, and make this thing actually happen. This game, to my eyes, doesn't look too bad. I'm no expert on C64 Ninja games. Have I killed everyone in the game? What do you do from here?
Well, can you go to the shrine? Can you go inside?
Maybe.
I want to think. Wait, no. I already think of my... I'm sorry, I spaced on that.
Okay.
Welcome to New Kitsune. You haven't missed much. We're just barely started.
Yeah, we're on game 1 here.
We're on Ninja.
I'm gonna assume that I've killed everyone in the game and there's nothing else to do. Oh, I got a sword?
Yeah, you win.
Man, what a lonely world I've created for this poor ninja. He has no more opponents. The fight is all that matters, but what if you can't fight? Really makes you think. I'm thinking right now.
What are you thinking about, ninjas?
The loneliness of the Path of the Ninja,
Oh,
essentially.
Yeah,
It's lonely out here for us ninjas. Alright, let's move on to our second game.
Okay.
Which requires a little bit of fuckery here. Excuse my fuckery.
It's okay.
We're gonna move over to a loadable C64, reset, and play what I'm gonna warn you is a pretty loathsome game in modern contexts. I will remind you that these games are 40 years old. They reflect attitudes and anxieties that still exist among people today, but to a lesser extent. So let's play a game from 1986, released as LA SWAT, also known as SWAT.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about this one, guys.
Danny, please don't say that. Oh, chat's not liking this at all. Okay, well.
SWAT, here we go.
Can't we just say swap?
Once again, working with their collaborators at Mastertronic. I'm pretty sure this was an idea they had over their UK office. They were looking for a team to put this game together. And Sculptured Software. Remember. That's a lot of releases.
Intro by Jack Alien.
Jack that alien.
Danny.
Los Angeles, 1999. Get your squad together. A terrorist group is taking over the west side of LA. Now, the thing is, the back of this box doesn't really make it clear if these are terrorists or just like teenage ruffians. Just want you to keep that in mind as we play this game.
Okay.
They do try to make it sound like you're a really cool guy doing the right thing. May I play the game? May I play the video game? May I play the game? Oh, it was giving instructions I didn't read.
Space to run, stop to start.
What do you mean run, stop to start? What button is that? Hang on.
Hold on.
Run, start. Oh, God, what button was this before the frickin' stream? Hang on. Featuring Grandpa. Thank you, Krungo Kong.
For the 79 months.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually escape.
Escape, you say. Hey, there you go.
Thank you very much, Benny Man.
I'll have to remember that for the future.
No, I didn't, No, we're running this on, I think it's easier to run it for us on the Mister.
Yeah, this is on the FPGA Mister.
I haven't had a chance to try the Vice emulator you sent me. I'm sorry.
The first game designed and developed by Sculptured Software we're going to see here tonight, so This is on them. In this game, you're a trio of brave cops who march down the street and murder a bunch of unarmed guys. Seriously.
This reminds me of the movie The Long Walk. Very interesting.
A little bit, yeah.
Just killing teenagers.
Yeah.
It's like you hit an innocent, you lost 1,000 points.
Oh, I still get to keep my job though.
Okay, good.
Eventually there are bosses. These guys, they do have sticks, and some of them have Molotov cocktails, I think. But the optics of this one aren't great.
You're just killing them, man.
Yeah, these games where you just march down the street killing everybody, they don't...
I don't like that.
This was more normalized back in 1986.
Are you kidding me? It's okay to say Italian priests. It's
Automod. Get Italian
automodded.
priests.
We are killing Italian priests.
Yeah, sure. So this is a very simple game, done under contract by Mastertronic. Back then, nobody would have batted an eye at this premise. Nowadays, especially it being based in LA.
I wouldn't do this. I just want to say, I think Narc might have been a little bit,
Narc at least had its tongue in cheek. It was very extreme in how it treated drug dealers and stuff. You could clearly say that was, oh, here, they have a hostage. I gotta take care of this guy.
Oh, rip hostage.
No, I'm gonna, well...
I was gonna say.
I tried. An effort was made. Alright, we're gonna move on from this shit. It's not all smiles and stars here on the Commodore 64. Occasionally you run into a game that's a little bit distasteful, but that's how it was back in 1986. Let's move on to our next game, and a more pleasant subject. Let's play some Street Surfer.
Street Surfer? What's he surfing?
He's surfing on that street.
Well, he's gonna die.
I think you'll like this game, Alex.
Okay.
Super Snake, Super Mario. Hang on.
Super Mario?
Stroker. I hear that's a good one. Street Surfer. There we go. Once again on Mastertronic. This is a company that published a lot of games on the ZX Spectrum. And here on the C64, they also had a big presence.
Okay. Yeti. 1941 by the Yeti factories.
1941? Man, these guys been around for a while.
Especially to Rad War. Shout out Rad War.
Look at this guy.
All right.
Programmed by Sculptured Software. Assumedly, the design and concept was by someone else. Again, Sculptured Software was just contracted to often program these games.
I like the flame. I like the flames.
Here's some C64 music.
I like the music.
One thing I like about this game, the music tempo goes faster as you go faster down the road.
Oh, I like that.
It's okay. It's okay.
You're fine.
Don't worry about it. This is capitalizing on the skateboarding craze. A lot of skateboarding games would come out after this. Skate or Die, 720 Degrees. This was long before the days of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I'm flat broke.
You got run over.
You know, if anything, this game teaches you the dangers of skating directly down the center of the street. Oh, is that a chicken? Oh. Oh.
Girl, you died.
Salute that skateboard. Skater's not even there.
That
is
the funniest death I've seen in a video game.
I love the skateboard slowly and sadly going off into the distance. But this game's pretty fun. Eventually you can go around collecting empties. That is, bottles that you can recycle for points. So there's an ecological component to this too. But mainly the idea is to go real fast. It's fun to get up to speed and hear the music really start to take off.
Yeah, it's cool.
Nice little touch by Sculptured Software there. You can jump. I've yet to collect a single empty in this game. I've yet to even see one. This will be my last run. I'm going to attempt to... I think I've already beaten my top score here, but hopefully we can go the next 2 miles without getting killed. Slow down, slow down. Oh, help.
Oh, hell. I like the car honking at you.
Yeah.
Like,
At least they honk for a couple of seconds before they decide to run you over. Well, I honked. I gave him fair warning. This how they do in Salt Lake City?
Yeah, they're always running people over in Salt Lake City.
Watch out, kid. Hello, buttons.
All I know about Utah is that they no longer, if I recall, have They lost their theme park, their single theme park. They didn't have rides, but all.
Was it a polygamy-themed theme park? Sorry, I had to go there. I know not all of the members of Sculptured Software were polygamists, but maybe at least one of them was.
No, I mean, I don't think any of them were a member of the fundamentalist sect of the LDS.
Rest in peace to our skateboarder. You skated well. You did what you could.
Good job.
Got a couple of more games here.
Yeah, Buns has a lot to say.
One of which is pretty relevant to their later work. Let's play some Intergalactic Pro Wrestling. Or Intergalactic Cage Match, rather.
You got anything else to say, Buttons?
Yeah, let us know. You got the mic. It's all you.
Is the Bachelorette in Utah? I had no clue. I just have a Utah hyperfixation.
You do?
A little bit, yeah.
All I know is that it's Mormon country and the lake is apparently salty.
You can crack. Relax.
Get some of that Danish gold. What do they mean by that?
That sounds like a dispensary weed. I'm sorry.
Danish gold?
And they charge you too much?
I'm smoking that Danish gold. Smoking fat doinks out here in Danish.
Thank you, Vesselus, for the 100 bits. Every time I tune into this stream, I never know what I'm supposed to expect, and yet I'm still surprised.
That's what we aim for. Thank you for the bits. Look at this, Alex. I think you're gonna like this game. There's a Viking experiencing some sort of erotic moment with a blue alien man.
And with that, I want to thank Krungo Kong for the 50 bits and Cinco Play for the 100 bits.
Thank you. Thank you all for the bits.
Yeah, okay. Utah's got that cookie place. It's also got that drink place. It's just, if you really like just inhaling sugar, Utah is the place to go.
So this game had a whole bunch of people pitching in. The game, Hal Rushton designed it. The artwork was by someone else. The music was by someone else. And in what's getting to be a theme here, Sculptured Software just did the programming. That's it. The grunt work. Let's fight this guy. Oh, this is normally a two-player game, so I'm just going to be beating up on this guy. Sorry to your blue Minotaur boyfriend.
It's okay.
Here in my car.
I'm a Minotaur.
Pretty primitive wrestling game here, but wrestling did become this company's bread and butter very far into the future, so just keep this game in the back of your mind as we see how their wrestling games evolve. I don't know how to play this. They're just doing some kind of synchronized dance here.
Cinco Play, thank you as well for the 50 bits. I like these guys, obviously.
How do I throw this man? Do I have to get behind him?
Utah did the Utah Teapot. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't know they had a lot of 3D going on it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Make him dizzy. Throw him around. Yeah. Is that normal?
That's just what boys do.
Was I holding him in my mouth or something?
I hope not.
Intergalactic Cage Match. Pretty weird. I don't know about these guys. Can I do like a suplex or something? I can do that. Anyway, early days. I do like the fact that there's an audience here. I do like that there's multiple playable characters. They're humans and weird aliens. What's with the weird horror music? I'm gonna kick him in the junk. There we go. Take
You're
that.
just stepping on it. You're very delicately stepping on his junk.
Well, you know, kayfabe. We can't go actually stepping on the
Alright,
junk.
lower bottom right. That does look like a snail, Homer Simpson.
Man, if only I knew what the pin button was. We'd be able to pin this guy. Still, pretty neat. I think it stands up there with Popeye 3 Wrestle Crazy as among the better microcomputer wrestling games. Let's just do... What do we got here? We got a couple of more C64 games to give you an idea of how they started off here. Let's go to 1987 with The Living Daylights, the computer game.
The computer game?
Mm-hmm. Based on a Jimothy Bond movie, I believe. Anyone see this one?
Interesting way to say that.
Which one was this one? This wasn't Sean Connery, right?
Was this the one with, like, Roger Moore or something?
Yeah, this would have been Roger Moore or, what's his face?
Conrad.
Yeah, Conrad.
Timothy Dalton.
Timothy Dalton, there you go. A.K.A. Conrad.
Conrad.
There it is. Look at that. Domark. They found a new partner that's not just Mastertronic. Moving up in the world. I love looking at C64 games on this stream. I don't know if you can tell, because always, in every case, they're games that I have no experience with, because I never had a C64 as a kid. So whenever I see these, it's like a look into another dimension. Once again, designed by some guy, written by another guy, music by someone else. And guess what? Sculptured Software, they handled the programming.
Okay.
Let's push that F7 key.
It's a tiny little rock.
Folks, is this a...
This is hilarious.
Is this an accurate representation of the Living Daylights? Ow, I fell over and hurt my knee.
This is so good.
Oh, that's a bush, not an enemy. Well, I showed that bush what's what.
That did look like an enemy. I get where you're coming from.
The sound effects in this are really funny. Pew, pew, pew. Do-do-do-do-do. You can duck. You can do cool rolls. I don't know what the advantage of stopping to shoot the enemies is.
Well,
Oh.
you died.
Huh. Did it say I had a paint gun?
Yeah.
What? Did they downgrade James Bond to a paint gun in this movie?
I do like the idea of James Bond going on a paintball adventure.
We've revoked your license to kill. This is now a license to paint.
I do like you tripping and falling.
This is a really clumsy, stupid James Bond with a paint gun. They were looking for something more relatable in the 80s. You know, paintball was a big thing. They thought about having him do roller derby, but they went with paint guns instead.
And everyone in chat's seen all the 007 movies. I have not. I need to, though.
I've only seen a few. I've seen Goldfinger. I've seen GoldenEye. Basically just the movies with gold in the title.
I saw one of them, and...
Ow! I stubbed my toe! My toe! My toe! Ow!
Well,
Direct quote
fired.
from James Bond. This is going great. All right, one more C64 game, and then it's Alex's turn to run the shit show for a little while. Our last game for the C64, and one that will become relevant in the future. Let's play a little game called Slam Dunk. God, there's so many games here. I saw some games with sexy in the title. Unfortunately, not appropriate for stream.
I saw the game called Slurpee.
Slurpee?
Yeah, it's normal.
Based on the delicious treat?
No, it was Slurpy, not EE. If they send me to Utah, can I at least have Utah money? Because every time I'm seeing someone in Utah, they're always living in a fancy house. I want to live in... Oh, actually, I don't want to live in Utah. I'm sorry. I really like coffee. I apologize.
Guess what? It's a basketball game. Slam dunk that shit.
Yeah, they have rich people money in Utah.
I want to have rich people money.
I want rich people money.
Rich people money, all the wives you can stand. I'm sorry, Utah. My
You're confusing the LDS and the FLDS.
my understanding of your culture is very limited.
Very limited.
All right, this one is handy because you can just watch a demo of how the game is played.
Oh, nice.
I don't gotta do shit.
Yeah, I couldn't give up tea and coffee is the thing. I love them both.
Joystick versus computer. Who's gonna win? Probably computer.
Okay, I'm looking at the Slurpee cover. I didn't mean to pin Salt City and Life City to me.
All right, everybody look at that. That's a very important pin.
That was an accident.
And here we see a demo of a full-ass basketball game for the C64. These guys are pretty small. It's only 2-on-2. but the court is pretty detailed. They got a nice little audience there. They got refs. They got people sitting on the sidelines. They do a lot with a very little, is what Sculptured Software does. So you can see, back in the day, they just had these designs that other people gave them. They were tasked with programming them, and apparently they did a pretty good job because people kept coming back to them, asking for more work, and that is how they rose to prominence on the C64. So we got basketball, we got shitty James Bond who stubs his toe and gives up, we got an LA riot simulator, and we got Ninja. Whole bunch of weird stuff, but everybody's got to start somewhere. Now, let's move on to MS-DOS.
Okay, let's go.
You heard about this DOS?
I've heard a little bit about this DOS.
Microsoft Disk Operating System. Believe it or not, this thing can play games, and as soon as it could play games, people wanted to make games for it.
A second here.
And what I asked Alex to show you first of all is a game that was very famous back in the day. Sculptured Software, I don't think produced the first version of this game, but they did develop ports, many different ports of this. So let's show off the MS-DOS version of Jack Nicklaus Presents 18 Holes, a major championship
18
golf.
holes?
Yep, you're going to play all 18 holes.
Danny, that's so many holes. Why did I say it like that?
Why did you say it like
I
that?
don't know.
Only going to show off a couple of their ported games because oftentimes these existed on other platforms and they just ported them over using their own programming skills. But this one I think is worth seeing because it was just so popular, so widely ported, and Sculptured Software did many of those ports, including for portables, consoles, and in this case, PC game, MS-DOS. Around the same time, they also made a popular MS-DOS port of Hardball, which was originally released on C64. That made them a lot of money, I could only assume. Hardball was ported like everywhere, like holy shit. And this was pretty much the golf equivalent of that.
Okay.
Ooh, $1,000 a hole. Up until hole 10, and then it gets to be $2,000.
You like how he looks?
And here we have Jack Nicklaus himself, looking very sunburned out here on the course. A big part of these games is eventually they had a course designer that you could make, and Jack Nicklaus apparently had a big role in the design part, and Sculptured Software were the people to bring it on over, program the thing, make it actually work. Tomato Man with a straw wig. Is he made of tomatoes in real life?
Yeah.
Wow, impressive.
A lot of golfers are. It's really interesting.
$2,000 a hole, you can't beat it. Have you seen the hole economy lately? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, that's why I messed up.
As is often the case with these primitive sports games, this one is very difficult to play. Hardball is apparently even more difficult to play. I thought about showing off the MS-DOS version of that, but Alex couldn't figure out how to pitch the damn ball.
Yeah, I could not. It would not recognize my controller, and that's the only way I can get the pitch happening. And
But given that these are other people's designs and they did exist on other platforms before, I just wanted to showcase Sculptured Software bringing it to another system, and apparently doing pretty well at it. You're on the green. I mean, on the fairway.
I am no longer.
Now you're not. This man helped make one of my town's suburbs become even more exclusive. All right. Way to go, Jack Nicklaus.
People love that.
Gated communities. Let's go. Looks like you're about to hit it into the the clubhouse. Is it going to break one of the windows? He has a steakhouse? I want a steakhouse.
Do you just want steak?
Yeah, if you have a steakhouse, they have to give you a free steak.
Okay, we got this. Come on. You're so close! Ah! I'm being driven nuts.
That's the Jack Nicklaus touch. They call him the Golden Bear. Did you know that?
Yeah.
His holding company is called Golden Bear Enterprises.
Really? Does he have a drink named after him?
No. That's just Arnold Palmer.
Well, then, who cares?
I think every golfer should come up with their own Frankenstein to drink. Oh yeah, this is grape juice and poison.
Did you like that shot?
We call it in the bunker.
Don't do what I just did.
A golf game where you have to hit it in the parking lot and break people's windshields. I would play that. Destructive golf, I think, is an underserved niche.
I agree. Danny?
Do you want to give up?
I'm so close. Okay.
Everyone lend Alex your power. I think you have to hit it a third time in order for it to not veer off like that. Like before it hits the red. I believe this game uses the 3-click interface. Like, yeah. Oh.
I'm at stroke 9.
You're about to reach the stroke limit. And you know what that means.
Okay, we're so close.
The signature RetroPals cocktail is cough syrup blended with circus peanuts.
That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
It's relevant. It's thematic. You gotta go with it.
It's you mix strawberry, Humex, and toothpaste. It's called the Mistake Juice. Sounds delicious.
A lot of good ideas going around in chat here. We can call it our bleak soup.
Hey!
Oh my god, you made it on the green!
Does this count for something?
Alex, you win $1,000 for this.
Nice.
Wait, no, you're in the bunker.
Don't worry about it. Now we're
Hey.
both on the green.
Okay, good.
I would not drink Pilk. I don't care if it's good.
Pilk. All right, Alex. No.
Kill me.
There was many sequels to this, many ports. I'm only showcasing this for as long as we are to skimp out of doing those other ports because they're essentially the same game. They ported this to Game Boy, to PC Engine CD-ROM.
Death.
And eventually it is possible to get into the hole. I like Neo Turf Masters, not so much any other golf game. Can you like aim to the right? Maybe we should just call it here.
Hold on.
Oh my god, finally! It says finally.
And with that, we did Jack Nicklaus's greatest 18 holes.
Great teen holes.
Great teen holes. Great teen holes.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. I think we can skip our next game, actually. Let's
Okay.
go on to a Sculptured Software original.
Ooh, this one.
I think y'all are going to like this one. This is a game from 1989 called Street Fightin' Man. I can't believe it said finally. That's just cruel. Now, this game is more up Alex's alley, I think. I think you're going to like this. Player 1 had a bad day.
Yeah, some music.
There he is, the Street Fightin' Man. I had never heard of this game before, seeing it on the Macaw 45 stream. I think Dino has also played this. Guess what? It's another game about gang violence. That's the only reason I played the SWAT game, because it was thematic. And you know what? Nick is cool. If you ask me, that Nick guy, he's pretty cool.
Okay, the fat boys are here. I gotta beat them up.
Marty is weak. Marty is down.
Marty
The
died.
thing I like about this game is the text descriptions up at the top. You can be cool, you can be way cool. If you get a lot of health, it says Nick rules, which I think is pretty funny. Why is he beating up your uncle? He's beating up a lot of uncles. So this is a game about exploring a city. Did it say Marty is fat?
Yeah, because you're feeding up the fat boys.
You're looking for a hostage who's located somewhere in this sprawling city. Notably, this first stage takes place in Denver. Denver has a lot of problem with street violence, apparently. These unks are washed.
My strength went up.
You're a street fighting man.
I'm killing a lot.
Marty is weak. Nick is cool.
Hey, that's my girlfriend. Give her to me.
Aww.
I die.
Nick is wounded. Why don't you go a different way this time?
Okay, let's go this way.
I think it does change around where the hostages are.
So this one is just ladies, but they don't hit you first. See?
Just let her follow you around.
Yeah, she'll just follow me.
Get yourself an entourage. Ooh, more ladies.
Hold on, I gotta beat up a man.
They're just standing around watching you beat up people. Is this what y'all do in Denver? Yeah, the cover is pretty good too. Man, you got a bunch of ladies following you around. Nick is cool.
Room temperature, thank you for the 40-month resub. That lady has gams to go here to a mile high.
Mm-hmm. That's how the women are in Denver.
They left.
The women have left you. Thank you for the sub. Nick is a tough guy. Marty is gonna kill you. Not anymore. Marty is weak.
Marty's down!
This is a really funny video game.
Yes, you should get a Dreamcast, and you should also use it to emulate Genesis games.
Oh yeah. The best sounding way to emulate Genesis games on the Dreamcast. You're pretty good.
Really strong.
Nick's a tough guy.
Hey!
It's fine. Tyrone is weak.
He's down. He's just...
Looks great, Huckle. Thank you. Nick is a bad dude. Glad Nick is out here saving Denver.
Bye.
For being a beeper song, this song actually has a melody and a groove to it. Holy shit, Alex. I think we found your game. Yeah, yeah. Can you go in those buildings?
No.
Aw, damn.
Looks like I have to go another way to find my lady.
This is what people from Utah think Colorado is like.
Yeah, I was gonna say!
Don't they border Colorado?
They do! It's very close to each other.
Real Colorado-Utah rivalry going on here.
Like, oh, here in Utah, you don't have to worry about your uncle beating you up.
Nick is macho.
I'm just looking for babes. Oh.
Y'all got any babes around here? Where's the babe storage?
Yeah, just keep coming at me one after another.
Your strats are working. Oh yeah, that clearly says nacho. Nick is nacho.
Nick is nacho.
I could go for some nachos.
Man, nachos do sound good.
In a minute since I have a nice plate of nachos.
Stop! I'm baby.
Should you play this or Streets of Rage 2? You should play this first in order to really appreciate the advancements Streets of Rage 2 did. I mean, it's not that much more advanced. And it doesn't have a line at the top of the screen that says Axel is macho. Excuse me, nacho. Oh, there's a cop! Gotta get that cop.
Cop
Damn.
killed me.
You can actually beat up the cops, and if you do that, at the top of the screen it says Nick is a cop killer. But it still lets you keep playing.
We have all these different cities you can go to. You can go to Atlanta, Detroit, LA, New York.
So I really like this game, and I think you should play it if this game looks interesting to you. Street Fighting Man. Up next, also from 1989, a little bit of a different sort of game here, and one we've seen before here on stream. Let's play Super Solver's Midnight Rescue.
Classic. Is this the only Super Solvers game they worked on?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. They handed them to a bunch of different people, but this one, Learning Company teamed up with Sculptured Software.
Okay. Paintbrushes are robots.
I can only assume they saw their work on Street Fighting Man, and they were like, we need these people.
You can say homoerotic, chat.
This chat, of all chats, you should be able to say homoerotic.
Like, come on, man.
Give me a freaking break. Nick is homoerotic.
One moment, robots at work.
When did we play this?
While back.
What stream was it?
I want to say it was a Multimedia Monday stream?
Could have been, yeah.
Okay, I can find hidden facts about the robots.
You're here to solve a mystery. You gotta put together the pieces. I like your little detective guy. You can't see his face, and he's got those funny little shorts.
Usually there's a way for me to...
Super Solver is a pervert. Room temperature, thank you for the bits.
We gotta just read this. Okay. The secret's in the sauce, Cousin Morty said proudly. What's in it? I asked him as I tasted stew from a spoon. Everything you like, he said, but I wasn't so sure. One day I followed Morty through Shady Glen Forest. Every few minutes he would bend down and pick up something from the ground. How strange, I whispered to myself. I stumbled, and when I looked up, I realized Cousin Morty was out of sight. I knew I had lost him. Suddenly, I felt a tug on my sleeve. Looking for something, Vicky? It was Morty, laughing as he shoved a dirty mushroom in front of my nose. Yuck! That thing looked awful. I wasn't sure that Morty knew how to tell good kinds of mushroom from the bad kinds that can make people very sick. Even though he said everyone else loved it, I would never eat Morty's famous stew again.
What a great story.
Cousin Morty found his special thing, which was with which to make a meal. It was yucky, brown, and dirty. How did it make me feel? Upset.
Upset. That's right. You were upset by eating the disgusting stew. And you win a clue.
Okay.
Eventually, you put together these clues, figure out what guy you're after. And, yeah, that's Super Solvers.
Yeah, Buffo, Electro.
Buffo. Buffo has roided it out to Biffo.
He's upset. Next card.
You seem upset. Am I a pest?
Okay, Electro might be the guy, but we need to... Yeah, we need more robot pictures. Okay. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, you want me to read and comprehend? You're asking a lot out of me. Who grew up smarter, the kids who played this or the kids who played Street Fighting Man?
Yeah, got your ass.
Kaboom, thank you for the bits.
Thank you. You gotta go up to all the papers and see if you can't do anything with them.
Super Solvers gang, rise up.
Really? I can't find any of these?
Frappe grew up playing this, so probably the kids who played Street Fighting Man. I love DOS games. Again, something I had no experience with as a kid, so always glad to see this stuff pop up on stream.
Go upstairs. Oh, let me go upstairs. There we go. Give me a clue. Music art, give me a clue.
The graphics in this game are really good. I wonder if Sculpture did those, or if they were working with some other company's art style.
Okay, you received a call from Mike Wells, the Night Watchman. Notice that all the locksmen are replaced with cookies.
What?
Okay.
You can't do
Our
that.
dog he brings to work with him turned into a pig.
What?
The two officers were sent out to check on the story. They reported that everyone could say everything looked fine.
And the dog
Mike
looks just
fell
like a
asleep
dog.
and dreamed the whole thing. Okay. I used my magic powers on the school guard dog that night. Name what I left in its place, and then your clue will be right, pig.
What kind of maniac replaces dogs with pigs and locks with cookies? Well, we're never going to find out because that's Super Solvers
That's
for
Super
MS-DOS.
Solvers.
Good game. Apparently people have a lot of fond memories of that one, so good job, Sculptured Software. We got one more MS-DOS game to show off. This is a little scene one that I'm curious to see. This is from 1991. It's called Mickey's Colors and Shapes. Colors and Shapes.
So this game's interesting
with the mouse.
Colors and Shapes came with a keyboard overlay. And luckily, I know what the keyboard overlay is. I just have to...
Man, big bump in graphical and audio fidelity here.
Come on in and watch the big magic show.
It's voiced.
Press the shape of the act you'd like to see Mickey perform.
So circle is E, so let's click E.
Yeah, this had a keyboard overlay that was just colors and shapes, and it would tell you to press those instead of the letters.
I will now perform my famous juggling act.
All right, Mickey, let's see it.
I will now juggle,
Uh-oh. Can you find something for Mickey to juggle?
I know something Mickey can juggle.
Danny.
You pressed a circle.
good choice.
You pressed a square.
Thanks.
Thanks.
You pressed a triangle.
Swell.
Well,
You
that's
pressed
swell.
a rectangle.
Good choice.
You pressed an oval.
Thanks. Not bad, huh?
That's pretty good, Mickey.
Are there any other shapes for you?
Is there a hat button?
Good question. Circle, square, triangle, oval, and rectangle are the shapes. Oh, here's Minnie.
Oops.
Oh. Nice work, Mickey. Wow, the crowd goes
They're all
wild.
there. All right, Mickey, what's next? Already? Okay.
So these guys were all over the place. Being a contract dev for hire, you pretty much had no choice of what kind of game you were making. So they made like...
I will magically create a beautiful picture.
They made edutainment. They made street fighting
Help
sims.
Mickey create a magic picture.
Games where you go down the road and get run over by cars. The whole gamut of gameplay represented here on Sculptured Software.
Higada, alakazing.
This
Wow.
ornament is yellow. You pressed a circle.
Come to think of it, was this on a disc? Like a diskette?
This ornament
y-
is a
I don't
circle.
know. I think so.
There's a lot of voice on this.
You pressed a triangle.
Here goes.
Oh, a
This
beautiful fir
Christmas
tree.
is a triangle. You pressed a rectangle.
Bibbidi, bobbidi, boo.
Hey, that's from a different Disney thing.
This gift is a rectangle.
Oval?
You pressed an oval.
It does sound really
Gonna be
compressed.
swell.
Okay, this did come on diskette. Okay.
Aha.
Damn, pretty impressive.
This mirror is an oval.
Did triangle. We did. Do we do square? Let's do square.
You pressed a square.
What's the square?
Here goes.
This gift is a
Gift?
Can I do another?
I like the
square.
announcer
You
is
pressed
clearly
an
southern.
oval.
Bibbidi, bobbidi, boo.
This punching bag is an oval.
What is this?
It's a
You
punching
pressed
bag.
An oval.
Our ovals.
This mirror is an oval.
Fine. Let's do another box. What was box?
Let's close it out here with a box.
You
Okay.
pressed
Show me a box.
square.
Aha.
This
Another
is a
gift.
square.
Excuse me, gift. That's Mickey's.
Wonderful.
That's Mickey's colors and shapes, showing how quickly MS-DOS games evolved. All that voice. I love the crowd. I'd say this is pretty good. Not bad, Sculptured.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. So we've seen C64, we've seen MS-DOS. Let's move over to something a little bit different. Did you know that Sculptured Software programmed an arcade game, technically?
I did not know that.
Now, this is a pretty strange one because this is on the Arcadia system, which is actually powered by the Amiga. Our next game was originally an Amiga game, and it got ported over to arcade systems via the Arcadia hardware. This is something we're going to feature on a future stream, probably, because this is a pretty interesting lineup they've got here. But the one Sculptured Software game in the Arcadia systems lineup is a game called ARG! Give me that controller, if you would, Alex.
Of course.
I'm going to play some ARG! Y'all ever heard of this one?
No. Well, I've seen the cover before.
Look at this.
Orange Right, thank you for the 54-month resub. Much appreciated.
You gotta find the rock eggs. The premise here is that you're a very hungry creature, developed by Sculptured Software. Alright, let's play this thing. Now you can be either a dragon or an ogre. Of course we gotta be the dragon.
Gotta
Come
be the
on.
dragon.
Who do you think we are? Here we go.
God, I would love to play this in an arcade.
Yeah, this would be awesome. Now, folks, if you ever wanted a Trogdor game, good news. This is a game that lets you set fire to the thatched roof cottages and burninate the countryside.
I love burninating the countryside.
Burninate the peasants.
It's a hot dog!
And you're doing that because they're hiding giant foodstuffs away from you. They're hiding giant hot dogs in their huts.
Arg, more like a wooga. Thank you, room temperature, for the 25 bits.
People really like the dragon.
And might be atomic. Thank you for the bits as well.
I imagine this also had a pretty big presence on Amiga, but seeing this in arcades would probably be quite a thrill. A little bit similar to Rampage.
Got
But,
a pizza over there.
Ooh, where? Oh, give me that pizza.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the
Egg.
rock egg. Give me that egg. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now we gotta fight over it. Because this is also a one-on-one fighting game. Got his ass.
Nice.
The egg is mine.
This game kind of kicks ass.
It kind of rules. Unfortunately, this level, I can't figure out how to play it. Maybe I'll figure it out this time. I cannot cross the river here. Maybe I can just blow fire across. I like the grungy music and sound effects. I like just being able to stomp on everyone and eat people. It kind of kicks ass, this game. Big hamburger.
Hamburger.
Oh, God!
Ew!
It made me fall apart! You ever eat a hamburger so good you just fall to pieces?
Okay, yeah, sometimes.
I'll play another credit of this, why not? So, pretty interesting idea to take popular Amiga games and using the same hardware, put them in arcades. Just essentially make an arcade board, set up a coin mechanism, and now you can play ARG in your local arcade.
Kind of sick.
Real curious to see what kind of other games they ported over to this.
Same, I really wanted an Arcadian showcase.
Yeah, maybe in the future at some point. Give me that taco.
Nice!
These guys have giant taco technology.
And they're hiding it from the dragons.
Yeah.
I think they deserve to be, God.
Real bad idea to hide the giant tacos from the dragon.
Absolutely don't do that. That's why so many dragons live in Austin, because of the tacos.
Man, if only I could figure out how to cross the damn river. You can't cross on the bridge, weirdly enough. I've tried that before.
Well, you got gutted.
And when you die, you say, you do a title drop. ARG. That's ARG. Maybe we're going to see more of that in the future when we do our Arcadia showcase. But that's one of the more interesting Sculptured Software games, in my opinion. All right, Alex, take this controller. Because it's time to head back over to Console Land.
Console Land?
I love Console Land. It's where I'm most comfortable. I love being here in Console Land. Now, which console do you think we'll cover circa 1989? Do you think it's time to cover the NES, where Sculptured Software had a really big presence? Actually, our story here starts on, of all places, the Atari 2600.
Are you kidding me?
In 1989, you might remember that Atari relaunched the console after the success of the NES, and they even commissioned a few new games to play for it. So we're going to start off here with 1989's BMX Airmaster. That's right, the Atari 2600 had two distinct eras of activity here in the States. Eventually they gave it up after the console crash of the early 80s, but then Nintendo brought it back, and Atari was like, hey, why don't we have this up-and-coming developer named Sculptured Software make some new games for us? Okay, I'm gonna be a BMX master.
All right, Danny, BMX it up.
There we go, I'm gonna do it. Now, this game's pretty strange. I think you have to pedal in this game by, like, twirling the joystick, making it really hard to play. So I'm doing a clockwise motion, and then when you go backwards, you gotta, like, turn. You turn. There we go. You turn, and then you start doing a counterclockwise motion. And that's how you build up speed in this. There we go. Look at that shit. Oh, Jesus. He's dead, folks. He's not coming back from that. He's just a big blob of pixels now. We can do better. All right, clockwise motion. Turn. Counterclockwise motion. Since the Atari only had one button to work with, they kind of had to get creative with the control scheme in this. Also, again, this is 89. A lot of games for the 2600 in its heyday were released in like 78, 79. So this is like a game out of time. And it makes sense that Sculptured Software would have the vast amount of experience needed to actually make 2600 software in the 80s. Whoa, shit!
Okay.
Oh,
Aw.
I died again.
So how you doing?
Pretty bad, but I did do a couple of air stunts. My mom thinks I'm cool. At least before I broke my head.
You probably shouldn't have broken your head, honey.
I don't know how to do a landing in this. Should also mention, Sculptured Software made many ports of Skate or Die, so maybe that was the inspiration for this kind of game here.
This feels like it. Yes, this is giving me Skate or Die vibes.
They actually had a few games they released for the 2689, including our next game here, Dark Chambers.
Dark Chambers. That sounds cool.
Let's see if it's cool.
Can I go to a dark chamber, Danny?
That's what we call the RetroPal studio. The Dark Chamber. Level 0. Look at this. Now this is a 2600 game. And because of that, it's occasionally going to drop the video because our capture card hates 2600 games.
It sure does.
And again, despite looking like something out of the early 80s or late 70s, this is, in fact, contemporaneous with, like, Super Mario Brothers 2. If you had an NES, you could play Mario 2. But if you still had a 2600, Atari had your back. This pretty much plays like Gauntlet. Just, am I turning this guy into different things?
You were. He was a skeleton, then he was a person.
Is that a gun?
Yeah.
Let's get that gun. Fuck this wand bullshit. we gotta get a gun. Oh, it's a locked door. I don't have the key for that.
Maybe if you kill that guy.
Yeah, maybe. It's just really strange to think that this was a brand new video game for the 2600 in 1989. Long after they clearanced out all their games, long after they declared the entire console industry dead. Just Nintendo decided to resurrect the market. And Atari was like, wait a minute, that's our money. Give us some money. Sculptured Software, help! And they did.
They did.
Thank you, Sculptured.
Thank you, Sculptured.
What's our guy here? He looks like a weird elf man.
He's a little elfish with it.
A little bit of an elfin man. Oh. I appreciate the fact that a lot of these characters have funny hats. There's pretty good rendered skeletons in this, which I also appreciate.
That skeleton, yeah.
So one of the better looking and more complex 2600 games actually came out in 1989 of all things. Yeah, I actually beat a level.
Hey, congrats.
How about that?
Nice.
Believe it or not, there was one more 2600 game from Sculptured Software, and it was released in 1990.
1990?
The 2600 actually lasted all the way into the year 1990 with our final 2600 game here, Fatal Run. I think we might have seen this on a Patron Request Gauntlet before. Pretty interesting one. Pretty complex and ambitious.
Thank you, Brett, for the $5. Damn, Danny, that impression of Atari was uncanny.
Thank you.
Frappe.
I love to do impressions of Atari. Hey, I'm Atari. Help us out. Save me, Sculptured Software. Save me. That's my impression of Jack.
That's what Atari sounds like?
Yeah, that's Jack Trammell. And this is a combat-focused racing game where you accelerate with up, you fire with the button, and I think you change weapons with down. You have like a machine gun, you have rockets, and other things. This actually isn't the last we're going to see of this game. You're going to get more clarity on this in the short-term future. But I just wanted to show you that, yes, this game did exist on 2600, and it did get released in 1990.
Yes, Danny is Pistachio Disguisey.
That's me. May I interest you in a membership to the Turtle Club?
Danny, did you know there was a screening of The Master of Disguise, like, happening next week, and it's sold out?
It's sold out?
Yeah, remember the old video store? We love iHeart Video.
Yeah.
Well, now they're, like, they just show movies, and you can rent some videos from them and stuff, but they do, like, weekly screenings, and one of them was,
Wow.
Master of Disguise, and they're like, we have no idea how we sold out of this.
I don't have any idea either. Is that the first time a show of Master of Disguise is sold out?
Probably in the history of the world, yeah.
Definitely not on first release. So if you're well versed in your 2600 games, this is pretty impressive. Even the game over screen is nicely animated and jaunty, and the gameplay has many different options. It's a good looking one, and a good way to end the 2600's run in 1990.
Yeah.
But of course, Atari wasn't just focused on the 2600 in the late 80s and early 90s. They also wanted to release a few games for the 7800. And guess who they contracted to do those?
Was it Sculptured Software?
That's right, it was Sculptured Software, baby.
Okay.
What a weird run this company has had. Like, usually it's all like, okay, we went from C64 to NES, but they had this weird journey over to the 7800 and 2600 of all things before they really hit it big on NES. So let's play a few of those games,
Okay.
including 7800 version of Fatal Run. This offers a pretty clear illustration of the differences between the two consoles. That's looking a little better than the 2600.
Oh, a little bit.
Just a little, just a bit. Now you can make a little more sense of what this gameplay is like. You got a fully rendered, if flickery road. It's got some depth to it. And it's easier than ever to switch between all your different items you see in the lower right here. Yeah, here's my guns. I got a turbo boost. And I'm pretty sure that all these elements were present in the 2600 version. It was just difficult to tell because there's only so much they can show on screen at once. But if anything, this makes the 2600 game even more impressive, while adding a whole bunch of different graphical embellishments on its own. I like the dips and hills in the road, personally. This looks really good for a system like this. And you can still order a copy from Atari themselves to this day. I'd say this compares almost favorably to an NES racing game. This isn't quite up to the level of Rad Racer, but it comes close. Oh, ran me off the road. Now the 7800, the story of that system is that was going to be their 2600 follow-up before the industry crashed, and they shelved it for many years. And once again, they were just looking at Nintendo's success, and they were like, okay, bring it back from the mothballs. We got to release this thing. Unfortunately, not too impressive hardware to come out in the late 80s, especially considering that the sound hardware was identical to the 2600s. So these games may have looked better, but they definitely didn't sound better. Personally, I didn't know anyone with a 7800 back in the day.
Same.
But it does have its fans out there. And it's rare that you get to see a game that's identical in terms of design on the 2600 and 7800, and you get to actively see the differences in presentation and quality. While we're at it, let's go ahead and look at the 7800 version of Dark Chambers.
Ooh, dark chambers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How dark are these chambers?
Are they even darker on the 7800? Apparently so. Look at
This
that.
looks sick.
Look at that chamber. That's dank as shit. Should call it Dank Chambers.
Damn.
And in this one, you can very clearly see the Gauntlet influence. Whereas the 2600 version, they had to really compromise the graphics and presentation. This one, you can clearly tell, oh yeah, they were just doing Gauntlet here. And yeah, this is just Gauntlet. With all the enemy generators and the food that you can shoot if you want to, though you shouldn't. Plays pretty well. And once again, Sculptured Software was up to the task of doing this thing that basically no one else was doing back in the day. Like, hey man, what's your latest project? You working on the MS-DOS? You working on NES? No, I'm working on 2600 games. Oh, really? Good luck, man. This is what was happening in Salt Lake City. Personally, this looks pretty fun to me. I would have played this. You shoot the yep, you can shoot the potions. Oh, I guess those are enemy generators. There's some Atari sound effects.
Nice. Man, you're getting their asses.
Got him.
Nice.
So some may prefer the larger characters and general blombiness of the 2600 version, but this version's good too.
Sure looks like it.
Check out those Dark Chambers if you got a chance.
Check out the Dark Chambers. Okay, so this actually is based on a game, Dandy, that came before Gauntlet. So technically Gauntlet ripped this off.
Oh my god, Dandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that game. Jeez, how deep does the rabbit hole go? Let's play another Sculptured Software game for the 7800, because they made a bunch of them, believe it or not. Let's play Alien Brigade.
Alien Brigade.
That's what I said.
Okay. So are the aliens the soldiers like in the Avatar sequels, or are you like a soldier after the aliens?
I
Like
have
in the
no.
Avatar sequels?
I think you're a dude who's shooting aliens. Essentially, this is just Operation Wolf, but with Alien in the place. You can play this with a light gun. They did release a light gun for the 7800. So if you want a little bit of that Operation Wolf action on your 7800, it's kind of a tall order, but surprisingly, Sculptured Software pulled it off. Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Are you not supposed to shoot those guys?
Don't shoot the guy who's blindfolded with his hands up.
Oh yeah, that usually doesn't. Yeah.
He just wants to show off his muscles. Now consider that this is console hardware from 1983, and like, Sculptured Software was doing this just on their own, using their own internal hardware, no other documents or anything to pull from. This is really specialist territory, in other words. I gotta hand it to him. I wasn't playing these games, but I imagine the kids who would be pretty happy with this. At least until they went over to their friend's house and played Mario 2. And they were like, Mom, look at this shit. Can we get a real system?
Mom, it's the 90s. Certainly the NES is affordable now.
No.
The Super NES is coming out. Certainly we can have it now.
Oh yeah, this is like a year before the Super Famicom came out. You could say this is retro gaming back before that was a thing.
I love how buff and enhanced the hostage is.
Yeah. This is less retro gaming and more like deprived gaming. You know?
Yeah.
This is more gaming that you have to make do with what you got. And for many kids, that's what they did. Kids don't have money. If your dad decided you were an Atari family, then you were an Atari family. Boy, imagine if that was a thing. Where you had to skip Nintendo and Sega and had to wait for the Jaguar.
must have been dads like that though, who's like, no, kids, we gotta play only Atari. You get in trouble and grounded because you played the Genesis at your friend's house.
I don't want you looking at those 16-bit games. We don't need more than 8-bit. I've got court-martialed. But I shot so many aliens. I shot the civilians too, but...
Not the civilians in their facilities you were supposed to protect.
Sorry, Dr. Mustache. Jeez. Well, fuck me, I guess. Believe it or not, they actually had a couple of more 7800 games. Let's go ahead and check out one of their more famous ones, a port of Commando. Commando, the Capcom arcade game. For some reason credited to Data East here. I guess they sub-licensed. Atari presents Data East's presents Capcom's Commando. Yeah, Capcom never really good with handing their properties over to other companies, considering they trusted Micronix on NES.
Data East USA distributed the arcade version.
I see. This one's pretty limited. It's got scrolling. It's got the basic action that you'd expect from the game. You'll notice there's no music, unfortunately. But it is Commando.
It is Commando!
It is a game that exists, and you can play it. Otherwise, not much else to see here. Is it better than the NES game? You tell me. But I know what y'all are here to see.
I know what I'm here to see.
I know what Alex is here to see. We got one last 7800 game to show off, and arguably this is Sculptured Software's Atari magnum opus. Folks, it's time for Midnight Mutants.
Yes.
Grandpa's back.
So I was gonna say starring Grandpa.
The front cover of this game is an illustration of Grandpa from the Munsters, who promoted this game. This game has his likeness. I will return. This is a pretty cool intro.
This is pretty sick.
It's Grandpa time.
I'm back.
I'm back. This intro fucking rules, actually.
Got my dog, got another dog, vengeance is mine.
Hey, vengeance is yours, but I've got Grandpa.
Take that, Gramps.
Up yours, Gramps. So they advertised this game with the likeness of, I forget the name of the actor, but he played Grandpa in The Munsters. And here they don't mention the Munsters, they just refer to him as Grandpa. The ultimate Halloween nightmare.
Your blood's pure.
And at any point you could push start to ask for advice from Grandpa himself. Grandpa Munster. I mean, Grandpa.
I can't be with you, but I can give you clues which may help.
Al Lewis, there you go, that's his
Al
name.
Lewis, thank you.
Al Lewis, aka Grandpa, as featured on the cover and in-game. Get the knife first, he's talking about Ghosts and Goblins.
Oh, smart.
And for what it is, this is a pretty impressive game. It's a multi-screen adventure where it's got action elements, but mostly it's all about finding the right items and using them in the right places. You have a blood purity meter, which is kind of interesting.
It's very interesting.
Every time a monster attacks you, your blood becomes a little less pure. And I guess we're heading to the west to find a knife. Never played much of this one, but in terms of 7800 games, this is one of the more... Jesus Christ, these guys are huge.
They are huge.
One of the more impressive and ambitious, I would say.
I like their necks, like bobbing their head.
You know those annoying people who post about video game music and say they didn't have to go so hard?
Yeah.
In this case, Sculptured Software really didn't have to go so hard. Like, who else was making this shit? They could have just slopped out whatever, but instead they made something really unique, ambitious, something people might actually want to play, something that is made by people who seem like they give a shit.
This place drives me batty. Ah, dog.
Oh my god. I'm out of here.
Hey, beware, Dr. Evil may be watching you.
I like that every screen has a title a la the ZX Spectrum. It's like Jet Set Willie or some shit. I've never been able to get far in this, but among 7800 fans, this is one of the best games you can get. And it's all thanks to Sculptured Software.
Hey, you got some health restoration.
Well, thank God. And blood purification. Where am I? What's happening? Help! I also love the crunchy Atari music and sound effects. There's the mansion. This is a big game. It's sort of like if Adventure for 2600 was more graphically rich and had an isometric perspective and had actual stuff to find that wasn't just squares and ducks. I do like the ducks in Adventure, but I prefer a game with a little more meat on its bones.
Yeah, he was, Grandpa Munster even did, like, public domain, videos where he was Grandpa.
Grandpa.
Yeah.
People had Grandpa fever.
He was making a lot of Grandpa, well, he wasn't making a lot of money, but he was definitely doing a lot of Grandpa work.
He was getting along. People like Grandpa. So you may just think this is a meme game because it has Grandpa on the cover, but beneath the surface, pretty complex and nice looking action game they got here. A lot of characters on screen at once too. And I've now joined the undead hordes. Sorry, Grandpa.
Rip.
Alright, that ends the Atari portion of the program, which was surprisingly long and full of games. They made something like 8 games between the 2600 and 7800. Again, no one else was doing that at the time. It was literally just Sculptured Software. So thank you, Sculptured Software, for all the kids who only had Atari, for all the kids with dads who were staunchly pro-Atari and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
At least you had a few good games out of it. Alright, it's time to cut this shit.
Okay.
This is where they hit it big. On the Nintendo Entertainment System. You hear of this system?
Maybe.
Sorry to pull a Jay Leno on you there. You're about this NES. Yeah, they got the games on the NES. It was a horrible Jay Leno. Anyway.
It's okay.
No one knows who the fuck that is nowadays anyway, and we're better off for it. Sculptured Software hit the NES in a big way. Again, a lot of these games were designed and proposed by other people who then contracted them to either just do the programming or to do additional design and artwork and sound and other things. A lot of these games have a very similar sound to them because they were just done by one guy who programmed the engine and made the music and the sound effects for these games. So it gives them all a certain unique flavor that I would describe as similar to something like Beam Software, the people who did, Back to the Future on NES and Three Stooges. Let's see how they stack up to Beam Software.
Okay.
Let's start off in the year 1990 with one of their more notable releases, I would say. A game called Metal Mech. Man and Machine. And the first people to contract him was good old Jalico.
My man.
Thank you, Jalico, for trusting the Salt Lake City developers. Good on you. Let's do it, Mech!
There he goes. Whoop.
Now, if you played Blaster Master, this is kind of similar. Only instead of a tank, you got this big fuck-ass robot.
Sure do.
You fire in a number of directions. And just like Blaster Master, at any point you can push select. Push start, maybe? Oh yeah, there we go. And you can eject yourself. And you're just a little guy.
Oh my god, you're so tiny!
You can go in places the mech can't get to. Get power-ups and other things. And once you're done, you just go right back in the mech. You go right back in the mech. This game's got some problems. If you watch the Jeff Gerstmann ranking of NES games, this game actually ranks quite low. That's because he expected this game to be a lot better than it was.
Yeah.
It is a really neat concept, and possibly Sculptured Software really overextended themselves just trying to make this work on NES. Because there's some big-ass sprites. A lot of places you can go, things to see, stuff to blow up. There's nothing in this building. Your one constant is your mech friend. And it does feel pretty good to just stomp around the city and shoot a bunch of shit. But apparently once you dig in and actually try and beat the game, it does become kind of painful. Still, they got a good concept here. That's more than what a lot of games got. What do you think? Is there anything up these ladders?
Pain, death, maybe.
Yeah, there's probably pain and death up here. Just climbing up the
I
damn
think you're
background
climbing the
there.
tree.
This game's kind of rough, in case you can't tell. And that's going to be the case with a lot of these sculptured software games that we see. Because at this point, they were making a shit ton of games every single year. And there's only so much you can allocate your workforce towards, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
We got to look at the realities of game development. I don't want
Organ
to...
Bank.
Let's go to the organ bank. Ooh, can we go in there? Let's find out. I do want to make it clear I'm not going to crap on these guys, because we all know the realities of game development. These games are made with limited budgets and limited time. Often they're forced to be rushed. These people probably crunched to make these games happen. And they were making so many of these a year. So when something comes out that's actually good, you can consider it a minor miracle.
Carmen, we have. Thank you for the bits. We have BattleTech at home.
Pretty much. Oh, let's go underground.
Sonic Underground.
Let's go underground. Oh, I think. Wait, there we go. Hey, quit shooting my mech up there.
There's a rat in your tail. It's gone.
Okay, good. This is basically what I think of sculptured software. Really, really ambitious. Often these companies would probably put them under undue amounts of stress and work to make these games happen. And they did what they could, and the end result might have been disappointing a lot of the time, but that's the reality of game dev in the early 90s. Also, I don't think there's enough discussion about Western-developed NES games these days. You hear about the Super Mario Brotherses and the Ninja Jajamaru-kuns, of course, but never about the metal mechs of the world. Oh boy, I made a bad choice. Where did I park my fucking mech? Give me that radiation. Delicious.
Nice.
I also like the fact that there's little background details, like you can shoot the hydrants and they start to spray out.
I do like that, yeah.
These are plucky games. I think that's a good word to use for it. Love a good plucky game. Where you can look at it and be like, yeah, you really tried to make this work. You totally failed, but you definitely tried.
You tried.
Y'all destroyed my mech. Okay, there it is.
Really far back
Hey,
there?
hey, do it. Hey, get in the mech. So help me God.
Brother, get in the mech.
Get in the, okay. Please. Okay, we're back in. Neat concept. I imagine this did pretty well for Jalico, being released in 1990, before the big flood of NES games came out. I don't know if many kids were happy with this, though, is the thing. But it is a pretty good start for this thing. Cartman, thank you for the bits.
Thanks for the bits.
Get in the mech, Shinji. Or else Grandpa will have to pilot it. Now, next up on our list, I actually have the Miracle Piano teaching system, which we're not going to see, because it turns out it was developed by Software Toolworks, not Sculptured Software.
Oh, okay.
It's only credited that way on Moby Games because, like I mentioned, that one sound designer decided to lend his sound engine to the game, and somewhere along the lines that got misinterpreted as it being a Sculptured Software production. Often these lines get muddled, especially like 30 years in the future
Yeah, makes sense.
when people aren't around to clarify. But it is a thing. Miracle Piano Teaching System was the thing that came packaged with a MIDI piano. That thing's tough to find nowadays. Really cool piece of software, though. Alright, let's move on to our next game. This one is actually available on Nintendo Switch Online, so you can play this right now if you really wanted to.
Wait, really?
Right now, you can turn off RetroPals and boot up Eliminator Boat Duel.
Electro Brain.
Enter Electro Brain. Boy, this publisher really, really likes Sculptured Software. There's a whole lot of Electro Brain games developed by them. This being one of them. We got some brain gaming going on here. Who's got an electro brain? Look at this art.
Aquarius Rex.
Anyone play this one back in the day? I sure didn't. But you know what? This game's not so bad. This is a racing game, but it's got a multimodal approach to it.
Really?
You start off with this overhead point of view. You got a limited amount of turbos you can use to boost ahead of the competition.
Electro Brain was also Utah?
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh my god.
They got to go for the hometown boys. And when you get to close to the end, it switches to this behind the boat view. This is where you want to use your turbos. It's apparently a very difficult video game. Very few people have all the retro achievements for this. Also, there's retro achievements for this. Yeah!
Yeah.
Some games you can just tell that the art was done by Sculptured Software and not outsourced, and this is one of them. They have a very specific, how do I describe it, like grungy style to it?
Very grungy, yeah.
It's a little bit grungy, a little bit grody, but it's very distinctive. There, you can upgrade your boat. I don't know if a lot of people back then had big demand for boat games, but if you did, you were well served by this one. Let's play a little bit more of this.
Alright, he's back.
And yeah, this is one of the games acquired by Pico Interactive, thus making it available on Nintendo Switch Online.
Oh.
I'm not the biggest fan of this, but I do gotta applaud its ambition. The fact that it has multiple views. I like that the introductory view where there's like huge boats on the screen. Then you got this behind the boat view and the overhead view a la Micro Machines. They tried. Again, plucky gaming.
Plucky gaming.
We're all about those plucky games. Plucky duck gaming.
I was about to say flush down the toilet gaming.
Gaming go down the hole. Now, these games are often the subject of angry video game reviewers being like, ugh, look at this diarrhea dog shit. This game looks like a big poo turd. But you gotta keep in mind that they had something like 12 games in development at this time for NES and 2600 and 7800 and MS-DOS. And when you keep that in mind, the fact that these games are so creative and original is actually pretty impressive. I want to go to bat for these guys.
Okay.
I lost the race. Never mind. I'm not going to bat for these guys anymore.
You lost to the hippie, Danny.
Yeah, this is a little bit Micro Machines like. I'm guessing that's what they were going for, just with boats. All right. As a contract developer, you got to pay the bills. And what pays the bills better than board game adaptations? Y'all like Monopoly? Does anyone like Monopoly?
Some people do. Thank you, room temperature 25 bits. Who would win in a fight, Nightboat or Thunder in Paradise? I think Nightboat.
I think Nightboat. The Thunder in Paradise boat didn't really have like an AI. It just had voice synthesis. It wasn't a thinking boat. Produced by Arcadia, developed by Sculptured Software, the same team behind ARG for the Amiga and arcades.
Nice.
That would be a human. My name is Ass.
Welcome, Tiger Cat. We are going through Sculptured Software games.
Yeah, welcome. I always picked the dog as a kid.
That's nice. I would pick the hat.
The hat's good. Now look at this Sculptured Software ass art. You get to pick your computer opponent from these sophisticated people here, or you can go to the bottom four, or these less sophisticated people. We're gonna pick Ollie.
Okay, Ollie.
Ollie's got a drinking problem. He's not really good at Monopoly. We're gonna play a short game.
Hope he's okay.
He's fine. He's like Arthur from the famous movie Arthur.
Oh, okay. I know that guy. Okay. So he's cosplaying as Arthur.
Yeah. And guess what? It's Monopoly. Monopoly for your Nintendo Entertainment System. I don't fucking... Oh my god, Ollie. Okay, by picking a short game, apparently we're dividing up the properties beforehand. I didn't know that was the case. But it does give you a chance to see these little cutscenes that they added to this game. Roll them dice. Oh, I'm already having to pay income tax?
Hey, I'm sorry.
Also, who builds a hotel on Baltic Avenue? What the fuck are you thinking, Ollie? Oh, I'm gonna have to pay you $20 if I land on that. I'll go bankrupt at this rate.
Ollie's trying to gentrify Baltic Avenue.
Now, St. James Place, that I can get into. And I roll doubles. For what it's worth, this game proceeds really quickly. Monopoly, a pretty infamously drawn-out and long game. But, man, look how fast I'm already across the board.
Look at you.
It's got little animations for the chance cards. The money just rolls in.
I like this game's aesthetic and the way it plays. This is
Yeah.
interesting.
It's got this weird bidding thing that nobody bothered to do when they were actually playing Monopoly. No, you can have it for that much. I just wanted to bid him up.
Nice.
I think they also did the Super Nintendo and Genesis ports, along with ports of games like Clue and Risk, which we're not gonna see because, you know, they're just port games.
Yeah.
But this is a pretty good example of the kind of work that they did. Even when it's just really cheap licenses like Monopoly, they put in a lot of work. The little cash register eats up the money. Alright, get me across the board. Get out of jail free card.
Nice.
I want to pass go at least once.
Okay.
Train jump scare. I'm gonna outbid his ass. Oh, you can't bid 70, you can't bid $88.
Because he doesn't have enough money.
Ollie, you fucked up. You shouldn't have bought the hotel on Baltic Avenue like a dumbass.
Baltic Avenue.
Oh, should I buy Boardwalk, you think? Actually, I'm gonna send this to auction so that I can buy Boardwalk for a mere $67.
That's funny, actually.
Eat shit, Ollie. I'm putting Ollie's nose in the mud, making him eat it.
Poor Ollie. You
That's
got
how we
fucked.
that's how we do out here in Monopoly. We're playing by Street Fighting Man rules. Oh, you're sending that to auction? Well, how about that? If only you hadn't spent all your money on
I was
hotels,
gonna
Ollie.
say you're getting such good deals because Ollie only has $60.
Damn, I wish I could keep this game going. I'm kind of stomping all over Ollie.
You're killing Ollie. And you rolled double.
And I rolled right past his properties on Baltic Avenue. Guys, the secret is I kind of like Monopoly, but only in digital form. The PS1 version, I think, is a really fun way to play it. All right, that's 1990 and 1991 on NES from Sculptured Software. Humble beginnings, but Metal Mech was pretty creative. Eliminator Boat Duel also did pretty well, I think, despite its niche. And now it's time to look at a couple of unreleased games from these guys, which I think is a pretty fascinating lineup, if you ask me. First up, let's look up a prototype of a game called Dino Hockey.
Dino Hockey.
Now, I don't know who they were making this for. This may have just been an internal pitch from a publisher or something. These unreleased games, I'm pretty sure, are just tech demos that Sculptured Software, you know, shopped around to different publishers, hoping to be picked up somehow.
I like Dino Hockey.
It's pretty cool. This one, I think this could have gotten a release. In this game, it's pretty much like it says. It's Dino Hockey. You kick around a puck, and you're a dinosaur. The puck,
I mean, you really are.
the puck in this case is a turtle or something, I think. Now, this is a really early tech demo, so you can't really play this or score a goal or have opponents or anything. And if you try to outrun the scrolling, this happens. So
Oh, that's not good.
don't do that. Still, it's a pretty early look at a game that might have turned out to be something, if only they got the funding for it. But as it was, they had to ditch it pretty early when it turns out no one was interested. So we're only left wondering what could have been with Dino Hockey. Their next unreleased game is a pretty interesting one. This is a game called War on Wheels, which was so close to being developed. It was publicized in Nintendo Power. It had box art released.
Oh, really?
And in the end, a prototype was discovered, and it was released by me. I did this.
Nice.
I released this ROM on the internet, so blame me for this one, I guess. I take no responsibility for the content in this game, such as the fact that the default team is named the LA Illegals. We'll go with the Boston Blue Bloods, which is way better, against the Atlanta Arsenic.
Atlanta Arsenic?
Yeah, woof.
Yeah,
Woof
it's
indeed.
no good. No. I do like New York Nasty. See, that's so much better.
If you're wondering what kind of game this is riding on the coat. Man, that's some Eliminator Boat Duel art right
Fun
there.
wrestling.
This is a roller derby game, based on the short-lived resurgence of roller derby with one season of roller games.
Oh yeah, roller games.
I think roller games was their big inspiration behind this, and when that didn't take off, they just canceled this game. But it's fully finished. You can play this video game how they intended it by downloading the ROM. Originally released via dreamandfriends.com. Rest in peace. I don't know how roller derby works. I'm sorry. I'm not a derby head.
That's okay.
I just know you beat up the guys and you take turns. And you trip over each other. And people in the crowd throw things at you?
Yeah, I thought that was a hot dog they were throwing at you, and I got excited.
Give me that hot dog.
We got a couple roller derby teams in town. Austin's a pretty big roller derby scene.
Yeah, believe it or not, that's true.
I've been to one roller derby game. It was crazy.
Are there any rules to roller derby? It just, to my eyes, it looks like people just beating the shit out of each other.
It's a lot like wrestling. It's like part wrestling, part not. It's very interesting. There are rules.
Okay. Now, eventually, there are little cutscenes that play out. I hope I can see at least one of those. This game is a little bit more complex than what you see here. Really glad that this one got preserved. Really glad that they found a prototype for this one. How do I throw people?
Very carefully.
If only I played my own ROMs. I don't gotta understand this shit.
What's that honk? Oh, okay. That was a period. I was like, where's that honk coming from? Who played the honk?
Put Clegg in. Clegg will show him how it's done.
Clegg knows what's up.
What you want to do is throw him off the side, and that actually starts a little mini game. The game's not really being cooperative, though. That's roller derby, though.
That's roller derby.
You can't really tell what's gonna happen. Oh, come on. There we go. Awesome
That was
heart.
sick.
Sometimes, oh man, let's see if it happens now. Yeah. You get into a one-on-one fight. Now, this is some sculptured software art right here.
This is a little scrungly.
A little bit. It's got that trademark grunginess to it. Hey! Who threw a bomb? Is that guy dead? I think I died.
Oh my god.
You tripped over my corpse! Yeah, I have to just continue on as someone else. I died.
Nice.
Rest in peace to the lead guy from the Atlanta Arsenic. So, this would have served a pretty interesting niche on the NES, but as for it being a niche that anyone would have bought or been interested in, no. Roller games ended after one season, roller derby ended its resurgence, and no one wanted to play War on Wheels, so it went unreleased. But you got this ROM. And thank you, Sculptured Software, ever the niche filler. Whether it be games for the 7800, or resurgent games for the 2600, or a roller derby game, or a motorboat racing game, Sculptured Software is there for you.
They had your back.
Who's going to win this one? Oh, man.
Sorry, RC.
Dead again. And we have one more prototype, which is possibly the most interesting of the bunch. This was released via Lost Levels back in the day. I think we contacted one of the original programmers to get this one. Let's play The Legend of Robin Hood.
The Legend of Robin Hood.
Once again, a partnership between Arcadia and Sculptured Software. I believe this was a passion project within Sculptured Software. This was the product of one designer's desire to adapt Robin Hood to an NES format. He had an idea for an RPG-like adventure where it was just Robin and his band of merry men going through the forest and, I don't know, doing merry things.
Doing what the merry men do.
Some of y'all may know the problem with this game, and we'll get to that. But for now, I just want to show off what this game was before they had to cancel development. Of course, we're ass.
We are.
With 3 S's.
Thy quest beginneth.
And look at this. It's an overhead view action RPG. You have various flora and fauna here. You can actually hunt for food in order to survive. So this is kind of like a survival-based game. Oh, don't push that button.
That's fine.
What we want to do here is take this... Robin Hood's arms eagerly grasp the club. All right.
Excuse me.
Calm down. Calm down, everybody. And you got a sub-screen, and look at this. You have an inventory, and here it automatically placed the club in your hand, but you can drag and drop things to these various parts on here. If you have food in your inventory, you can drag and drop it up to the lips up here in order to eat it. You can also examine things using the eye. You can also poke the eyeball if you want to.
Ow.
So a pretty ambitious action RPG they got going on here. Let's talk to a guy. Let's be friendly.
Good den, fair friend.
I want to ask you about King Richard.
King Richard away the Crusades and Prince John.
I'm gonna rob you. Be gone, fool, ere I tan thy hide. Oh, he's not my friend anymore. Now if we go in here, it's a pretty good animation. This is our dad.
My son, the oppressed of this land, need a hero.
Our dad, who is some kind of deer man.
I like our dear man, Dad.
Gotta find our companions and then go back to dad, who's gonna either approve or disapprove of our friends. Now we have a club, so we can actually go hunting for food if we really want to. Eagerly grasp that meat. And you know what? Let's demonstrate that thing. Drag the meat up to the mouth. Nom nom nom.
Oh, you got food.
Now this is a far side away from Dino Hockey, huh?
A little bit. It's very ambitious.
They really developed out this game, and they were planning to finish it up. Of course, it's not complete. There's only so much you can do in this demo before it runs out of things you can do. But before we end it here, I want to show off one funny thing you can do in this prototype that we discovered when we released this. A big part of your first quest is finding a sword, not just a club or whatever, but an actual sword you can use in sword fights. So if you go up here, way in the northwest corner of the map, way, way, way up in the northwest corner, look here. Here you can search, and oh my god, you found a hidden sword, which you can take.
Nice.
Nice, got that sword, ready to start our quest. Except you can't escape from here. You're stuck here forever. I think this is just like a glitched entrance or something, and it can't find a place to deposit you that doesn't also enter you right back into the building. So our quest ends here.
Aww.
In the vortex of the hidden sword room. But I mentioned there was a problem with this game. The way this looks, they, for all the world, intended to release this, either through Arcadia or through another publisher. But more than halfway through development, they got troubling news. There was a movie coming out based on Robin Hood, and if they released a Robin Hood game, that motion picture company would sue them, so they were pretty much forced into licensing Robin Hood Prince of Thieves. And that's what became of The Legend of Robin Hood for NES. The final release was based on the Kevin Costner film, Robin Hood Prince of Thieves.
That's so nice. Have you seen Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves?
I have not.
I haven't seen it either.
So if you're wondering why Prince of Thieves looks so similar to that prototype, that's what happened. They really intended to make it just an unlicensed game. Well, you know, a licensed game based on folklore, you know. But here they had to actually license the damn movie and then really build out the game to make it something that it wasn't. Extending development for at least another year and making this project a huge pain in the ass. For what it's worth, though, I've played worse games than this. This game's cool because it uses character portraits that look nothing like the actors in the movie because they didn't get the actors' likenesses. They kind of simplified the searching and finding items thing. Eh.
Nice.
That's Kevin Costner.
That's Kevin Costner.
Mr. Waterworld himself. And though the original game was supposed to be an expansive adventure where you gradually put together your party, here you're kind of railroaded based on the plot of the movie. Which, you know, they had the framework in there, so it works that way, but I can only imagine it must have been kind of disappointing to the people to whom this was a passion project.
His firm arms no longer grasp things.
Yeah, no one's firmly grasping anything. Still has those elements where you have to search areas for different things to get in order to progress. Let us search the environs for a hidden door key.
Robin Hood, Men in Tights. Thank you, Carmen, for the hits.
That's a good movie. And due to ramping up development, they had to add a bunch of different modes of gameplay, including this one-on-one fighting mode, which is extremely jank. And I don't think was part of the original design, but they just kind of had to shoehorn it in.
I love his little legs. Look at Robin Hood's legs. Like,
Check this out.
what?
Kevin Costner got that Blanca roll.
Sure do.
This, I'm not going to downplay it. This fighting mode is extremely jank. It barely feels like you're registering hits. The hitboxes are very strange. And once you beat a guy, he just kind of falls off the screen in a weird way.
Thank you, Carmen, for the 50 bits. To make this game
There we
better,
go.
they should have made Bryan Adams the final boss. Listen, that song was that song was inescapable in the 90s, like in 92. It's goddamn. All for one and all for love, which is really stupid.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, thank you, Sotenga, for the 50 bits as well.
Yeah, thank you. How do you get out of here? Okay, there we go. So you can see there was a structure. The bones of this game are based on their unreleased Robin Hood game, but it was clearly compromised, and they had to delay development by a lot to time the release to the movie, as well as to add a whole bunch of shit to it that wasn't part of the original project. But again, for my money, I think it could have turned out way worse. It's got these weird overhead view combat sequences, which are more like what you saw in the prototype. Having to constantly search for things is kind of annoying. Robin Hood sees a leg of meat.
Thank you. I'm glad they didn't have to redo them. Oh, you can still do this!
Look at that! This is a familiar looking screen. So this is a weird Frankenstein sort of video game where they already had this structure, it's just they had to put Kevin Costner in it, which is actually more complex than you might think.
You're right, I was singing the Three Musketeers Bryan Adams song. I meant to think the Robin Hood song is everything I do it for you. Do you remember that?
You got your medieval fantasies mixed up.
I did.
No, I forget what to do here next, but there is at least one other mode of gameplay I might be able to show off if I don't just die here. Because the movie was famous for these really big action scenes involving a lot of people, and we're probably not going to see it here, but there's even more zoomed out overhead view modes where you fight a whole bunch of dudes at once. Unfortunately, Robin Hood exploded.
Oh, rip to Robin Hood.
And that's the story of Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves on NES, which started out as something completely different, but eventually turned into something okay. It's just kind of a shame that they had to do that instead of it being something they wanted to. But let's move on. 1991 also brought us another famous man, Roger Clemens' MVP Baseball.
Roger Clemens is a famous man.
His name begins with R, much like Robin Hood. He had a game developed by Sculptured Software.
Like Robin Hood.
Like Robin Hood. Board game adaptations and sports adaptations. That's what pays the bills. That's what you gotta do. If you're a contract developer, you gotta do this shit.
San Francisco Quakes.
These are not teams. these are fake video game teams. The Montreal Lumberjacks.
Philly Generals, why not?
The Oakland Bashers? The Minnesota Hounds? Texas Cowboys?
And the Detroit Wheels.
Huh.
New York Rebels doesn't make any sense, I just want to say.
There's no rebels in New York. Get real. We're gonna be the Texas Cowboys. And we're gonna crush the New York Rebels. Our famous... We got
Nolan is there.
Nolan. So I guess they just use their first names. Gonzo? Scrub? Scrunt?
Scrub?
Yeah, looking good. Let's go.
Why'd you put Robert Daltrey in your game?
He's a good baseball player.
Okay, I just assumed.
Is it just me? I kind of love how Sculptured Software games look.
I do too.
It's so distinctive compared to the Japanese or European developed NES games. They got their own flavor. Anyway, let's hit this guy with a pitch. Oh, come on. Huh? Oh. Now batting, second baseman, Senior Clarinet. Whoa, what is with this point of view? That's crazy.
I like that the ball just rolled past you and your guy was like, I ain't going for shit.
That's hella disorienting. It's cool, but oh man, and the way they shrink when they get further up the screen. Also, the way you throw to bases is the opposite of what you might expect from a baseball game. You throw to home by pushing up an A. Because that's the way it's orientated here. Real weird stuff. I think the later bases loaded games also tried for this perspective, and nobody really liked it. It's up. Anyone want to go for that? Nope. Okay. All right.
I love that nobody goes for the ball.
These outfielders are lazy. We need some angels in the outfield.
We do. We need some angels in the end zone as well. Danny didn't know that there was a sequel to Angels in the Outfield called Angels in the End Zone, and it was...
Now I know.
I learned a lot about that movie.
That shit's out of here.
That's out.
Good job, everybody.
Good job.
How is New York up 6-0 to Texas? The Cowboys are usually better than this.
Yeah, they're just having a rough year.
Maybe they made the football Cowboys play baseball.
That's exactly it, yes.
Don't do that. Not everyone is Bo Jackson. That's fair? Excuse me? Kiss my
I
ass.
thought you were trying to throw it at the ref.
Fuck you, ump. Well, that's a baseball.
Hi, Buttons.
What else could you get in 1991? Well, how about something a little more interesting? Stanley and the Search for Dr. Livingston. Yeah, Buttons.
More Electro Brain.
Another Electro Brain original. That Utah nepotism coming into play. Is that really nepotism? I guess not. It's just more convenience than anything else. That's right. Bo Jackson Baseball was by Beam Software, the Australians. So this is kind of an interesting one. This is kind of an open-ended platformer, a Metroidvania, if you will, where you find items that allow you access to other different places. The bad news is it takes place in colonialist Africa. And Yeah. It was pointed out by a random stranger on his All NES Games video that a lot of the people you interact with in this game are white people, and the natives are presented pretty badly. They're like guys you fight.
Yeah.
Other than that, this is a delightful little video game. It's all open-ended, a lot of action, a lot of talking, different places to explore. It's just you gotta ignore certain parts of it. You have a little helicopter that comes out of your backpack.
Oh, that's so cute.
So you could say this is a prototypical Metroidvania for NES, developed by Sculptured Software of all people. Let's see if we can get to an action scene. Oh, it's a beach scene. Yeah, real Squaresoft Tom Sawyer moment. Oh, well, that didn't go so well. Like your jaunty little walk. This game is also based on the legend of not Dr. Livingston, but Dr. Livingstone, who... can you tell me more about that, Alex? Or do you know anything about it at all?
I know that he was, I know the line Dr. Livingston, I presume. And
Yeah.
That's all I know.
Yeah, this is
But
not
I
really
remember
something
it
I'm
was a
familiar
guy
with.
who got lost in the jungle, and then another guy found him or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Our final goal is contributing artifacts to the British Museum.
Yeah,
It's Gartner.
yeah. The setting and the premise is kind of a shame because this game actually punches way above its weight in terms of complexity.
He died from
Yeah.
falling?
Yeah, you can't fall too far, this guy. Eventually you do find things like ropes and grappling hooks and things that allow you to access other areas. And it seems really expansive. The way you go across this map bit by bit makes progression pretty satisfying in this. People tend to regard this as one of the better Sculptured Software games, and I can see why. I'm completely lost here. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Oh,
You got eaten by a crocodile.
I wish I could show you more of Stanley in the Search for Dr. Livingston, but that's about all I can get. I've never played much of this game. It does look really interesting, though, and you gotta hand it to Sculptured Software for making something this ambitious this late on NES.
Thank you for the 25 bits, Carmen. Technically, we're American here. Henry M. Stanley founded Livingston and later was part of the tragedy that unfolded. Oh boy. Well, he shouldn't have done that.
He shouldn't have done that. Well, that's some history for you. Now, our next game, I know y'all have heard of. This came out the same year and was produced in partnership with HAL Interactive, the people who later made Kirby. Now, HAL's involvement in this game was basically to send a producer over to Sculptured Software to pretty much manage the project and tell them what to do, tell them what HAL wanted out of the video game that they wanted to make. And that video game was Daydreamin' Davy. If you've ever wondered why this HAL America game is beneath HAL's usual standards, that's why. It's because it's Sculptured Software.
This is so Sculptured Software.
This is so Sculptured Software art. Let's start a new game. Another fun-filled day at school.
God.
What you got there, Squirt?
Oh my god.
Lego, you big bully. Thanks for the pencil, chump. Come back here with that. I'll find you, Lumpy. You can't hide from me. And we're back in Robin Hood.
Hey.
This is an overhead view action RPG that's actually kind of similar to the Robin Hood games. It's just you're a kid named Davy who has an overactive imagination, and whenever anything bad happens to him at school, he just goes into his mind palace and performs quests and stuff.
Does that help him cope?
I guess. I'm not sure what result that has in the story, but yeah, he goes off into these little daydreams where he tries to cope with his day at school. So you're stuck here in medieval land. Eventually you go to the Old West. There's a cowboy setting. And I think you go to ancient Greece or something. So there's a nice variety of different locations you can go to, and the premise is pretty interesting. But in terms of gameplay, Sculptured Software's heart was not in this game. It's okay. I just think Robin Hood was a little bit more what you might want from this kind of game. And of course, the AVGN covered this game, so that's all anyone knows about this. Not that I'm going to complain too much. This game is not great. Mostly the fact that you have to jump a lot. And,
Yeah.
And to jump, you push A and B together, which is not really intuitive. Anyone have this as a kid?
Let's see.
How sad did it make you?
Back in Nintendo Power, I thought the game looked amazing. Then I played it.
Yeah, Nintendo Power promoted the shit out of this game, this being a HAL production. But unfortunately, this is more sculptured than HAL. And when you just send one producer over to Salt Lake City, there's only so much that guy can do.
Yeah.
Small bag of dust will make these stronger than any foe. Yeah? They had angel dust back then? The opponent, thank you for the raid.
Thank you for the raid.
Welcome to Daydreamin' Davey. We're covering a bunch of sculptured software games for the NES. Hope you had a good stream. So far, we've come to the conclusion that their Robin Hood game was some of the best work they've ever done. And this is not some of the best work they've ever done. It's Daydreamin' Davey. I gotta say, I do like the premise.
That you're just a little freak. Yeah, Buttons, you're a freak boy like you.
And nowadays, they would have just put Daydreamin' Davey on ADHD medication. No problem.
You got a world record on Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, the J2ME version. Nice.
Holy shit, nice.
1 minute and 29 seconds. Sick.
Man, wonder what that one's like.
I need to play. I need to go to those Keitai games. It's fun. Ah,
Well,
I don't like that.
Bummer.
bummer. Couldn't have put it better myself, Davey. That's Daydreamin' Davey. If you had that as a kid, I'm sorry. You honestly deserve better. But again, these guys were pumping out a lot of games at this point. And right now, we are in 1992, the very last year that Sculptured Software worked on the NES. So we're coming to the final games of tonight's stream. What kind of games did they work on at the very tail end of their NES experience? This next one's going to surprise you.
Okay.
How about some basketball? How about some Tecmo NBA basketball?
Really? There's the rabbit.
Funny thing about Tecmo's sports games, you may have heard that Tecmo Bowl and Tecmo Super Bowl did big business for them. So you might think you just put the Tecmo Bowl team on other sports. Make them have the same presentation. Make them make these games with the same quality. But their Japanese teams were fully working on other games, non-sports games. And besides, these games would only sell in the US market. But who better to work on these US exclusive games than Sculptured Software?
I was gonna say these are real teams too.
So this is essentially a Tecmo Theater style game in disguise, but it's secretly it's by Sculptured Software. They do a pretty good job of trying to do the Tecmo Bowl presentation. It's just if you look at the graphics, it's pure Sculptured Software.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's see these boys. These men, I should say. These basketball men.
Man versus Com. They got all the teams.
They sure do.
They didn't have to make up the New York Rebels or whoever. Who are the Bullets?
I forget. Chat, the Bullets team's name has changed, if I recall.
Oh, did Utah have a team by this point?
I don't think so.
The Utah Raptors?
Oh yeah, the Utah Raptors.
We gotta go with the Spurs in any case.
Yeah. The Utah Jazz.
Oh yeah, it was the Jazz.
So
That's right.
funny. Jazz has no place in Utah.
That is pretty funny. You want to bet that they powered up the Jazz in this game?
Yeah, they did once.
And look at that. Everything from the fonts to the way the cutscenes play out, they look for all in the world like a Japanese-developed Tecmo sports game. But then you get to the gameplay. And man, I will say, it is kind of impressive that they try to do a 5-on-5 basketball sim on NES with characters of this size. But if you play this on original hardware especially, it becomes real apparent what the problem is. Lots of flicker. This is a flickery, blurry mass of men who all just kind of meld together while you play. And it's real tough to tell where your guy is, where you're going, who you're controlling especially. So points for effort. And they did have prior experience with basketball, developing Slam Dunk for C64, but I wonder how much help that was making this game. Like, who am I? What are we doing?
You're basketball.
I'm the basketball?
You're Sean Kemp.
All right, I got 2 points. I'm happy with that, as long as I scored 1 point. Are we playing in the Alamo Dome, or was this too soon for that? Alamo Dome, I think, was mid-90s when that came about.
I think, man, that's all you.
Yeah, I remember it being a big controversy when it came out because it went way over budget and everyone thought it looked like shit, and it does look like shit. But the Alamo Dome is here to stay, for better and for worse. Man, this emulated version actually looks way better than it would on original console, but you just have to imagine just how much flicker there would be going on a real NES hardware. Hell, I can barely tell what's going on right now. Still, impressive dedication to trying to make this seem like a Japanese-developed Tecmo sports game. People did want that kind of thing after Tecmo Bowl and Tecmo Super Bowl. It's just, you know, Sculptured Software developing a dozen games in 1992.
Yeah.
Oh, the big bomb.
David Robinson, sorry, buddy.
David Robinson could not nail the full court shot. Still, I've seen worse.
Same.
People may have been happy with this. It's better than your generic ACOM-developed basketball game, of which there was like 12 for NES, something like that. Whole lot of generic basketball out there. I like that cutscene. My take is that refs only exist to stop us from having fun. Who agrees with me?
I agree.
I don't even know what's happening. I need a game more my speed.
What's your speed?
A game featuring a character I can relate to personally. Let's play a game. Let's play a game called Town and Country Surf Designs 2. Thrilla's Safari. There's that Sculptured Software. Now, TNC Surf Designs 1, very early game for NES. It was published by LJN. Almost nobody liked it, but it sold a shit ton. Everybody had that game.
Yeah.
And then many years later, they decided they needed a sequel. And who was there to save their asses but good old Sculptured Software?
Yeah, if you didn't know, Town and Country Surf Designs was a very, very popular t-shirt company.
Yeah, it was a line of apparel.
Yeah, apparel. Clothing.
And a lot of shirts had this gorilla guy on them. His name is Thrilla Gorilla. You're toast, dude. And that's how so many years later, we ended up with TNC Surf Designs 2 towards the end of the NES's lifespan. Still published by LJN, but developed by Sculptured Software. Oh, dude, they kidnapped Barbie Bikini. And if you're familiar with TNC Surf Designs 1, you're never going to believe what game this is like. Look at this. It's a side-scrolling platformer where you're a gorilla on a skateboard.
That is pretty sick.
That's pretty awesome, actually. Now, I tested this out before stream, and for years and years, I just assumed this game was shit because, you know, LJN and a TNC Surf Design sequel, how good could it be? Turns out it's not so bad. Damn it. Damn it.
You lost the shell game.
I lost the damn shell game. Level 1-2, more jungle.
Yeah, this is the Funky Kong game we've all been. This should be edited to be Funky Kong.
Oh man, there's a ROM hack idea.
Actually, yeah, like... Shit,
That's how you can bring Thrilla Gorilla to a new generation. Turn him into Funky Kong.
You would have to get rid of his hat, though.
Yeah, true. May I turn around? Oh, you can. No, there's nothing here. Pretty fast-paced game. It's really easy to die in this. One hit and you go flying off your board. Still, I'll take it over TNC Surf Designs 1.
Yeah, this seems way better.
It kind of is. It's like an actual game. Scrolling's pretty fast. Graphics actually not too bad. Again, Sculptured Software, you didn't have to go so hard, as they say. LJN's quality standards were like underground at this point. So that makes this one of the better LJN games by default.
You broke into pieces.
My gorilla exploded!
Is that normal? Do gorillas usually explode?
Do they? Someone asked Krungo. Krungo, do gorillas explode?
Yeah, yeah.
Thrilla's Safari. Better than you might think. It's still kind of jank. You might also think it's got that Sculptured Software flavor, so if that's the kind of flavor you're after, go taste that gorilla.
Best way to put that, Dan.
I just disgusted myself by saying that. We got a couple of more games to go, and as we saw with Tecmo NBA Basketball, that utilized their experience in creating basketball games. If you'll remember, they created a wrestling game for the C64. Now, what would happen if these guys got an official WWF license?
I'm looking forward to the Jank Men.
You'd end up with WWF Steel Cage Challenge. I'm gonna tell people this is Bioforce Ape. Once more, in bed with the enemy, with LJN. You gotta pay the bills, though.
Yeah, bills do need to be paid. Hulk doesn't look that bad. I've seen worse.
You own this one? Did you enjoy it? Was it any good? I have no frame of reference for NES wrestling games. Let's do a championship. Fuck it. Alex, pick your favorite.
Randy Savage.
You got it. Versus the Mountie.
Okay.
Oh, they got Mean Gene in here. And his opponent from Canada.
Also weighing 245.
Oh, these guys weigh the same.
Oh, wow. Oh, Danny.
Can we get some better seats for this? These guys are pretty small. In other words, it's an NES wrestling game. Standards for these were pretty low back then, and Sculptured Software didn't feel the need to really exceed those. For what it's worth, this does have a steel cage mode, where the object is to climb the cage and get out. But, I don't know, is that important to you?
Is it, Danny? Thank you for the bits, Cartman. Appreciate it. This is... What's with all these pig noises?
It does sound like they're oinking. Grunt, grunt, boof, bonk, bonk. Oh, I heard an ugh in there.
I don't know about this one, Danny.
I'll go to bat for Thrilla Safari. I'm not gonna go to bat for this one. What was the weird cartoon noise?
It's fine.
Hey, get off me! You pinned!
The Mountie whipped your ass.
The Mountie whipped Randy Savage's ass. Has that ever happened in real life?
I hope not.
Here's your winner, the Mountie. Oh, we just have to rematch. I'm not gonna do that. Steel Cage Challenge. Not the last time we're gonna see Sculptured Software paired up with the WWF license. Well, the last time we're gonna see it on this stream.
On this one, yeah.
This stream is really a setup for what we're about to see over the next stream, which will be focused on the Super Nintendo. That's when they hit it really big. But for now, let's finish off with one final NES game, their last release of 1992. It's a Star Wars game. It's Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back.
Okay.
programming and animation by Sculptured Software.
Ooh.
Now, as we're going to see in our next stream, Lucasfilm and LucasArts had a pretty tight control over their Star Wars games. Often they would just assign Sculptured Software to programming duties. This time around on NES, they also let them handle animation. But we'll get more into that next stream. But this is the first time they handed them the Star Wars license.
It is very crunchy, yes.
This game is hard as shit. Like, the Super Empire Strikes Back on Super Nintendo, that game's hard too. This one's impossible. They don't even try to do the opening text scroll. It's just whatever.
Like, what? It doesn't matter.
Alright, we got Tauntauns. Got any fans of Tauntauns out there?
I like Christmas Tauntauns.
You and me both.
Okay, not looking so bad.
We play as Luke and his famous Tauntaun friend. The Tauntaun keeps making extremely crunchy and weird noises while you're on it.
Normal.
And the music keeps fading in and out. It's like Luke has a concussion or something. Luke! Oh, really? The lightsaber's the weapon of a Jedi? Shit, I didn't know that. Why didn't anyone tell me?
Sorry, honey. These fucking noises, man.
This game's got a soundscape, I'll tell you that much. Can I use my lightsaber? Oh, I can't. Weird choice of menu music, but I'll take it. Of all games, this reminds me of Metal Mech, considering that you have control over your character riding this big creature. And you can get off him at any time. Never got very far in this one. Like I mentioned, this is kind of a hell game. If anyone's beaten this, they're a better gamer than I am. Just love to be out here with only the sounds of my Tauntaun breathing down my neck.
Hey, heart.
Shut up, Tauntaun. Nobody asked you.
You're such a tall jumper.
But I wanted to finish on this game because we're gonna start on another game next time we start up with Sculptured Software. You probably already know what that is. It's Super Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's a pretty stark division between their NES and Super Nintendo development styles. And on Super Nintendo, you're going to see LucasArts have more tight control over the art and animation and general Star Wars-ness of it all. Whereas here on NES, it feels like they let Sculptured Software just kind of do whatever. And when you let Sculptured Software do whatever, this is what you end up with.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Daner Productions, 25 bits. My favorite part of this game is the one sound bite that says, Luke, choose the Force. Yeah.
Choose the Force. Yeah, that's a good one. And they got Darth Vader in here, too.
Died you have?
Imagine Yoda getting drunk at the cantina.
Good to drive I am.
Would not let that guy keep his keys. Just wouldn't do it. So what do we think of Sculptured Software on NES? I think I've used this word before. They're a plucky bunch, these guys.
They really are.
They had really good ideas. They tried to make things that were ambitious, possibly bit off a little bit more than they could chew. They had a real passion for their Robin Hood game, and that unfortunately was kind of stolen away from them by the Kevin Costner movie. And also, they were just overworked, making a shit ton of games all at once. Sports games, action games, board games adaptations. There's only so much passion you can put into games when you're pretty much making games constantly over the course of just a few years. So I'll give them a break. I'll give them some credit. They did what they could, and for what it's worth, their games do have a certain flavor to them. This delicious, crunchy, grungy flavor. So if you like delicious, crunchy, grungy NES games, I do recommend the software library of Sculptured Software. Next time we see them, whether that be on Friday or Wednesday, we're going to cover their Super Nintendo library, which is huge. Their Super Nintendo library is pretty much the size of all the games we covered tonight for all the systems we covered. Everybody was contracting them back then. They got a shit ton of business. And I would say that's when they did their best work. But here on NES, kind of uneven,
A little bit.
kind of strange, but it is a little bit alluring, these games. I'm a little bit allured by Thrilla's Safari. I am at least a little bit intrigued by Daydream and Davy, even if the game didn't turn out so great. So stay tuned for next time when we cover the real heyday of Sculptured Software. And shut up, Tauntaun. I've had enough of your shit. This is part 2 of our Sculptured Software Super Showcase, a multi-platform look at a certain prolific developer in the 90s who really hit it big on the Super Nintendo, and that's going to be our major focus here tonight. We're going to cover their entire Super Nintendo catalog, some other stuff, and then we're going to cover a little bit of what led to their bitter end. Hint, it involves the company Acclaim, as so often happens with these prolific 90s companies who get acquired and then mysteriously disappear. Yeah, you hate to see it, but in the meantime, we got a whole bunch of games to cover. Good, bad, some of the best for the Super Nintendo, and some of the very, very worst. So please look forward to those. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
Yeah. We got to do this. We're starting early here on Friday because we have so many games to get through. Basically, the Super Nintendo library of Sculptured Software is big enough to cover the multi-platform library of software we covered on Wednesday.
Oh my god.
So they got their origins on the C64 and MS-DOS and Atari computers, went to the NES and got a pretty good reputation as a good contract developer, and then everyone started hiring them on the Super Nintendo. So that's where we're going to start up today, and we're going to see how that ends up.
Hell yeah.
Alex, why don't you thank some folks?
I want to thank Camp Bertien for the 33-month resub. 33.3 repeating months, that's right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
put it on your record player. Thank you.
Thank you, White Lando, for the 34-month resub. Finally, Imagine Party Babies has an achievement set. I saw that Cats Pets 2 on has that as well on Wii.
It's really funny to see the few Wii games that were available for the launch of Wii Retro achievements. No Contra Rebirth, no Gradius Rebirth, but Imagine Party Babies, hell yeah, that's in. Personally, I'm waiting for the Shutanto Evolutionary Mayhem achievement set. Thank you for the sub.
Thank you. Thank you to H-Hog. 40-month resub. 40 months. That's as many as 4 10s, and that's terrible.
And that's terrible. Thank you.
Classic.
Thank you for the terrible sub.
Thank you, Z Reserve, for the 15-month resub. Oh, hey, early Friday stream. Let's go.
Yeah, we got to start it up early. We got a lot to cover. Thank you for the sub.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirby Terrori, for the 68-month resub. Now my sub is stuck in between the two funny numbers. You will be out soon.
You're in the sweet spot. Yeah, a lot of people hit 68 this month, which is directly in between the two meme numbers. So you're like the eye of the hurricane right now. Thank you.
And also, finally, thank you to Silver Revolt for the Prime sub. Thank you so very much.
Brand new Prime sub. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Let's do it. Let's play some video games.
Okay.
Our patrons voted to see Sculptured Software over Software Creations this week. Two companies whose fates were intertwined over the course of the Super Nintendo era. We're going to be bringing up both of them as we play these games. But as you may remember, last time around we left off on The Empire Strikes Back for the NES.
Oh, yeah.
We're in 1992. That was their final game for the NES. Well, among the final in the 1992 holiday season. And let's pick it right back up in 1992 with one of their first Super Nintendo releases, which is somehow Super Star Wars.
Holy shit.
Who played this game as a kid? I had this as a kid, and you know what? I enjoyed this. I actually had a really good time with this game. It's not a top-tier platformer, I would say, but it's definitely competent. You can have some fun with it. It's very fast-paced and very loud. Now, one thing you may notice from this game if you try to play it is that it's super bass-boosted. Also notice on the title screen, it says specifically programmed by Sculptured Software. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Not like developed or designed, just programmed. I'm going to put this on easy because I got nothing to prove.
Okay, good.
Speaking of bass boost, you want to turn it down on our end a little
Oh,
bit?
yeah, it is.
This game has really good sound design, such to the point where we might get copyright dinged in the YouTube archive, so if we start sounding like we're underwater or muffled or something, that's why. Let's get a look at this video game here.
Luke has a weird face.
He's got a little bit of a weird face. They did what they could in taking the movie poster to the title screen. But look at that, Mode 7. You can actually render the Star Wars title crawl properly for the very first time. Actually, I guess the Atari Vector Arcade game did a good job of that too.
Yeah.
Episode 4, A New Hope. Something about trade routes or something. No, that's episode 1.
I was gonna say that's the wrong episode.
So let's talk about this game a little bit. As you may have heard, this is a pretty good video game. Even in retrospect, people seem to like this one. Like, they got problems with it. It's a little bit unbalanced. It's a little bit squirrely in terms of gameplay. But you can play all the way through it and maybe even enjoy it. Way back when, magazines gave this like 8s and 9s out of 10, and they were like, holy shit, a licensed game that's actually good. Our minds are blown. And how did that happen? Judging by what we saw from Sculptured Software last stream, a company who could do pretty good work, but I would say they didn't do anything really exceptional on NES. Those games are like Empire Strikes Back, Stanley the Search for Dr. Livingston, fucking Thrilla's Safari was pretty surprising.
Thrilla's Safari.
What else did they do? Fucking Daydreaming Davy?
God damn, Daydreaming.
Basically a lineup of mediocre to above average games. Whereas this one, critically acclaimed back then, got a re-release on the PS4 of all things, and people tend to look fondly on this one. So what happened there? Well, you can tell, judging by the title screen where they specifically said programmed by Sculptured Software. Otherwise, this is very much a LucasArts production. The Lucasfilm and LucasArts division, who worked on TIE Fighter and other games for the PC, they went on over to being a supervising role here on the Super Nintendo version, where they handled production, artwork, sound? No, I think sound was all Sculptured Software. They had a pretty good sound guy working for them. But pretty much everything other than directly programming and sound and adapting art assets into the game was done by LucasArts. And that's how this game turned out so well. Sculptured Software, turns out, pretty talented developer if they have like a good management style, you know? Which makes sense. Surely you've worked at a job where you had a good boss and a job where you had a bad boss.
Yes.
And you can honestly tell the difference in the kind of work output that you probably had back then.
Yeah.
Or like a boss who was really on top of things and knew what he wanted, he or she. I'm woke.
I was gonna say, yeah, you do.
But it really helps to have a focused and talented management team who doesn't just go back and forth and be like, oh, this sucks, and doesn't offer any feedback or anything. LucasArts knew what they wanted from this game, and all that Sculptured Software did was essentially implementing it.
They did a good job. This game looks
and
amazing.
they did a great job. There's occasionally weird things like the Sarlacc pit monster being like miniaturized in this version so Luke can kill it with a gun. But that's just kind of funny, in my
I
opinion.
was gonna say it works.
But yeah, level design, testing, and all that other stuff, the high-level stuff, was all done by LucasArts, whereas implementation was done by Sculptured Software. And from what we saw during the first stream, that's what they do. They're the implementers. They implement. They started off just making essentially code ports of games for the Atari 800 to the Atari XE and stuff. And they're very talented when it comes to code, but when they're making something like 20 games a year and you make them do design in addition to code and art and music and stuff, it starts to get a little bit muddled. You start to see that they become a little bit overworked. Whereas with this game, they had a pretty clear idea of what they were supposed to do, and they did it really, really well. And I think that's worth emphasizing because it's easy to look at a company's shitty catalog of games and be like, oh, these guys sucked. Did they even try? Yeah. So little effort went into this, I hear so often. This is diarrhea dog shit.
Yeah.
But again, if you have a good boss and a good idea of what you're supposed to do, you can actually do good work. You can take pride in it. And I'd imagine them being a bunch of nerds having the Star Wars license, there was some incentive to actually do it right. And that's what they did. They did it right.
Good job, guys. You did it right.
So with all that said, let's move on to a game that was released the very same month.
Okay.
This game came out in November of 1992, and so did our next video game. Captain Novolin.
Hmm.
The very same month, they released a platformer about diabetes management.
The yin and the yang, I assume, of sculptured software here.
This is from a short-lived publisher named Raya Systems, who did a bunch of health-oriented games, such as Packy and Marlon, Bracky the Brachiosaurus, who had bronchitis.
Oh, didn't they do the Rex Ronan Experimental Surgeon too?
Yep, we're gonna see
Okay.
that in a little bit even.
Shit, okay.
But this is one of Sculptured's more infamous releases, Captain Novolin. Novolin, I think, is a brand of diabetes, or rather insulin management stuff. And this is a superhero who has diabetes. This game was actually one of the few Super Nintendo games to be available via prescription, believe it or not. And that's the rare part of the game nowadays. If you have the prescription box, that's worth $500.
Holy shit.
The rest of the game is only worth like $100, and it's been that way for the last decade or so. Take it from me, I had a copy. I was waiting for this to go up in price, and it never did. Turn it down for us a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
Captain Novolin blasting my eardrums. Anyway, you got diabetes, but that's okay. You can manage it while saving the world from these evil invaders. Look at this fucking guy.
He's so cool, Danny. I'm sorry.
There's his endocrinologist. As made famous as a replacement for Samus's ship in the Super Metroid randomizer. I always use her face as Samus's ship. It's always funny.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
And you can replace Samus's sprite with Captain Novolin, too. It's
Okay.
really good. Now, for what it's worth, this game does a pretty good job of helping you get the basics of managing your glucose. You check your level before every single meal, and then that determines how much food Captain Novolin can eat during that level. So if you eat too much, he passes out from a diabetic shock or something. Don't forget to take the insulin dose I
I don't
prescribed.
want him to die from shock.
Yeah, this we just want the usual. Pretty interesting screen to be on a Super Nintendo game, huh?
It is.
You don't see Luke managing his his insulin level in
I was
Super
gonna
Star
say, as
Wars.
someone who injects testosterone every week, I love that very accurate image of injection.
And you have to pay attention before every level, because if you overeat, that's bad. Okay, we can have peanut butter toast, half a banana, bowl of cereal, and a glass of milk.
That's actually pretty good breakfast.
Magambo, thank you for the 82 months.
Holy shit, 82 months. Say hello to Lumo.
Lumo is the new mascot to take over the Eurovision contest, and man,
The worst.
he is Izzy to me. Those are good insulin shot sites. Yeah, you get little fun facts about diabetes management as you play this game.
Yeah, you should inject. People always be injecting into their thighs. If you inject things, inject it into your thighs. Thus say Alex.
The enemies in this game are various sugary foods, which are bad if you have certain types of diabetes. And I'm just collecting the stuff that's good to eat and stomping out the stuff that's bad to eat.
Peanut butter toast actually sounds really
Peanut butter toast is just good. I like
That's
peanut
like,
butter
I'll
toast.
eat that. I'm not diabetic, but I'll eat that. Sasquatulous. Thank you for the 96-month resub. Lumo needs to watch it. James Pond is out for his head.
Thank you, Sass, and thank you, Kaboom, for the bits.
And thank you.
So this
Lumo
game's pretty.
is last year's mascot. Okay.
This game's pretty simple. You don't have a gun or anything. You don't shoot the sugar cereals. You just jump and you can stomp on them. You don't want to collect multiples of each food because that's a little bit too much for old Captain Novolin. Okay, now we're on to our morning snack. We have a new amount of food that we can get, and of course we gotta check our blood glucose level.
Looking good. Yeah, it's Novolin. We're injecting.
We're doing it. Now you'll have to forgive me. I'm going to be talking a lot, especially during these first few games. But what's a constructive way to approach this? What makes this different from Super Star Wars? Oh no, I ate too many apples. That's
you're
bad.
fucked. Well, you can eat too many apples.
Do not inject insulin
Knee.
into the knee.
Ow.
That's very bad. Do not do that. Well, for one thing, LucasArts didn't work on this. You may
Really?
be able to tell. This is just sculptured software. We mentioned last time around that sculptured software was often paired with different producers or other people from publishers who swoop in and tell them how to do things. In this case, their help came from various medical professionals, body weight management people, and endocrinologists. So they had the medical part right, but the rest was just left up to sculptured software. And I mean, if they told you to make a diabetes game, what the hell would you do? Like, how would you adapt that into a video game?
Yeah, no, it's a cool cookie.
Especially considering they were working on like 20 other games at the same time for NES and Super Nintendo. They weren't really prepared to make something like this, considering they weren't in the business of making health games. They just did what they could, making a game that was available by prescription to kids with diabetes. Which is it's a good niche, to put it mildly. But I have to laugh because it's such a specific niche. And on the front cover, the blurb on the front is something like, finally, a game about diabetes or something. It's something we didn't see on any other system. And I do appreciate that they tried. Raya Systems only made a few games before packing it up and deciding that their business was better done elsewhere. But in the time that they did make a few games, they partnered with Sculptured Software for a couple of them, and they were bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Especially because he's diabetic, you know.
Please don't. He doesn't need that. Just give him carrot.
But yeah, as you may have heard, oh boy, yeah, this is what happens when you overeat. You get a little bit too much. So that explains why this game exists, why it wasn't necessarily as good as Sculptured Software's best work, because they were essentially overworked and they had to do the design and implementation all themselves rather than just the programming. That's a common theme you're going to see amongst their games. Like, if they just had a limited role, like especially as in programming, they did well. Type 1. Nice.
What's
Nice.
NIGDM?
We're never going to know because we
Okay.
got to go to our next game.
Okay, what's our next game?
Keep on pumping them out. We got to keep going. We got to
Okay,
keep
let's
making
go.
more games, such as Clue.
Clue, huh?
His superpower is having diabetes. He literally, I guess he can stomp on enemies. Other than that, not really clear on what kind of superpowers he has. Now, we saw that they did a port of Monopoly to NES last time around. That was a pretty good port, I thought. It had a lot of personality, lots of unique animations. And this game, well, it's Clue. They made this for the Genesis and Super Nintendo, and I think the Game Boy as well. Colonel Mustard can be the computer. Mrs. White can be the computer. Let's start that game. Ever play Clue, Alex?
Yeah, I'm not good at it, but it's fun.
I'm not either, but yeah, it is pretty fun.
Do they have Gamer Clue like they have Gamer Monopoly?
I think they should.
Chat, do they have Gamer Clue?
Here's my favorite part of the game. Check this out. You get a huge digitized hand
Oh my god, whose
to
hand
roll
do
the
you think that
dice.
is?
I assume it was someone at Sculptured Software. And as you may suspect, it's Clue. An adaptation of the board game where you wander around, try to find evidence of who killed Mr. Body. And that's your lot, as they say in the UK.
I want to say there's an FMV Clue on Windows.
I know there's one for CDI we need to play. Wait, you're already accusing someone? What? Huh? Mrs. White thinks that old Colonel Mustard was in the dining room when suddenly he went crazy and grabbed the candlestick. And, I guess nothing came from that. All right.
Okay.
Not going to spend much time with this, but yeah, it bears repeating that they did a lot of work like board games, sports games, essentially the lower end games that aren't really fondly remembered as being hidden gems or anything. But they did exist back in the day, and I can only imagine they sold a shit ton of copies. Speaking of games that sold a shit ton of copies, here's one that's maybe more relevant to our interests here.
Okay.
Also out in 1992 from Sculptured Software was a game called Mortal Kombat? With a
Huh.
K? Did I know they spelled that wrong?
It happens. Sometimes, they make gamer mistakes.
Now, Acclaim had the license to adapt Mortal Kombat, the famous arcade game, to home consoles, and they had a choice back then. They had two companies under their wing that were ready to go to make this game. One was Software Creations, the other was Sculptured Software. And apparently the one thing that made them not choose Software Creations was just how huge of a clusterfuck Spider-Man versus, what's that game called? Arcade's Revenge?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That game was a huge clusterfuck in development, and that's what made Acclaim go, maybe we should give Mortal Kombat to this other team. So good job, Sculptured Software, for not being Software Creations. Now, to be fair, Software Creations were really fucked over in the creation of that game. There's a lot of really angry production notes that were sent to them that's been preserved and put online in recent years. They had like a huge list of like 50 things they had to fix with the game a month before shipping, and that sucks.
Beatitude for Games, thank you for the 32-month resub. So glad to catch a stream full of Someone Has It classic. Super Star Wars got shared around our friend circle in the day. Oh, man.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, a lot of kids had that, and I bet a lot of kids had this one too. But you may have heard, if you were to have a home port of Mortal Kombat back in the day, this was the wrong version to have. Because the Genesis version was developed by Probe, and most importantly, it had a secret code to re-enable the blood and fatalities from the arcade game, which famously the Super Nintendo version did not have. Kind of a shame, because otherwise this port looks pretty good. I'd say graphically it's much closer to the arcade game than the Genesis one was. Genesis one had smaller characters, less animation, fewer colors, of course. You're gonna see how scrubby I am at Mortal Kombat. You gotta freeze, and then uppercut, and then jump kick.
I was gonna say, this is pretty cheap. I appreciate
That's the Danny strat.
I appreciate Sub-Zero's cheap moves.
Oh my god, come on, Liu Kang. Let me win a match so I can show off the fatalities in this version. We got to. It's important. Now, who had this one back in the day, and were you satisfied with it?
I rented it. Oh my god, Danny.
Liu Kang is not letting... He's not letting me have it. You rented this? What'd you think?
I thought it was not cool because you couldn't do blood in it.
Yeah, that's the thing kids wanted from this game. They wanted to brutalize their friends. They wanted to rip out their spines. They wanted to tear their heart out and make them look at it. And you just can't do that in this version because, you may have heard, Nintendo's a little bit puritanical with it. Something that's definitely changed since then.
A little bit.
Considering how many hentai games are on the Switch Online eShop,
I was gonna say.
Nintendo don't give a fuck anymore. But way back then,
back in my day, we would have the only way you could get hentai games on a Nintendo console is homebrew, and now it's all hentai. Mario hentai.
Yeah, Mario hentai. Mario's in on it. All right, check this out. This is a fatality on the Super Nintendo.
Oh, that sucked.
You don't rip his spine out like you do on Genesis. You just freeze him and then shatter him. Which, I guess that's fatal, but it doesn't really have the same kind of impact. And that just goes to show you just how tight a control Nintendo had over that sort of thing back then. We're still in 1992, though.
Oh.
There's still plenty of games that they released on this blessed year, including NCAA basketball. Hey, quit it, Sonya. We're done. Basketball, been a big thing for Sculptured Software, starting off with Slam Dunk on the C64. You love the difference in sound balancing in all these games?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
I like this animation. Then they did a couple of basketball games for NES, and now here we are on the Super Nintendo. The Big East.
Longhorns.
Oh yeah, this is NCAA, so I don't fucking know. Just give me a team. Give me the BJs.
Danny!
Versus the Furries. Perfect. No, the Baylor Bears versus the Clemson Tigers. Now this game might shock you when you see it in action. Look at this.
Huh.
This is a Super Nintendo game in 1992.
Impressive.
Standards were not especially high in the days before NBA Jam, so if you could pull something off like this, you tended to get some pretty good results, to the point where I think Nintendo themselves actually published this. It's good looking, it plays pretty well, it's not a big flickery mess like their Tecmo basketball game was on the NES. Essentially, they did some pretty good work here. And this is while they were working on Captain Novolin, and Super Star Wars, I guess.
Nice.
Let's go. There was some clip from a college basketball game being shared today where there was like multiple like full court shots in a row with 5 seconds left on the timer.
That's so good. I watched the Longhorns versus BYU last night. Longhorns won, and it was really funny because
Oh, big three!
BYU was playing good, but like, and for some reason the UT guy who they kept having do the free throws, he missed every single one for like in the second half. It was really funny. It was
Cool.
just every time he would just every time he'd go up, the chat would start screaming like, "Do it, please, God!" and then he would fail.
There was this random defensive guy in the NBA over the last week who scored like 90 points in a single game,
Yeah.
beating out Kobe Bryant's record. It was insane. He was apparently some sort of defensive specialist who just went apeshit and decided
He just
to
for
score
one game he just decided to go
billion
crazy mode.
baskets.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're talking about basketball because they actually developed 2 basketball games that year.
Real.
The second of which is, of course, Super NBA Basketball. Like I said, they were really known for their basketball games at this point, to the point where they made multiple games in a single year. Mentioned last time around, Tecmo got a good reputation on NES for sports games, mostly due to Tecmo Bowl and Tecmo Super Bowl. And whereas they shifted their sports focus entirely to the Captain Tsubasa series in Japan, they still wanted some of that sports money in America. So they hired Sculptured Software to make many of their sports games. Still trying to capture that cinematic presentation that Tecmo games were known for, and they did an okay job of it in this one.
Okay.
Yeah, the 2 wolves.
The 12s, don't worry about it.
There are 2 wolves inside us. That's what that's referring to. Let's see what this one looks like. Man, this looks like NES Tecmo.
It sure does.
It's like they were actively trying to trick you into thinking this wasn't outsourced. We'll do a regular man versus com. Let me see the Spurs, if you would. And we'll put them up against the Lakers.
Okay, actually, Spurs versus Lakers in the 90s would be pretty sick.
Yeah.
That sounds really sick.
I will say, maybe a little less graphically impressive than their NCAA basketball game. But what their NCAA basketball game doesn't have is David Robinson.
Really?
Yeah, because he's not a college player.
Oh, duh, yeah.
Still, this is 5-on-5 basketball. Much less flickery than the NES version. I am no basketball pro, so excuse me. I just know some of the player names, and I know that you have to put the ball in the basket.
And you know that the Spurs exist.
And I know the Spurs exist. We are going to see many more basketball games here tonight, so I won't spend much more time on this. But I'm essentially just telling you they were known for basketball games at this point, to the point where they were making multiple of them a year. Keep that in mind as we see our next few games. Another thing they got a reputation for on NES, and starting off on the C64, was wrestling games. So guess what?
What?
We got some fucking wrestling games.
Hell yeah.
We got a lot of fucking wrestling games. Let's start off with the very first one here. WWF Super WrestleMania. And unfortunately, gotta tell you, this era of wrestling games is not very fondly looked back upon. But Sculptured Software, they knew where their bread was buttered, and they loved to butter it.
They sure love to butter bread.
So they got a lot of buttery, delicious wrestling games.
He looks better here.
That's quite a JPEG. I've seen worse looking Hulks, I guess.
I mean, I don't know about that belt. Ugh.
All right, who do we got in this one?
Neighbor's Basement Core Software, yeah.
Totally. Cousin Software is what this is.
This is total cousin software.
Let's be Earthquake.
Okay.
Let's put him up against, they chose for me.
Okay. I want Earthquake to win against Hulk Hogan. I just think that would be great. When half the natural
468
disasters.
pounds. That dude's huge.
Yeah, it's Earthquake, and I think Typhoon is the other guy in the natural disasters.
They are the natural disasters.
Mhm.
The immortal Hulk Hogan.
Wrong,
Well,
he's not immortal.
that's been proven wrong. That's a mistake. Anyone have this one? Did you like it? Even if you liked it back then, maybe you don't want to go back to it. Still, this is better than a lot of wrestling games you saw on the NES. Graphics are pretty decent. You hear a lot of ooh and which is what you like from your wrestling games.
Yeah, the Mega Drive version, nice.
Oh yeah, they also made... I should mention that for a lot of these games, they made the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive ports. So they did like double the work of what many other developers would be doing at the time. Good job, Earthquake.
I like him just falling on no one.
Good news. You'll be seeing a lot of wrestling here tonight.
Good.
So we got to move directly forward. That's 1992. A lot of games that they made for NES and Super Nintendo. So it's actually pretty impressive that some of these turned out decently. But now we're going to move on to 1993. To a slightly more legitimate sport. Not much so, though. We're going to play some boxing Legends of the Ring. Boxing is totally legitimate. It's never been fixed.
It never has been.
They call it the impregnable sport.
Sorry, I was just staring at the ground there for a second. The impregnable sport?
Yeah, that's what they call it. The sweet science. The impregnable science.
The sweet science of impregnation, Duran.
Oh, actually, I guess it would be unimpregnable.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Whatever. It's boxing. Legends of the Ring. This game has the license of a bunch of earlier era boxers. Not like modern day boxers of the era like George Foreman, who had his own acclaimed game.
Mm-hmm.
Then, of course, there's Mike Tyson,
Of course.
Sugar Ray Leonard, etc., etc. In fact, here he is. He's in here.
Hey.
This was a big genre back then. There was Greatest Heavyweights for the Genesis, which was a Sega internally produced game. This was the time for boxing. Hey, they got Michael Buffer for this one.
Hey,
That's not Michael Buffer.
that's some guy.
And look at this video game. Look at these huge dudes.
Oh my god, damn.
If you want big dudes in your video game, well, I got the game for you. This does not play great. It's no Punch-Out. But if you played the George Foreman games of this era, it's much better than those. The George Foreman games, by the way, from their rivals at Software Creations. Once again, their paths cross in a genre that they probably didn't really want to do, but they did anyway.
In the nuts. In the nuts.
I don't think you can do low blows in this game.
Can't.
I found the
bullshit.
uppercut button. Rock, welcome to
I was
boxing.
gonna say welcome. We're going through Sculptured Software games.
Greatest Heavyweights I actually liked. I had that as a kid. I thought that played pretty well. But that's Boxing Legends of the Ring. And much like they enjoy to do, they made multiple of this style of game in 1993, with the second one being Chavez 2, based on the famous boxer Julio Cesar Chavez.
Oh.
Now, if you're expecting this to be a very different looking game, like their two basketball games looked almost completely different, check this out.
Okay, American Softworks Corporation. Love to see that.
Chavez 2, Presiona Start.
And then Beyond, thank you for the raid. Wait,
Hey,
this
NB,
is
thanks for the raid.
Spanish?
Yeah, so this game was essentially a Spanish version of Boxing Legends of the Ring. This was exclusively released in Mexico, of all things.
Really?
There was also a Genesis version that was essentially the same thing, a reskin of the other game, just released in Mexico and in Spanish language, with extra branding from wide Pizza Hut.
I like Pepsi and Pizza Hut.
Get you that extra wide pizza. I guess that's the Bigfoot pizza, huh?
It is the Bigfoot pizza, yeah. Did Mexico get a lot of? I want
I
to
think
know
this
more
is the-
about Mexico exclusive Super NES games.
I believe this is the only one, but Julio Cesar Chavez was so big at the time that it necessitated the release of a Mexico-exclusive boxing game starring him. Pretty interesting time for sports games. I'd imagine that's a niche that you really want to fill, and it was filled. Ooh, I'm doing a lot better as Julio Cesar Chavez.
your heart.
Maybe in this game they just let him win. This guy's not even blocking. Well, there he goes. Can I knock him down?
He looks
Jesus
horrible.
Christ! I'm kicking the shit out of this guy. Uh-oh. He learned how to punch. Oof. Ooh. Again, I do like the big dudes in this game. Half the appeal of boxing games is beating up on big dudes.
He looks like he's suffering, Danny.
Oh, the crowd's chanting my name. I'm gonna knock this dude down. Nice graphics. The fact that they can show injuries on the faces in this game and have that be recognizable is actually pretty impressive.
He looks horrible, Danny.
He's gonna get knocked down. He's gonna do it. How many uppercuts do you need? There we go.
There you go. Pin him.
It's not wrestling, Alex.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he got up. Well, that's a shame. Now, a bigger game for them in 1993. Wait, 94? Are we in 94?
No, we're in 93.
Okay, we're still in 93. Tell me if you've heard about this one.
Okay.
Mortal Kombat the Second.
Seems a little familiar, but I'm not sure.
Software Creations really regretting Arcade's revenge at this point, considering that Sculptured Software got the rights to make all 3 Mortal Kombat games for the Super Nintendo. Once again, Acclaim.
Okay, Acclaim.
They're starting to really buddy up with Acclaim here. Which for now is a good thing, because they had the rights to some of the biggest hits of the 90s. Mortal Kombat 2. Pretty big news in the arcade, you may have heard. And the Super Nintendo version, actually the preferred version, unlike the original game.
All right.
Because, well, you know how obstinate Nintendo is? How they're really set in their ways and nothing changes things unless there's, like, significant financial incentive to do so?
Blood!
Well, there was significant financial incentive for them to relax their blood policies for this one. And that's what happened. That's how we got a bloody Mortal Kombat 2, which Sculptured Software seemed to learn their lessons from over the last game. Plays well. It's got the blood. It's got all the fatalities and friendships and babalities. I like the babalities, personally.
You like turning people into babies?
Mm-hmm. It's just silly. I like a little bit of silliness in my Mortal Kombat games.
I liked friendships, honestly.
The friendships I thought were really creative and cool.
I thought they were really funny.
I like this move, in case you can't tell.
The one where you just, like, stab him to death?
Mm-hmm. It works
Yeah.
pretty well. Slicing up people with a pair of blades, it really hurts, apparently.
Don't slice people with blades.
So whereas the first game didn't really hit as hard as it could have due to Nintendo's interference, Nintendo was like, okay, we're gonna make more and more millions if we let a little bit of blood in here. And this was the first step to Nintendo's hentaiification that we have nowadays. But that wasn't enough to pay the bills. They gotta have more sports games out that year,
Okay.
including this one, NHL Stanley Cup. They've branched out. They got the reputation as the basketball guys. And Nintendo approached them and was like, can you do NCAA basketball, but like with hockey?
And they're like, okay, we can try.
And they were like, sure thing, boss. You got it. That's how we got this game. Direct quote.
Direct quote from Mr. Sculpture.
They went to Miyamoto and said, you got it, boss. Play a little bit of this. And I'm no sports guy, but I'll show off what of this game I can.
Okay.
I don't know who this is. Oh, the Maple Leaves. Aren't Maple Leaves red?
Yeah,
Why are they blue?
because it's Toronto and they're really cold.
Oh.
Danny, I want to go to Toronto.
Okay.
And everybody I know is in Vancouver right now. I hope you're all having fun.
It's
Why
the
is that
post.
so angry? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm
I hope you're
jealous.
happy, damn it.
I hope you're happy in Vancouver. Having fun. Like, seriously, multiple people on my timeline are like, yeah, I'm at the Vancouver Furry Convention. Or they're like, I'm in Vancouver doing something else. And I'm like, that's so cool.
Maybe they can check out the hockey while they're there.
Yeah, you should play hockey.
Is it hockey season right now?
I don't know.
He froze the puck. Who let Sub-Zero out here?
It is. Okay, chat says yes.
Well, enjoy your hockey. Now, to my eyes, to my uneducated sports non-fan eyes, this looks very similar to the NCAA basketball game. Which isn't a bad thing, because with effective use of Mode 7, this can look pretty good in 1993. I like the way this game looks.
Looks alright.
And apparently people liked the way that it played as well. Who keeps booing me?
Me.
Boo yourself. Who keeps freezing the puck?
I do like that, yeah, the black void that you're playing in.
I can't do shit out here without the ref getting all over my ass. Aren't you allowed to punch the ref?
Yes.
The ref, man, he knows that I'm just doing this, so he's like intentionally not dropping the puck. What an asshole. Seriously.
Sorry, the ref screwed you, honey.
Let's move on to a better game.
Okay.
Now, they continued their partnership with Raya Systems, as you may have heard. And their next game is a game that we've actually featured extensively on stream before. Rex Ronan, Experimental Surgeon.
What's he experimenting in?
Body exploration.
Intriguing.
This is technically an inside a creature game because you shrink down and go inside a man who is about to die from smoking too many cigarettes.
Chat, what happens is he's a tobacco executive, and but he smoked too much, and now he's dying, and he wants to go and warn people about the dangers of cigarettes,
But first of all, we need Dr. Rex Ronan to shrink down inside him and save his life. Starting with his teeth?
And yeah, the evil tobacco company wants to stop Rex Ronan because they don't want this guy to come out and say that cigarettes are bad.
Folks, we're entering the mouth.
Oh, ew.
Now, if it was me, I'd start on a more critical location than his teeth. But I don't know. If he's going to survive this, he's got to have good-looking teeth. This is an educational game about the dangers of smoking and the various health detriments that it can have on your body. I almost said debuffs. Smoking is
smoking will debuff you.
Smoking is a pretty big debuff. We featured this game during our first American Heart Association charity stream, where we did a full playthrough. And yeah, there's various facts in this game that teach you why you shouldn't smoke. Various power-ups as well. So look at this. Chewing tobacco and snuff cannot cause cancer of the mouth. Okay, so if I pick this up, Rex Ronan will explode. We have to leave this one alone.
Okay.
Just gonna let that lie. So, pretty interesting game here. Obviously, going off the whole inner space sort of thing. Maybe inspired by Microcosm a little bit, if anyone was ever inspired by Microcosm. Alright, how about this one?
Let's see.
Is this a real fact?
That's
true. Yeah, you pick that up and you get a screen-clearing smart bomb. We did a full-ass playthrough as part of our American Heart Association charity stream in 2024, I think?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to see this game from start to finish, check that out. The one thing I didn't want to show off during that stream for the American Heart Association was me playing so badly that the patient had a heart attack, and that's exactly what happened.
Oh, yeah!
I was just sitting here being like, oh, you probably don't want to show that part off, but yeah.
It's true.
It is true, though. It can lead to heart attacks. So keep your teeth clean. Don't smoke cigarettes, or else Rex Ronan will go inside your body and start spraying your insides. This game's bad. It's not great. It's multimodal, which is kind of interesting, but none of it's handled especially well. Again, Sculptured Software was fully in charge of design and implementation instead of just programming. The only help they had was from doctors who didn't necessarily know what game design was. So they did what they could while having a full slate of games that they were making, but there's only so much you can do. Chewing tobacco is not addictive. Rex Ronan.
Rex Ronan, that's not,
you know better than that.
Camel Snus is non-addictive.
There you go. Rex Ronan, Experimental Surgeon. Interesting game. Not so much one to play, though. And definitely not one of Sculptured Software's greatest. I do like that face up there in the corner.
He is suffering.
He's suffering for this tobacco exec. Speaking of suffering, Here's a game that I bet a lot of y'all had back in the day, and you probably have very mixed feelings about it. The Simpsons, Bart's Nightmare. Ah!
I'm also screaming.
Where do I even start with this one? There's so much to say. I can't even say all of it, but Simpsons was huge. This is around the era of their first or second season, so you don't get to see much of what it's actually like nowadays, but Bart Simpson has fallen asleep. His homework goes out the window, and since he's such a good student, he wants to get it back so he can get an A.
Yeah, why would he do that? He hates getting good grades.
Yeah, why would he give a shit? Anyway, here's this fuck-ass game. Which, all things considered, and speaking completely honestly, this could have turned out way worse. Oh, I got lucky. Got this weird overworld, first of all. The windy world where you have to chase down pages of your homework. And then you go into one of these mini games, and once again we're back inside a human body with Bart's bloodstream. This is essentially a mini game compilation where there's various things that Bart dreads and is afraid of, and you have to overcome his deepest, darkest fears in order to get his homework back. I just fucking died.
You died.
Jeez, Bart.
Wake up, dude.
Get your lungs checked. Get Rex Ronan on the case.
I was gonna say.
You have various power-ups like this one. A lot of burping and snorting in this game. This part's weird. The way you get more Z's is weird. The way you proceed through the game is weird. The way you have to go searching for these pages is weird. None of this really makes sense in the, yeah, old ladies try to kiss you. Lisa turns you into a frog.
Oh yeah, she does.
God. This is a very, very strange video game. And what made this anything other than a total disaster, I think, is that Acclaim had a huge team, a production team, dedicated to making these kinds of games. So it wasn't just Sculptured Software handling the design. Get on the fucking page, Bart. They also had help from what was referred to as the Black Team at Acclaim, who had a number of failures to their name, including the reviled Arcade's Revenge. But they also had some okay games, and essentially they were designed to interact with these contract developers in order to get things running on track, making a game that people actually wanted, at least in theory. And I think what made this at all successful is the fact that Sculptured Software divided up the work on all these mini-games between different people. So like a different guy did this mini-game, and a different guy did the Bloodstream game,
Oh, okay.
and then someone else did the horrible Itchy and Scratchy game. Some of these games are worse than others. Some of them are downright horrible. I'm thinking of the Indiana Bart sequence. Those were terrible.
The development of this game drove its designer, Bill Williams, completely out of the industry. Thank you for the bid, sir.
And
This game.
yeah. Eventually those demands from production may result in a better game, but it also results in extreme amounts of overwork as people design and redesign and test and retest and scrap and make entirely new things to the point where you just don't even want to work on video games anymore. But at least we have a great product at the end, right?
I mean,
Right?
the arc of your fucking slingshots.
Yeah. I've played enough of this game where I've beaten it, believe it or not, and I would
Wait,
not.
for real?
Yeah, I would not recommend that to anyone. I've honestly played worse games, but I definitely played better. And if nothing else, this is a very strange game that you want to play just because you want to see what weird shit they got around the next corner. But if you ask anyone if Bart's Nightmare was a good game, the best result you would probably get was, I guess. Not really. Some parts were okay. I like the life meter in the upper left.
I do. Oh yeah, he's dying.
That's a classic. Let's skeletonize Bart before we end this
All right,
game.
let's kill him. Let's kill Bart, Chad.
Die,
There
Bart,
he goes.
die. Good.
Rip Bart.
Unfortunately, not the last we'll see of Bartholomew J. Simpson here tonight. But we'll get to that when we get there. In happier news,
Happier news?
they made a sequel to Super Star Wars. Yeah, it means the Bart, the, exactly.
LucasArts is back. That's good.
So you know everything I said during the Super Star Wars sequence?
Yeah.
Just copy and paste that over to this one.
Okay.
LucasArts and Lucasfilm did pretty much all the design work, whereas implementation, programming, and audio design was Sculptured Software. That's what they do best, that's what they're hired for, and the end result was an almost impossible video game. This game hard. This hard! You start off with Luke and his lightsaber, which is pretty nice. You get this halfway through Super Star Wars. And this move is the move that'll get you through most of the game. The old jump and slash. Has anyone here beaten this game? And if so, are you lying? I've never come close to beating this one. I've beaten Super Star Wars many times, but this one is just... They went way overboard. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Someone got their face in the cutscene in this game from a contest.
Nice.
That's cool. I want to be in a Super Star
Tried
Wars
it
game.
multiple times, never got close. Hell no.
It's hard.
You have, but not easily. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, nice work.
Congrats.
In this game, you're beset by monsters from all angles. There's lots of respawning creatures. You take damage basically every time anything is on the screen. And it's fun. And it's still fun to play like the original game. But good lord, the difficulty. I'll take this over the NES game any day of the week, though.
This looks way better.
My Tauntaun!
Well, he died.
Well,
Dan.
better climb inside. Oh, he disappeared. That's probably my least favorite part of Empire, him climbing inside that disgusting Tauntaun.
It's pretty disgusting that they put that in there. It's so cool. George being like, what if we cut open the Tauntaun and crawled inside?
Yeah, the test audiences loved it. Star Wars pilled friend forced him to watch him die repeatedly and wouldn't let you play.
That's funny.
He was probably thinking, you're not going to do any better than I am. This game is impossible for everyone. So you're not going to see much of this game from me, but what you need to know is it's still good, just extremely, extremely hard. I could use some help from a celebrity at this point.
Well, do you know any?
I know Tony Miola.
Do I know Tony Miola? Have you introduced us before?
Oh, poor Luke.
Did he die? Well,
Tony Miola's Sidekick Soccer.
Oh, okay.
You know Tony Miola? Tony M?
I forgot about Tony M.
Tony M, who broke the Mr. Core of the of the Super Nintendo. What? Did you hear that?
No.
It sounded like Tony Miola whispering in my ear for a second. He just went...
Yeah, something's happening.
And now he's playing drums? What if we just reset? Let's restart this core. While we restart this, everyone tell me your favorite Tony Miola memories.
When he went to our Christmas party.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was nice. Actually, no, we've never had a Christmas party in our lives.
We don't party, and we don't
We've
Christmas.
never had a party ever.
We don't even know what soccer is. And y'all see Dino's stream earlier today where he finished both Soccer Kid and Marco's Magic Football?
Are you kidding me?
Dino is fucking unstoppable.
Tony Miola gave me $100 for no reason. I wish he'd do that with me.
Whoa, what a cool guy. Favorite memory is hearing his name for the first time minutes ago. Well, now you're going to learn more about our friend Tony Miola. Electro Brain, fellow Salt Lake City game publisher, decided to once again work with Sculptured Software to make a soccer game.
Now I'm just wondering, would they have coffee in the office?
I don't know.
I would have to do research on Utah to know that, and I refuse to research anything in my life.
Look at these icons.
I like that you can be robot
The-
versus robot.
I love how they represent the CPU in this game. Do you remember NCAA football?
Mm-hmm.
Remember NHL Stanley Cup?
Yes.
Well, guess what they did with this game?
They pooped and peed on it.
Yeah, they pooped and peed on it. Good guess, Alex. Can you take this job a little bit seriously?
I apologize, chat. Yeah, I deserve that.
Once again, it's another Mode 7 sports game from
Okay.
Sculptured. Which, I mean, if you've got the engine and it's popular and it's what people like, why not reuse it for another sport? Get the Foot Locker people in on this.
Okay. Yeah, I deserve that ban.
As Alex mentioned, this game is full of poop and pee.
No, it's not. This is not a poop and pee game. This is a normal game. I'm sorry. I apologize. This is not poop and pee gaming.
I think among every sport available at the time, there are more soccer games than any other sport for the Super Nintendo, especially if you count the Super Famicom. There were so many overprinted Super Famicom soccer games. To the point where eventually unlicensed developers started to buy up unsold copies of Zico Soccer, which was a very unpopular game, and they started to put their unlicensed porno games onto the ROMs. So that was nice.
That's nice.
Thank you, Zico Soccer, for allowing that. But the genre is well represented on Super Nintendo, to put it mildly. Pee or poop aside.
Pee or poop aside.
I just noticed I put Boston against Boston. That's kind of neat.
That's really funny. I want to see that.
Me too. Hey, it's been a minute since we've seen a wrestling game, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Hear about this Royal Rumble?
I've heard a little bit about it.
There's 5 different international variations of this? That is not
Holy
surprising.
cow.
It was the time to make soccer games. It's all part of Nintendo supporting hentai. It all dials back to the hentai thing. Name these guys.
I forget.
What?
Fuck. Why can't I
Alex,
remember?
you're the wrestling guy.
Ric Flair.
Okay. Shawn Michaels.
Michaels.
Fuck, how do I know that? That's Razor Ramon. Jesus Christ. Why do we even have you on this show?
I don't know. How could I not remember their names? It's the poop and pee man, exactly.
Well, we got a bunch of guys on this, including Mr. Perfect, The Undertaker. We'll pick him.
Okay.
Versus Razor Ramon.
One fall match.
Guess what? It's another wrestling game. One that looks a lot like their last one. Like a whole lot like it.
Whole lot.
I guess when you're pumping out one wrestling game a year, there's not much incentive or, let's be real here, time to make them look very different. But if people keep buying them, you gotta keep making them. Come on, Taker. Fucking take him.
No.
Try to pin me 5 seconds into the match. What are you thinking, Razor? The worst squash I've ever seen. We're all being banned, I've noticed.
It's fine. Banned for not using Macho Man. I mean, fair.
Yeah, true. Should always pick Macho Man. Now, as you watch this, you, the viewer, I want you to envision a number. That number being the number of wrestling games we're going to see after this one. Whatever number that is, it's not high enough. So we need to move on. You're not going to be long without wrestling, though. Don't worry.
Oh, good.
Don't tune away. You're definitely going to see more of these wrestle guys soon. All right, 93, pretty good. Multiple sports games, a wrestling game. Got Mortal Kombat 2, riding high off of that. But there was one particular game that I think was among the most famous sculptured software games for the Super Nintendo. 56, pretty good guess. 12, higher than 8, 10, 6, 7.
Nice.
I don't know, we'll see. Do you know they made Doom for Super Nintendo?
I guess they did.
Using the Super FX chip and the power of programmer Randy Linden, who worked on stuff like Bleem and other, really hardware-intensive things. It's Doom. In terms of controls, it's a bit of a mixed bag. You do have strafe buttons on the L and R buttons, which is kind of nice. But the big issue with this game, aside from the graphics... Oh, check this out. Look at those little splotches of pixels in the background there.
I love them.
Are those men? Do I have to shoot them? I guess so. No, not my fists. No, I want gun. There we go. A lot of ports of Doom came out around back then. Some of them not very good, like the 3DO and Saturn versions. Some of them pretty good, like the Sega 32X version, which I'll go to bat for. It's okay, damn it. Even though it has like 16 levels, it still plays okay. And then there's unfortunately this game, which superficially looks and sounds and sort of plays like Doom, but at the same time, there is horrible input lag. Like, when you push a button, you see the action happen like maybe a full second later.
Ooh.
And that really blows, honestly. How do you open up this area? There's a little alcove over here that's supposed to open. Whatever, who cares? All the Doom heads can tell me long after I'm able to get there. Damn, I died.
Oh.
Okay, speedrun time.
Okay.
There are better ways to play Doom, but also people were clamoring for this shit back in the day, and if you could put Doom on a console, everyone would want to buy it. Especially because it was getting significant pushback from parents groups and things.
Oh yeah.
Being like, oh, this is a murder simulator. This game where you kill imps and demons is gonna turn our kids into a bunch of school shooters. So much of that shit back in the day.
It was, yeah.
Just let me play Doom. I just want to shoot the monsters with a gun. Technically, this is playable if you can come to grips with its quirks and the horrible input lag. But there's better options. You're better off playing this on Jaguar, for Christ's sake.
Oh yeah, they got that Petri dish to play Doom the other day.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's like brain cells are running Doom.
I've often thought about, like, you know, as we get older, it's harder for our bodies to function physically. What if you could play video games with your brain? You'd never have to use your hands ever again.
That's what they want to do with those brain implant chips. They want you to be able to play MOBAs or whatever.
They want us to be brainy gamers, using our brains to play League of Legends. Actually, I think I'd just rather just die at that point.
Yeah, same.
So this is Doom, and that closes out 1993 on the Super Nintendo as far as Sculptured Software is concerned. Let's take a side trip.
Okay, where we going?
We got a whole bunch of Super Nintendo games yet to go as they enter in 1994, but they were still working on games for other systems here too. Let's take a trip to the old monochrome Game Boy, what say? Now over here on Game Boy, they released games such as a port of Tecmo Bowl, they released Boggle Plus,
Boggle,
and of course, a port of their famous golf game, Jack Nicklaus Presents Greatest 18 Holes of Major Championship Golf. But there's a few games I want to look at that are actually pretty original and decent and interesting. And believe it or not, this is one of them. Boggle Bros! Boggle?
high stakes gambling, huh?
Yeah, why don't you let the people see it?
Oh yeah, they haven't seen it. There you go.
High stakes. You think, Game Boy gambling game. Who gives a shit, Danny? What are you thinking? Well, if you've never seen this game before, boy, are you in for a shock. Okay. This is a gambling game with a story. Taking place in Prohibition era, where the mobsters were in control of everything. You're a member of the law, and instead of taking these guys down by force, you gotta bankrupt them via high-stakes gambling. What a concept for a game.
Okay, thank you for the bits, Revenant. Doom is on theme for these streams because the 90s Doom novels had a bunch of weird Mormon narrative and something. Like half the plot takes place in Salt Lake City. That's so good.
Wow. That's incredible.
I should read that.
Now, when we do these multi-platform publisher, developer-specific showcases, I often skip over the gambling games because, you know, there's cards, You deal, you bust, you win. You know how it goes.
You know gambling, chat.
But this game has a story mode where you have these various dudes that you got to take down. And you do that by betting in these high-stakes games. And you have an insider informant who lets you buy these various cheats that help you out during the match.
That's so cool.
Isn't that great?
I love that.
That's such a good concept. So I'm going to buy a couple of these. Let's buy a next card. A king would probably come in handy if we're doing blackjack here. I love that this guy brings his machine gun to the table.
He's like, listen. They don't call me Machine Gun Max for nothing. Do you think he kisses his machine gun?
Yeah, every night before he goes to sleep. Oh, I only bet $1 on this hand. And I got a 20. God damn it. I'll stand. All right, I won $1.
So cool that you can cheat.
Machine Gun Max is starting to get a little antsy, so let's do some high stakes gambling.
Okay.
Let's bet $1,000 on this hand. Ooh, a 17, and the dealer's showing an ace. We should probably buy insurance. Oh, the other guy can cheat too. Let me cheat here. What do I got here? Can I just swap my entire hand? Is Machine Gun Max gonna notice? Oh, we swapped it with his hand, so we got 21.
Nice.
I
That's some high stakes gambling.
I thought I had a better hand. I gotta pay attention. Quit kissing my machine gun and start paying attention to what hands I'm being dealt. Do one more hand here. I just wanted to point out that in a sea of extremely similar gambling games, this game tried to do something different, and it kind of rules. Let's what's the next card? A 3? Okay. I'll hit that. Give me that.
Nice.
I win. And hopefully Machine Gun Max never notices and doesn't have some sort of implement to harm me with if he does notice.
It's okay.
That would be a real shame.
It's just cosplay gun. It's okay.
Let's play another pretty interesting Game Boy game from Sculptured Software. Let's try a game called Kingdom Crusade. Yeah, I love their outsider art graphics. It's almost programmer art, right? It's just very functional. This game was released in Europe as a Legend of Prince Valiant game.
Really?
Based on the newspaper comic.
Okay.
There was also a UK exclusive NES Prince Valiant game. Over here it lost the license, being just called Kingdom Crusade, and you won't believe what kind of game this is. It's a game where it generates a random world every time you play. You have to manage an army, you have to manage resources, and it's essentially like a real-time strategy game where you have to build up your resources and fight against other rival kingdoms. I cannot begin to penetrate this game. I cannot.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I couldn't do this.
This is too big brain for the Dannies of the world. But I did want to point this out because it is crazy ambitious for the Game Boy. And it's got a little bit of that medieval flair that their Robin Hood games had, which I enjoy.
Yeah.
What are Sculpture's specialties at this point? I guess medieval fantasy, action RPG, basketball.
Basketball for sure.
Wrestling.
Yeah. And board games.
And board games. And this is a little bit medieval fantasy, a little bit board game with it. And something that is certainly not for me, but it might be for you. If it's for you, enjoy. I ain't getting nowhere with this, though, so we should probably move on.
It's interesting, though. I've never seen a Prince Valiant game like this.
Yeah, me either. They went way overboard. In a good way.
They didn't have to go so hard.
They didn't have to go so hard, exactly. And Electro Brain was like, actually you do have to go that hard, sorry, otherwise we won't pay you. Guess what? They had a wrestling game on the Game Boy.
Oh my!
Sculptured Software making a wrestling game? For LJN? No.
Okay.
It's got their themes at least. Let's be Jake the Snake versus Sid Justice.
Okay.
And his opponent.
From West Memphis, Arkansas.
Hey, it's wrestling.
Oh, you actually owned this as a kid? Oh, man.
Oh, nice. There was also, this is the sequel to a game that was developed by someone else. I forget who. It may have been Software Creations. It's interesting to track those two companies' fates, especially because they were so intertwined and working with a lot of the same publishers, often the same franchises. It's just Sculptured, I think, was a little bit more successful here in the US, whereas Software Creations was bigger in the UK. Wrestling. Ain't that something? Let's move on to another console.
Okay, what's next?
Let's briefly check out one of their Sega Genesis games.
Okay.
Now, as I mentioned, they also made ports of many of their games for the Sega Genesis, so we're not going to look at those. But there was a few exclusives, including a port of Risk in 1994. There was an early port of Pac-Mania that they did for Tengen in 1991 that was pretty good. But this one game is one that I really want to feature because it's so out of left field, and I so wish that it was better. In 1994, Capcom licensed out the rights to port their arcade game, The Punisher. Heathcliff, hello.
Welcome, Heathcliff.
Oh, the first WWF Superstars was by Rare. Yeah, that tracks. The Punisher arcade game fucking rules. Has anyone played that? It's right up there with Final Fight in terms of Capcom's greatest beat-em-ups from that era. It's on CPS-1 hardware, so in theory, the Genesis could handle it. Genesis previously doing ports of CPS-1 games like Ghouls and Ghosts and the Cheeky Cheeky Boys, everyone's favorite. So you would think the Genesis could do a good port of Mr. Frank Castle's The Punisher. Well, let's have a look.
He is a beefy boy.
And if you're familiar with the arcade game, first thing you're going to notice is just how tiny these guys are.
They're babies!
Little bitty dudes in this game. In the arcade game, there were huge guys just like tumbling all over the screen at every given moment. And here, well, it plays like a Sculptured Software game for Genesis from 1994. Very limited color palette. They kind of don't do a lot of things the arcade game does. Like the arcade game, like Final Fight, it allows you to hold up or down while you do a punch combo to auto throw at the end of the combo, and this game just doesn't, I guess because they didn't know about it. It's a very loose port, and honestly, not really any kind of... It doesn't really approach the quality of the arcade game in any way. But it does look the part. It looks okay, despite the tiny-ass characters.
This game seems good, but hear me out, and I'm sorry that I don't know how to say this better. This game looks a little stinky.
It's a little stinky.
Right?
I think
Like, it's just gonna smell a little bit. Not a lot, just a little.
the lack of color depth really hurts this game.
Yeah.
And I'd imagine a lot of kids were excited for this game, especially if they played the arcade game, which, again, is awesome. Definitely play Punisher Arcade, and do not play this version. As always, I'm not going to just shit-talk Sculptured Software being like they were lazy or they just didn't try. The point was they were just too saddled with too many different projects at the time to really focus on a late-era Sega Genesis game. Still keeps a lot of the fun stuff, though, like picking up dudes and throwing them into other dudes.
Yeah, I like the way you pick up dudes and throw them. That's really nice.
I like the parts of the game where you just pull out a gun and start shooting everybody.
Mm-hmm. We need more beat 'em ups that are just shoot 'em ups, you know?
Yeah. A bum-up that's a shmup. That's this game.
Good run.
Boy, they really trimmed out a lot of the first level. This is like an abridged version of the Punisher. We're already on the bus at the end of the level. Scully, get him.
Oh, Scully's big.
Scully is a huge, huge man.
Bus driver don't care. He's like, whatever.
Even bigger in the arcade game. And I'm curious to see if this keeps the cutscene from the arcade game where you interrogate this guy and then shoot him right in the face.
That's pretty rude.
That's the Punisher, baby. I'm willing to bet that they probably don't do that in this version, but let's see. God, I love Punisher, the arcade game. It's so good. This version less so, but it does have a little bit of that flavor to it. And I do like that Punisher flavor.
What does it taste like?
Death.
Oh, okay. It's like pennies.
Where's your boss?
Please don't kill me.
He's in Florida.
Thanks and goodbye.
Oh, he just throws him in this version.
Okay, I like that.
That's a little less violent. Alright, so pretty interesting that they made a port of Punisher for Genesis, even if it doesn't really live up to the standards that you might hope for. But now, welcome to my world. My
Okay.
world being the Sega CD. They made an exclusive Sega CD game. How often do we get to show off the Sega CD on this stream? Well, way back in the
I
day,
was gonna say we used to, but
way
it's been a
back in the
while.
day, we covered every single Sega CD game as part of Mega CD Monday, but I often don't get the excuse to feature it as part of these compilation streams. But their one exclusive Sega CD game, believe it or not, was a fucking wrestling game, so we gotta cover that. I love the Sega CD so much, you guys. I keep wanting to find excuses to bring it back to the stream.
You gotta. I want to play more of it.
Me too. We gotta do that full playthrough of Sewer Shark.
Yes, Danny.
We've been doing this for like, what, 12 years and no Sewer Shark playthrough? What's wrong with us?
I could have sworn we tried to play through it a few times.
Yeah, and I failed. Oh, look at this. Yeah!
Hey!
Now we're fancy. Now we're sculptured. Oh, it uses the Sega CD scaling and rotation.
Very nice.
I hope we see some FMV. That's a cool
I
animation.
like that. Yeah, that's what
Yeah!
I'm talking about.
Look at that grainy shit. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He has never had fewer colors on him. This is back in the sepia tone days of wrestling, back in the 1920s. Monochrome Razor Ramon.
Oh, I love this. Very aesthetic.
Yeah, we're sculptured now. Alright, let's play a little bit of this.
Okay.
Now, if you're hoping that this looks significantly different from their other wrestling games, I got bad news for you, buddy. However, this is on Sega CD, thus making it better than any other wrestling game they made at the time.
Yeah, Kamala. Undertaker. Bret Hart. Tonka. Can't believe I forgot Tonka's name. Big Boss Man. Nasty Boy Knob.
Who's Nasty Boy
I
Knobs?
don't know, man.
We gotta beat him.
We're Nasty Boy
We're Nasty
Knob.
Boy Knobs. Oh, why did it take me back to the menu?
No.
I wanted to be Nasty Boy Knobs. Does pushing start here take you back to the... It does take you back to the menu.
That's bullshit.
Sculptured.
Knobs posted a picture of his butthole on Twitter once. Thank you, Chubo.
Really?
I
It's gotta be true if Chubo says so. Why did he do that? Did someone say, bet you don't have a butthole, prove it?
and he's like, okay.
You got it, boss. Alex, why don't you play a minute of this while I go get a drink?
Okay, let's let Danny get a
I'll let your
drink of water.
I'll let your wrestling expertise shine through.
One fall match. Okay.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. To my left, from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, weighing 234 pounds, Bret Hitman Hart.
I like the voices.
All the rest, but now it's time to wrestle the best, the Hitman.
To my right, from Allentown, Pennsylvania,
Howard Finkel?
weighing
Yeah, his name's Howard Finkel.
275 pounds,
Is he related to Professor Finkel?
No, and he doesn't have the voice.
I like two things, money and breaking bones. I have plenty of cash, so let's get in the ring.
Cool. You don't get that on Super Nintendo.
Okay.
And it's the exact same wrestling game they made twice before, just with bonus FMV and real voices. But it doesn't matter because it's on Sega CD, the best system ever made. Any of y'all been watching the Super Great Friend playthrough of the Sega CD library? I've been enjoying that. He did NFL's Greatest a few days ago.
Nice.
So we got to hear those songs that we heard in the pre-show today. As you might expect, everyone hated that game except for the songs, which everyone loved. You're just going to leave?
Yeah.
Very upset he didn't appreciate Bram Stoker's Dracula as much as he should have, though. That game's a masterpiece.
I'm going back and this is bullshit. He's trapped me in the corner, so...
Voices recorded by Mark Flickman, who went backstage at WWF and had every single wrestler cut a promo while they were backstage. Wow. Making them work overtime for the Sega CD. I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, Alex, what do you think?
It's wrestling.
It sure is. Wrestle like they do in Salt Lake City. Averagely.
Normal wrestling, they call it.
Good old mediocre wrestling.
Please don't kill me. I'm Nasty Boy Knobs.
The Nasty Boys showed up unscheduled to a con you went to and put up handwritten signs pointing to their table.
That rocks.
Man, that's gumption. I mean, who's going to tell the Nasty Boys to pay for a table? They're going to put you right through a table. Oh, this is a repeat.
Yeah, we've never...
Yeah, no cage. There's plenty of rage, but no cage. I assume that's an optional mode in this game.
Ugh. Die, man!
Die, Bret Hart, die.
Brett, come on, man. I don't know what I'm doing, Brett. Brett!
That was a pretty good slam. Pin him. Pin his ass. Get him.
Stay down, you dipshit!
You got a pin. Oh no, you turned on auto fire.
Okay, I turned it off.
Oh yeah, we're too close to the rope. You can't pin.
Come over here.
Become pinnable, Bret Hart. I don't think we're going to get
I don't
that
think
pin.
I'm gonna pin, yeah.
But you got to hand it to him. I respect any company who makes a Sega CD exclusive game, considering there's only like 200 of them. So good on you, Sculptured Software.
Good on you.
And they got a fancy logo out of it.
Yeah, I like the fancy logo.
So to sum up, they had a presence on Sega Genesis, but it was mostly ports of games that were also on Super Nintendo. Had a few exclusives. Not really much else of note. The Punisher is pretty interesting. I just wish it was better. But let's go back to the Super Nintendo, where this is arguably their biggest year to date. 1994.
Ooh.
How many of y'all were alive in 1994? I don't know if I want to know the answer to that.
I was alive.
Yeah, me too.
We were both alive.
We were both alive in 1994. Believe it or not.
Okay, Scarlett. Okay, some of us are old.
Well, if you remember 1994, if you were alive in the 90s, you probably remember one thing. Looney Tunes characters playing basketball.
God, actually, the thing is, that was a huge part of our culture.
Yep. For whatever reason, there was a lot of apparel and merchandise involving all your favorite Looney Tunes characters playing basketball.
I had like the Taz and Bugs with the backwards clothing. I had a shirt of that. I had a sweatshirt of that.
I had a Marvin the Martian t-shirt where he was doing a slam dunk.
Like, Looney Tunes playing basketball was so popular, they made a whole movie about it.
Surely you jest. Got more dunks than a donut shop. Hey, Daff, don't fake the funk on a nasty dunk.
Daffy and Bugs are so gay.
That was that was Bugs' catchphrase back in the 90s.
Don't fake the funk on a nasty dunk.
Yeah, he was always saying that shit.
Kind of was.
All right, who are we gonna be in this game?
Elf.
See, the thing is, all the Looney Tunes characters were on these basketball shirts, including like Elmer Fudd and Sylvester and the Wile E. Coyote. Taz makes sense. He's crazy. He'll do anything.
Sylvester is so cool.
I want
Look
to.
at Marvin.
I want to be Sylvester. Let's team up Sylvester with his best friend Marvin the Martian. Oh, Marvin's cracked at 3-pointers. Holy shit!
Ain't I a stinker?
And we'll do the classic team of Bugs and Elmer Fudd, star-crossed lovers. They'll never admit it though. I'm honestly surprised there's not more Looney Tunes basketball games than there were, but this was the first one. It's a 2-on-2 game that's vaguely similar to NBA Jam, which was out by this point. Claim had the NBA Jam license. Pass me the fucking ball, please. And other companies were looking to cash in on basketball fever.
Why does it say cream pie?
Good question.
It's fine.
That's
Don't
what
worry
they
about
that's
it.
what they call the team of Bugs and Elmer, the cream pies.
Life is very interesting and strange, isn't it?
How many of y'all got March Madness right now?
I do. I watched a game, and I'm gonna watch a game tomorrow too. I want
Elmer, Jesus Christ.
both the Longhorns women and men's team are going forward, so I gotta watch all of it.
You just handed it over to Elmer.
Marvin,
Whose side are you on?
I didn't make a March Madness bracket because I don't do that, but I am cheering on the Longhorns.
Oh, there's even a turbo button in this one. This is hell of NBA Jam. Just with cream pie. This plays pretty decently, honestly. Which makes sense. Sculptured Software made a shit ton of basketball games. Who wolf whistled at Sylvester the cat?
Elmer,
I guess
trying
so.
to fuck him up.
We're all gay out here. I do like specifically that it's street basketball, too.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I wish they would have done Sniffles the Mouse, like, in B-Boy gear or whatever.
Who's your favorite unofficial or like lesser known Looney Tunes you wish had a basketball presence?
Such a good question. The Condor guy. Oh, Pete Puma. Pete Puma would have been sick. Cool Cat.
Cool Cat. Cool Cat's the real answer. I would say Speedy Gonzalez, but I'm pretty sure he had his...
Oh, he did, definitely.
Yeah. Look at that horrified Bugs Bunny face in the lower right corner.
Yeah, but look at Marvin and Sylvester with the cream pies for a minute. That was sick.
Why does this game play so well?
Oh, the Dover Boys would have been sick.
Oh, for real.
Oh my god.
Missed opportunity. Marvin, I thought you were better at threes. So this is pretty much the ultimate team up here. Sunsoft, who had the Looney Tunes license, and who better to make a basketball game at this point than Sculptured Software? Making games for Tecmo, making official NBA license games. They did an official NCAA game, for Christ's sake.
Oh yeah.
They were the ones to do it, and honestly, this plays pretty well. I'm surprised how well this game plays. So maybe check out Looney Tunes B-Ball if that's what you're into. If you've been transported from the 90s to 2026. Sorry, we no longer sell Looney Tunes basketball apparel, but maybe we should.
I mean, they could bring it back.
Another big hit from the 90s was Sequest DSV.
Oh man. Chad, do you remember the Sequest DSV mania that did not sweep America? That people wanted to sweep America, but it didn't happen?
They wanted it to happen, and boy, did it not. Mooware, you like this? Is this good?
Is it good?
I'm in no position to determine if a Sequest game is any good or not, but
It's inscrutable, but you finished it. Okay.
nice. It is a Sculptured
Very
Software
cool
game.
Sculptured Software logo.
I saw the Amblin logo. Was this a Spielberg production?
Yes, this was produced by Spielberg.
That makes sense. So Sequest is like a big sub. That's it. That's all I know.
It's like,
Mr. Probe. Oh, HR Probe.
you know, C-Lab 2020. It's kind of like that.
I love C-Lab. May I play the game? How do I get to, where's Pod 6? I gotta show those jerks what for. So you control this big turd-looking submarine.
Yeah, if I recall, Sequest is about doing research underwater.
I got $300 for that. Interesting thing in this game is that you can surface and dive, which makes sense. You're a submarine. So that gives this game a little bit of extra depth.
You have to find the mission location on the map.
Alex, I can't believe you no-sold my incredible joke.
I'm sorry.
It didn't even register to you
You're
as a
being
joke.
banned. And we're being banned and rated.
Vega baby, thank you for the raid. I'm telling incredible jokes that I'm going completely unrecognized in my time for, like the Looney Tunes playing basketball. Hope you had a good stream. We're playing everyone's favorite, Sequest DSV. I think I just destroyed Pod 6.
Yeah, fuck them.
Fuck those guys. So this is half undersea military simulation and half action game, and all inscrutable. Unless you're Mooware, you probably won't get anywhere in this game. But according to him, there's actually a pretty good game underneath it, so maybe check this out if you like your subs. You may also like The Hunt for Red October.
Oh, yeah.
And that concludes my my sub knowledge. Can I stop playing now?
You can stop playing.
Okay. Out of ammo. Okay, we really need to move on then. Also out in 1994, the third and final game of the Super Star Wars trilogy, Return of the Jedi.
Where's he returning to?
They're just returning.
Okay.
They were going to get their revenge, but they decided that was too violent.
They're like, no, we don't do that.
I had this one as a kid. I bought this used from Video Central when they were clearing out their Super Nintendo games for $20. And boy, this is a good $20 video game. It's a lot like Super Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, as you might imagine. Just, I think they learned their lesson from the difficulty of Empire Strikes Back, so they made this one more playable by humans. It also starts with this vehicle level.
Oh, hey, it's like the Sonic CD levels.
Yeah, a little bit.
The ones where
Shit.
Oh, yeah.
Except you're not a hedgehog in this for some reason.
I wish I was a hedgehog. I wish Steven Spielberg did a video game about hedgehogs. I know this isn't Sequest DSG, but I still got Sequest on the screen.
What if there was an undersea hedgehog piloting the Sequest?
That is exactly what happened. It was Sonic. But he couldn't, they didn't want to pay him residuals, so he didn't get credit in the show.
For what it's worth, I really enjoy these games. Like, even considering that they're licensed, even considering it's sculptured software, these games just have a sense of fun to them, I say as I bounce off every possible obstacle. This one I thought got the difficulty just right. It is pretty tough, but not, like, insurmountable like the Empire Strikes Back was. I say as I fucking eat shit.
You die.
It's been many years since I played it. This game's one big claim to fame, unlike in every other Super Star Wars game, you get to play as Ewok the Wicket. I mean, Wicket the Ewok in this game.
Really? Nice.
Ewok the Wicket.
I like Ewok the Wicked. Ewok the Wicked.
There's your reboot. You think Disney should make an Ewoks movie? Has it been long enough since the last Star Wars movie where everyone's forgiven them?
I think so. I think Disney is going to do an Ewok movie where the Ewoks are like, I sure love Disney products like ABC and Hulu. Oh, wait, no, Hulu doesn't exist anymore.
Hulu doesn't exist anymore?
Yeah, they're merging Hulu into Disney Plus. So
They killed Hulu.
They killed Hulu, but they kept the stuff. So if you want to see like a bunch of true crime stuff, you can all watch it on Disney Plus.
Fuck this, I'm dead.
Fair. They're
Way back in the day-
merging Hulu back in with Disney Plus in America, at least.
Way back in the day, I used to be okay at this game, but nowadays I cannot even beat Yoda on the high score screen. I beat Leia, though. Leia played this for 2 seconds and then put the controller
She's like,
down.
no.
I got better things to do. Super Star Wars, really good trilogy on Super Nintendo. I think it holds up. Definitely give it a shot if you want to play Star Wars. Another great game you may want to check out.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's a great game?
Well, this had 5 different games on Super Nintendo. 5 different games from the same franchise. It's got to be good, right? Ren and Stimpy Time Warp.
Was this part of that one collection?
It was.
Okay.
There, as recently as last month, they launched a collection of everyone's favorite 16-bit Ren and Stimpy games, minus the Sega Genesis one that was actually good. No, Stimpy's invention in that collection, thank you. But you do get the other 4. Now, we covered this before as part of our Mascot Friday series, but the Super Nintendo went Ren and Stimpy crazy. They had like 4 games that came out within the space of 2 years, all from different developers. And they were all, it was an all-star cast. They had Imagineering make one, they had Gray Matter make one, and they had Sculptured Software make one. And if there's one thing I can say about Sculptured Software, they are not Imagineering and they're not Gray Matter. Yeah, one of them was a rental exclusive even. I think that was Fire Dogs, right?
I think so, yeah.
And so it came to pass that there was another Ren and Stimpy game for the Super Nintendo.
I didn't know they lived in a trailer.
This is a side-scrolling beat-em-up? There we go. The re-releases of these games are really lazy, by the way. If you saw that opening logo that had THQ on it, for the re-release, they just blanked out the THQ logo. So Stimpy is just pushing an empty box onto the title screen.
Oh, that's funny. I always hated Ren.
He's kind of a jerk.
He's a piece of shit. I'm sorry.
Stimpy
but
just wants the best for everybody, whereas Ren just wants to watch the world burn. Has anyone played enough of these games to determine whether this is the best one?
Why does Ren keep screaming constantly?
Did you ever watch the show? All they do is scream.
I agree. Stimpy should have killed Ren.
I've got a show for you to recommend. It's called Ren and Stimpy Adult Party Cartoon.
Stimpy does not kill Ren in that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If he did, then, you know, but no. They just let Ren do more dumb shit that's an asshole thing. It's
Yeah. Ren is pretty much the personification of creator John Kricfalusi.
I'm just again, give Stimpy a gun, take care of this, and he can hang out with
Take care of this.
take care of this situation.
Stimpy, you know what you need to do. Christ.
This is bullshit.
The fact that there were so many of these games in such a short span of time, and they had so many different developers waste their time making these games is honestly really incredible. Well, I say waste of time, but I guess they were popular enough to re-release, right? So maybe I'm the stupid one. Maybe Ren and Stimpy is actually awesome on Super Nintendo. I mean, not the ones we played. The Gray Matter one was fucking awful. Ren just got eaten. That's...
That
that's-
fucking sucks.
And
This
that's
sucks.
and
Move
that's
on.
Ren and Stimpy Time Warp. Alex is telling me to
Yeah.
move on, so we better move on. The one thing we haven't seen them do in a while, after the NES that is a baseball game.
Okay.
Tecmo Super Baseball. I don't understand that game either. It's just a game about getting hit and screaming,
Wow.
which that's basically the Ren and Stimpy experience.
I love the Tecmo Rabbit.
He's cool. He looks a little off model in this one though.
He does. I don't know about it.
This is once again Sculptured Software doing their best Tecmo impression, so they keep the fonts and the cinematic style, and they try to do a pretty good game here. Let's see what it's like. For what it's worth, Software Creations had a much better run at baseball back in the day. They made the famous Ken Griffey's winning run on Super Nintendo. Oh, not winning run, the one that came before that. I forget what it's called. But it's a good one. Let's play some baseball.
Just play baseball.
I didn't even intend for that to be a
Are you?
beanball.
You didn't intend
I pushed
to.
Alex. I pushed left and A, and the
You
ball
are always beanballing
and the ball
it, though.
magnetically attracted to the baseball guy. The player is what they're called. Whoa. All right, we got some Mode 7 in here.
Okay.
Like the Roger Clemens NES game, they also switch up the camera to make it like the opposite of what you might expect. So I guess they thought they had a fancy television-style presentation going that they wanted to continue. It's a little bit disorienting.
A little bit.
But it is baseball. Oh, you should have thrown a second, you doof.
It's fine.
Let's do one more pitch. Seraphis Kane.
Did
Thank you for the
anyone
bits.
notice that the player's name was Billy Hatcher?
Really?
Holy shit. Billy Hatcher was a real ball player. Okay.
Billy Hatcher and the giant baseball. I suppose this is fine. I don't have much point of reference for what makes a good baseball game. But this looks like one of them. And I'm assuming their experience with porting the Hardball series served them pretty well with this one. In conclusion, it's baseball.
It's baseball.
We got bigger games to move on to, though. Arguably, one of the biggest games we can cover on this stream comes up right now. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Folks, are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready for Virtual Bart?
Fuck yes. We're Barting it up here.
Oh, man. Before the stream, Sasquatchulus was like, how many times have you guys streamed Virtual Bart?
Why
I
are
just
we
thought,
always showing virtual
and I just
Bart?
thought, way, way, way too many times. Like Bart's Nightmare, this is a game a lot of kids played, and not many liked.
Thanks, Homer.
Let's get this over with. Bart's Nightmare, I can understand how it turned out the way it did. Like I mentioned, they divided up work and had a dedicated production team to smoothen things out, and that's what made it mediocre as opposed to absolutely terrible. With this game, this was pretty much all sculptured software doing all the design work. So, well. Oh man, I picked the worst one. Nice.
Oh, man.
Why is Chief Wiggum there?
He's he needs a new job. He got fired for corruption.
So, like Bart's Nightmare, this is a collection of mini-games. Some of them are platformers, some of them aren't. And all of them are very, very bad. I did like that episode where Homer got stuck in the water slide. I thought that was pretty funny.
I just, in general, don't like water slides. I think I've mentioned it before, but they're my least favorite kind of ride at all. I've ridden them, and I have flipped upside down on a water slide while going down it.
Oh, it sucks.
Yeah, so I went down half a water slide, like...
With water
on my
going up
face.
your nose.
Yeah, it was really bad. And that's what I think of when I think of water slides. I'm like, I don't want to go on a ride where I can flip upside down and that can happen.
The way you finish this game is kind of unintuitive. Like right before every junction, it flashes the correct color in the map, the mini map up there, but it's not nearly enough time to give you a heads up on which way to actually go. So you just end up losing every time. Also, I don't know if we're gonna see it, but a lot of this game is very grim in terms of content. There's a lot of parts where Bart ends up dying and being eaten or skeletonized or just suffering a horrible, grim ending to his life. Alright, we got a corn dog. That's good. I don't know why they went with corn dogs as the famous Bart food in these games. Can we
What
get...
food do you think Bart likes, Danny?
I'm just gonna lose all my lives on the fucking game selection screen. What we don't want to see is Pig Bart. So that's what the game's gonna pick for me now. Okay, even worse, it's the freaking...
Oh, this one sucks.
God, this sucks. Now I have something to say about this game. You know how Sculptured Software does their best work when they have like people who know what they're doing in terms of management and production and things? Like I'm thinking a LucasArts situation,
Yeah, yeah.
or even a production team with not a great reputation, like the acclaimed Black Team, as it was called. They did an okay job with Bart's Nightmare. Like I said, it could have gone worse. Here, there's actually an article on the cutting room floor that I think gives a lot of insight into what went wrong with this game. First of all, something interesting about this game is the prototype title. If you look at the prototype and enter debug mode, it refers to this game as Bart's Worst Nightmare, which was, I guess, the prototype name. I really wish they went with that title because that was like a layup for game reviewers. Like, worst nightmare, it sure is. Like, and then you just end your review. Perfect slam dunk. So they added the virtual reality component thing late in development. And if you'll notice on the TCRF page, a lot of the major changes they made to this game, the only feedback they got in regards to the product and the license was just the appearance of the Simpsons characters. Nothing in terms of game design, nothing in terms of level layout or what the levels should be or what the game should be. The only feedback they got, I was whipping Maggie Simpson in the face with my tail.
Your baby there.
The only feedback they got changing from the prototype from the final version was to reduce the level of evilness to Bart's expression. Like in a lot of the cutscenes, he would have like a demonic look to him. And they asked him, please tone that down. Simpsons characters aren't supposed to look demonic. And if you look at the prototype version, yeah, they made him look pretty damn evil. Bart honestly looked like he didn't want to be a part of this production until they got that feedback.
I wish I saw it. Is Evil Bart on the TCRF?
He is on the TCRF.
Okay,
you can see the prototype images. If anyone wants to link to those, you can. There's also like during the tomato scene, if you complete that in the prototype version, he moons the camera, so you get to see some Bart butt. But not in the final version. They had to cut that out.
Like, Bart would never moon anybody. You're crazy.
So what I'm trying to say here is Sculptured Software needed a lot more feedback on this game that was in terms of the gameplay, not just in terms of the license. Not just the vague appearance of the game, like, oh, Bart doesn't look right here, you should change the graphics. No, someone should have been around to say, change this around completely, because this shit sucks.
They should have been like, make a good game, please.
This is a miserable-ass video game where Bart looks miserable because he is. I'm just gonna kill him off and see if we can get to some other level. But there's the whole aesthetic of this game is very glum. Like, the people making it didn't want to make it. Bart doesn't want to be here. He ends up dying in horrible ways in these cutscenes. And yeah, we are 10 years into Sculptured Software at this point, but we've also seen that they've done their best work when they have actual producers and other people partnering with them to give them an idea of what they should do, instead of just leaving them on their own and being like, I don't know, just make Bart look less evil and don't show his butt. Oh, that's a game over, I guess. I guess we're not going to see Pig Bart this time, unfortunately. If you lose at the Pig Bart scene, it shows Bart being made into corn dogs, and then Homer eats him.
Oh yeah, it's awful.
It's just... It's horrible, but also it's kind of reflective of the production of this game, the directionlessness of it, and the fact that no one wanted this to be made except for Acclaim, who wanted some of that Simpsons money. So thanks, Acclaim.
Thanks, Acclaim.
For offering no constructive feedback and making this absolutely miserable game that many children suffered from. Not going to blame Sculptured Software for this one. I pity them, frankly. Our next final game of 1994 sees them going back to their bread and butter. You know what that is at this point.
Bread and butter?
It's wrestling.
Oh, yeah.
Bread and butter wrestling. The fun thing about this game is that it tries to adapt the television intro to the WWF Raw program. So check this out.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, this is stupid.
They tried. Oh, they tried. There's those same life meters.
This is just the goddamn same.
There's those same characters. Yokozuna looking pretty svelte in this game.
I was gonna say
They
he's
really
doing
slimmed him
alright.
down for this. I guess to I don't know. They had to have a certain bitmap size for all the characters, so they had to size down Yokozuna. Let's play this. In this game is Bret Hart and The Undertaker. And also Bret Hart.
Luna Vachon, okay.
Who?
Luna Vachon.
Who?
Luna Vachon.
You can't.
Diesel.
Let's be Diesel.
Okay. Diesel versus Doink.
Oh, we're in the Doink era. Oh my god. There's Doink's famous intro song.
Why are
Doink
you
the
so
Clown.
anti-Doink?
I love Doink. He's my favorite character in WrestleMania the arcade game. Plays a lot like the other sculptured software wrestling games. Looks a lot like it. What is there to say at this point? The only thing they have to add is new wrestlers. So we get Doink, we get Yokozuna, and we get the exact same gameplay we've seen before. And it's not even on Sega CD.
This is... God, I love Doink.
What is the point, I ask you, if it's not on Sega CD?
Sorry you can't see the grainy FMV you so love.
Yeah. See, if there was grainy FMV of Doink, I'd be all in. Imagine like a pink-colored grainy
Yes.
FMV showing Doink and his buddy Dink.
Doink, Dink, and Dank.
Double Doinks. There was like 4 Doinks, right?
Yeah, I think there were 4 Doinks at some point.
All right, I think I'm going to stop playing this.
Okay, that's fine.
So their biggest years on Super Nintendo in terms of just number of titles was 93 and 94. 95, PlayStation and Saturn were coming out. People were moving on to bigger and better things, but they still had a few games left to go on the old Super Nintendo. Including this one, which I think is kind of interesting. This is Dirt Tracks FX. A team of mini Doinks.
I wish. Wait, there was? Okay, never mind.
That's when wrestling was real. We got a Super FX game. Their second one, after Doom. It's Dirt Tracks FX. Y'all, I really like how FX chip games look on Super Nintendo.
They do look good.
I love the flat shaded polygons and the limited graphics. I just think it looks neat. Kitties. We're normal.
Normal.
Look at this screen.
Spike.
Tag yourself.
I'm Spike, unfortunately. Actually, I'm Hog. No, I'm Nails. I'm Nails.
All right, we'll go with Nails. The faces are so good. I don't know if many people played this one. Did anyone play this back when it was new?
I didn't.
I didn't either. I was pretty much done with the Super Nintendo at this point.
You played it Stream Hatman? Nice.
I think this game's okay. It does a lot with the very limited amount of polygons they have on screen. Personally, I wanted to see more of these games on Super Nintendo, but Super FX came along pretty late in the system's lifespan. We didn't even get Star Fox 2.
Oh, yeah.
That's some bullshit.
I wish we got Star Fox too, but, you know, life just happens sometimes.
Life happens. Peppy moved on. Slippy unfortunately passed away. Slippy's grandson just didn't have the screen appeal that his grandfather did.
Thinking about. Now I'm just thinking of Slippy's grandson and Slip doing a YouTube video at Slippy's grave. Sorry,
Hey guys, here at my grandpa's grave.
There's a video.
Ow, quit shooting me!
I think we've mentioned it before, chat, but there's a video on YouTube of Curly's grandson going to Curly's grave, and he's doing bits the whole time with like other Stooge fans.
You gotta make that content.
It's so good. It's one of my favorite videos of all time. Please watch it after the stream.
I think this game's okay.
This game's alright. I'm sorry I'm talking about Code. This is alright.
And it's also something we didn't really see Sculptured Software do before. Motorcycle racing?
Oh, yeah.
Racing!
Racing.
Tune in, Racelings. And we're actually going to see some more games like this from them, so this is a good direction for them to step in right at the end of the Super Nintendo's life. So, good for you guys. I think it plays decently. It's fast, it's fun, it's got that Super FX look that I so enjoy. It's got the goofy character faces. The only thing it doesn't have is Slippy. He just wasn't available. They did have 2 more games in 1995, and you can probably guess what they were, judging by Sculptured Software's focus over the last few years. Of course, there was Mortal Kombat 3.
Gotta have Mortal Kombat 3.
Some people would tell you this is an arcade dud. Those people are wrong. Sculptured Software did the entire series on Super Nintendo. Maybe not. I don't think they did Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, actually. But MK3 is here, and it's on your Super Nintendo.
Oh, that's good.
Let's play some of the third MK. Sub-Zero looking weird in this game.
He
Sub-Zero's
does look weird.
Sub-Zero's my guy, but they shouldn't have taken his mask off.
Yeah, he looks just like some guy. Oh man, him!
We're gonna be Striker.
I always forget his name. I was gonna call him Shameful. But that's not his
Shameful! Shameful the traffic cop.
name. Shameful the traffic cop.
He's the only character who thought to bring a gun, so that makes him top tier. Actually, I don't know who's top tier in this game. Oh yeah, Avalanche Software did the Ultimate MK3, and they were a spin-off of Sculptured.
Oh, Cora, thank you for the raid.
Hey, thanks for the raid. We're playing Sculptured Software games here tonight. A lot of different stuff. A lot of wrestling games, a lot of Mortal Kombats. Some good, some bad. Ah! Alright, how do you pull his gun out? Oh no, I forgot the gun command. That's the one move that he's good for.
Oh yeah, your gun move.
Okay, I figured out how to throw grenades. I thought it was back punch, but apparently not. Oh, he only gets the gun in Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3? Well, what good is he in this one?
I mean, you're right. What good is Stryker without his gun?
This one introduces dial-up combos. It has about the same roster size as MK2, but they got rid of Scorpion and Sub-Zero and replaced them with these weird robots. There's these multi-tiered arenas, which are kind of cool, I guess, but I don't know the fatalities in this, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I don't even...
You
Man,
don't even have a gun.
you can't even use the gun in this. That's crazy. Well, I have a question for you, Alex.
Yes.
What if they took Mortal Kombat and merged it with wrestling?
Okay, that could be good.
Here we have our final Super Nintendo game from Sculptured Software, the port of WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game. This game I like. I like this one. I think it's better on PS1 and Saturn. And even the Genesis one is better than this because there's only 6 characters in the Super Nintendo. There's 8 in the arcade game. They axed Yokozuna. They axed some other guy. But they got Doink. Doink's here.
Doink's looking good.
Yeah, they got rid of the big dudes. Yeah, Bam Bam they cut out. No Bam Bam, no Yokozuna. But they do have Doink. Now, unlike the other wrestling games we've seen here tonight, this is a Midway original arcade game, and Sculptured Software was just in charge of porting it over. And if there's one thing they're good at doing, it's porting. And they ported the shit out of this.
Yeah, this and the Mortal Kombat PlayStation Year 1 videos are the ones where the commentators like die.
Yeah. They were like, I can't believe you said that Yokozuna was a jobber, even though you specifically didn't. If you want to be misinterpreted, make videos about wrestling.
Make videos about video games.
Or, yeah, make videos about video games. That's why we're streamers now. We never get bad comments here on Twitch. We just get people asking if this is live or a repeat.
I was gonna say, if we get bad comments on Twitch, I can just, like, I can shoot them with my gun.
Yeah, you can just ban them.
Yeah. They don't let you do that on
This is a neat game. It plays really fast and fluidly. It's really unlike the other Sculptured Software wrestling games. It has a sense of fun to it, even though I'm absolute shit at it. Even my buddy Doink can't save me from my terrible gameplay.
Sorry, Doink.
That's good. All right, there we go.
There you go.
Doink victorious.
Thank you, Doink. Blink twice if this is live. Thank you for the bits.
Thank you for the bits. This is a repeat. Lex, please. The commentary in this game is really funny too. They often say things like, "What's this?" or "This is a total debacle."
I like your big boot. That's literally just a big boot.
Mm-hmm. He's got the one move where he pulls out a joy buzzer that I can't remember how to do. I forgot to look up the move list before the stream. Sorry, everybody.
Brutalized.
You have to give credit to Lex Luger.
You have to
Okay.
give credit to Doink. And there you go. That's Sculptured Software on the Super Nintendo. What do you think, Alex?
I think it's pretty interesting.
A lot of wrestling games, a
Lot
lot
of
of sports
wrestling.
games, but they also had some pretty creative stuff like dirt tracks. Even even fucking Captain Novolin is at least kind of memorable. They tried. Rex Ronan is also interesting, I think, if not especially successful at what it did. But why don't we check out a few of their games on where they moved to after the Super Nintendo? You heard of this PlayStation?
A little bit.
This PS1?
A little bit.
Oh, is the controller on?
No, let me,
Okay, yeah, close it out and
Close
then
that.
start the controller up and hand that over.
Wake up, Mr. Controller.
Wake up, Mr. Controller.
Wake up, Mr. Controller.
It's time for the show.
Oh, you gotta be work. Why am I doing this for?
My controller doesn't sound like that. It's very manly,
Sorry.
okay? This pink controller has a very manly, deep voice. Let's play some PlayStation games.
Okay.
You're never gonna believe what these games are if you've seen Sculptured Software's previous output on the Super Nintendo. 1996 brought us a trio of games from them. First up is NBA Jam Extreme. I hear they had a good year one. That's good. That's real good. I don't know if we covered any of their games on PlayStation year one. We never got to these. But I'll play a little bit of NBA Jam Extreme.
Okay.
So NBA Jam, you may have heard of, was a Midway original in arcades. Acclaim got the rights to make the home versions. And then somehow, through some legal finagling, they got the rights to the NBA Jam in general. So Midway was forced to change the name of the series to NBA Showtime in arcades. And Acclaim just went crazy on making console-exclusive NBA Jam games. This being the first of them. So they handed it over to the b-ball masters themselves, Sculptured Software. The best basketball games come out of Salt Lake City, Utah, it turns out.
Apparently.
Oh yeah, NBA Hang Time and then Showtime. Yeah. We've opened the pits of hell where
basketball.
we're gonna play basketball. NBA Jam Extreme.
Sick.
Please wait. Oh, this game actually has very long load times, so if you could, give me a little speed up there. This game I borrowed from some kid at school, and I think I gave it back the next day because I didn't like it. I did like NBA Jam. I thought that was fun. But man, something about this one just didn't sit right with me. You know what we gotta do. We gotta play
Yeah.
the dream team. Sean Elliott, David Robinson. I think Tim Duncan was in at this point.
Spurs versus
I have no
Nuggets.
clue. I was into anime at this point. Sorry, basketball.
There was a basketball anime. You ever seen Slam Dunk?
No, that wasn't really available in the U.S. at the time.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I was sorry, Ranma existed. I was in the closet.
Look at these chunky basketball players. Let's do it.
Here's the tip-off. McDice. Yes.
These players are way too big for the damn court. We're not even playing in big head mode. These are just giants.
Robinson.
Game Quoter, thank you for the 90-month resub. Wow, thank you.
90 freaking months, thank you.
Oh man, yeah, okay. See, if I was more of a Telemundo watcher, I may have been able to see Slam Dunk or whatchamacallit.
Oh yeah. What a dunk. Let's boo that man. So for our first effort at bringing NBA Jam to the realm of 3D polygons, it don't look so good, in my opinion. This has a grungy, crunkly look to it. Is that a word?
It is crunkly, yes.
Yeah, it's a crunkly video game.
Ellis puts up a brick.
What a brick! Good things, it has Marv Albert. He's announcing this before his famous downfall.
Oh yeah. Baby Ruth. There was an ad for Baby Ruth.
It's got Baby Ruth. It has a little blimp that flies around over the court.
Showtime.
This plays decently, but you can definitely tell that this isn't from the creators at Midway. This is just some third-party bullshit. What are my buttons? There's my push button. Yeah, there we go. And hey, we're at the Alamo Dome.
Yeah.
That counts for something.
Gotta hurt.
Have you ever been to the Alamo Dome?
I think I have, yeah.
That's so cool. I've never been.
You should go.
I want to go.
Elliott.
I want to go do a lot of things in this world.
Oh, for three.
I want to go to Six Flags and not ride the bus.
Robinson. Ellis. That's gotta hurt. Easy
I
to.
remember when I played this game, back when I borrowed it, there was an easy way to outwit the CPU every time. And that was every time you got possession, just hold down and right, and you would just blow past him every time if you hit the turbo button.
Nice.
I associate this game with Batman Forever, the arcade game,
Elliott.
which also came out around the same time on PlayStation and Saturn. And also is kind of a grungy looking game. Anyway, it's basketball.
It's basketball.
It's not the NBA Jam you wanted, but it's the one Acclaim gave you. And they continue to make them every single year after this point, up until their demise.
Smoking.
Thanks, Alex.
That's what it said down there.
Oh, okay.
It said smoking.
What if I told you, though, that basketball could get even more fantastical than this, though? Alex, I want you to play a little bit of our next game.
Me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I played enough basketball here tonight.
You're
I'm
right, you're right.
gonna sit at the sidelines and drink some Gator Load while you play our next game.
You're gonna get so sick, Danny, but that's okay.
Good news, folks. Acclaim got the NBA Jam license. They got Sculptured Software on board, and they made a licensed game based on Space Jam. Now we're talking. Now this is video games. Sculptured Software!
This is a Space Jam. Do your dance at the Space Jam.
All right.
Do your gay little dance at the Space Jam, Spider-Man. Do people still know Spider-Man for doing gay little dances?
Spider-Man made you gay?
Yeah.
I don't think that's part of culture anymore. They don't let Spider-Man be gay. You gonna be the Toon Squad? You gonna be the Monstars? You better be the Toon Squad.
Yeah, I gotta be the Toons.
Love the cross-shaped now loading screen. All right, so at this point, Sculptured Software had a pretty interesting thing happen to him.
Lola Bunny.
All their work with Acclaim really impressed Acclaim, and Acclaim really, really needed people to pump out basketball games and ports in the coming years. So, as of the end of 1995, Acclaim fully acquired Sculptured Software and renamed them later Iguana West and Acclaim Studios Salt Lake City. So, man, this is a good screen. Graphic design is my passion. At this point, they're still Sculptured, but eventually they'd be folded into all the other Acclaim studios, which makes their involvement with later games kind of murky, so I won't really cover their very last games. But we do need to cover this one. This is the part where Daffy Duck goes into Michael Jordan's home and tries to get his basketball uniform. Great looking dog. I've never seen a better looking pre-rendered dog in my life. What the hell is this? This is Space Jam. Can't you tell? Now, the acquisition didn't go down well with everyone. In fact, all 4 original founders of Sculptured Software had already quit at that point, leaving a bunch of people who basically only worked on their Super Nintendo games to move on to the PlayStation and N64. However, their big programming squad, who you'll remember as being like their backbone, like the people who actually worked on these games when other people contributed designs and art, 4 programmers quit and founded Avalanche Software in October 1995. Avalanche, I think, is still going today, so good job those guys for splitting off when they did. A lot of people saw the writing on the wall with Acclaim even as far back as 1995, and they were like, oh no, I don't want to be part of this.
Good evening, everybody in Looney Tune Land, as well as Moron Mountain.
Alex, are you watching?
That's where I live.
Are you watching from Moron Mountain?
That is legit how I'm watching basketball games now.
However, whereas bad times were to come, here in 1996, Sculptured Software was at the very height of in terms of people who worked at the company. Wow, shake that butt, Lola. Shake that ass. You found the shake the ass button. In 1996, Sculptured Software, post-acquisition, had, no shit, 140 employees. 140 people were working on basketball games in 1996. That's a lot of people. I'm sure that's not really a drop in the bucket compared to how many people are employed with companies nowadays, but back in 1996, that is a shit ton of dudes. All right, Michael, show us what you got. All right, Lola.
Lola, I'm pressing every button.
Lola,
There you go.
The game is tied. 2 minutes remaining.
So we'll move to the end of our story pretty quickly here, but
Monstars lead by
I'm
2.
gonna cut to the chase. In 2002, Sculptured Software was shuttered in order to cut costs of Acclaim. The remaining staff was moved over to Acclaim Studios Austin, formerly Iguana Entertainment. So all the people who worked in Salt Lake City had to move over to Austin, where they were only employed for like a year more before the rest of the Acclaim studios were shut down.
Man, imagine the culture shock moving from Salt Lake City to Austin.
Yeah,
I'm
no
sorry.
shit.
Just like...
Yeah, they only worked here a couple of years before in 2004, Acclaim filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, closed down all their internal studios, and left hundreds of people out of work
Sit down.
due to just, you know, acquiring too many studios and not having enough revenue to really pay for everything. Other companies, I have this written down, affected by the Acclaim bankruptcy, includes Acclaim Studios London, who were formerly Probe Entertainment, Acclaim Studios Testside, who were formerly Optimus Software, and Acclaim Studios Stroud and Acclaim Studios Cheltenham, who were formerly with Psygnosis. So a lot of people came from across the industry to work at Acclaim since they were building up their development staff. And then Acclaim was like, sorry guys, we kind of fucked up. You're all out of a job. Such was the fate of Sculptured Software and a lot of other studios. It's really unfortunate.
Tunes by 1.
And though we didn't cover this because we didn't cover Sculptured Software, Software Creations. Software Creations was acquired in 2002, renamed Acclaim Studios Manchester, and then they were just closed up in 2004.
Aw.
That hurts.
So like Software Creations, they had to be like, oh, thank you for acquiring us. You were saving us from the hell of making Rugrats games for THQ for the rest of our lives. And then they made like one Stuart Little game for Acclaim, and then they got shut down. So thanks, Acclaim. You fuckers.
Squad up by 4.
Up here, though, despite the way this game looks, this is Sculptured Software at its biggest. The future was bright. Acclaim would never ever shut down. They were too big to fail. Or so everyone thought.
Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, T-Side was the Shadow Man and Forsaken folks. Yeah, yeah. They weren't just making basketball games. They had a bunch of different people making many types of games.
That's the end of the first quarter.
So with all that said, what do you think of Space Jam, Alex?
I like the part where I'm not in the house. The basketball itself is you can tell I made a lot of basketball games because the basketball's fine.
Yeah.
Hey, Hubie, how about that quarter we just witnessed? Yeah, boy. It looks like any one of these power-ups would help the Looney Tunes strive for victory.
That's Space Jam. That's sexy Granny doing her cheerleader routine. Believe it or not, this is sculptured software at their best. We got one more PS1 game to show off, and this one's pretty interesting too.
Okay.
You remember WWF, the arcade game?
Yes.
Well, Midway moved on. They didn't make a sequel to that, but Acclaim wanted a sequel.
Okay.
And so they hired Sculptured Software to make a console-exclusive sequel to WWF, the arcade game, called WWF In Your House.
Oh, yeah, based on the pay-per-view, the In Your House pay-per-views.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we go. Here we fucking go. Oh, man. This is what happens when Acclaim wants a sequel, but they don't want the original developers to make it. That's basically what they did best in the late 90s. Look at that.
Okay.
How fancy. Yeah, kick its ass. Fuck that logo.
I mean, the FMV looks better.
True.
Can you be Gold Dust in this one?
You can absolutely be Gold Dust in this.
Gold Dust kicks ass. He lives in Austin.
Oh,
and
nice.
He's got a trans kid. I forget their name, but he is very supportive of his trans children.
Oh, thank you, Gold
Oh, yeah,
Dust.
he rocks, actually. He's really nice.
All right, we'll have to play as him then.
Yeah.
Now, this game, unfortunately, doesn't have Doink in it, but it does have a roster of a few people who didn't make it into the arcade game. We got Vader, we got the British Bulldog, of course the famous Triple H, Ultimate Warrior, The Undertaker, rest in peace. Wait, he's still alive.
He's still alive. He lives in bee caves, Danny. I don't know why there are multiple WWF wrestlers that live in Austin, but
It's the place to be.
it is a nice place to be.
What a matchup this is! The bizarre Gold Dust versus
Chubo,
the
how do
Ultimate
you know
Warrior.
about these wrestlers posting things? I think I actually remembered the posting of the wiener on Twitter.
A lot of wrestlers posting their most private parts all over Twitter. And for free, even. They could be charging for that.
That's what I was saying.
Anyway, this is pretty much the same game as WrestleMania the arcade game. It's way amped up. You got special moves. Things fly out of your wrestler whenever he gets hit. We're fighting in the desert with some Scotsmen? Yeah, okay. There's a lot more icons in the ring in this one. And everyone who loves WrestleMania the arcade game will tell you this is infinitely the worst game.
You won.
Like, it plays somewhat similarly, but also I mean, look at it. You can kind of tell that this is a very low-rent sequel. I do like the guitar riffs, at least. Fucking Ultimate Warrior shooting lightning out of his hands.
Yeah, no, Bee Cave. It's not a town full of bees. Bee Cave is just a town, a little west, like right next to Austin.
Hey, I win.
It is not filled with bees, though.
ATN Antronach, thank you for the bits. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
I would like to go to the Arizona Run
The
Fair.
bizarre Gold Dust.
Hey, I'm more than just bizarre, okay?
The King of Hearts, Owen Hart.
The King of Heart.
Okay.
Kind of not a high point in WWF games, but I do like WrestleMania the arcade game, and this one is at least pretty funny, just the fact that they made it and didn't have anyone from Midway have anything to do with it. And the backgrounds, if anything, are completely ridiculous in this game. Look at this shit.
I think every wrestler should just live in Austin.
I think so too. They should all.
Everyone should live in Austin. That'd be nice. That'd be
Oh, and he just shot me with a gun that had cards coming
yeah,
out of
I
it.
don't get the cards.
Very bizarre. This is the Acclaim influence, though. They took it a little bit too far, you know? Like, the original game was goofy but enjoyable. This is just stupid.
Get ready for a real wrestling lesson.
What is even happening?
You love being shot with cards.
It's Owen Hart's famous card gun. This is an adaptation of Greg Turkington's deck of cards.
Danny.
Get
I
ready
wish.
for a box office smash.
I have deck of cards on VHS, by the way. I need to put it back out.
I'm jealous.
I know, it's so cool.
Yeah, we got aerial raves in this. It's got
Nice.
everything you want in a wrestling game. All right, that's their PS1 lineup.
Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog.
Let's close this up. Why don't we finish up with a brief look at Acclaim Salt Lake City's run on the N64.
Oh, okay.
Now, at this point, they weren't sculptured software anymore. Acclaim pretty much put them in the wrestling and basketball mines, so expect to see a lot of that. Not going to play any of these games in depth because, again, at this point, sculptured software wasn't really what it was. All the founders left. A lot of the programmers went off to form frickin' Avalanche. And, yeah, this is them when they were at Acclaim, the remaining people. Let us check out, guess what? Another wrestling game.
All right, what is it?
WWF Warzone.
Oh, Warzone. Warzones are a negative place to be, so I don't know why they named the game this.
Yeah, they should have they should have thought that out.
What were they thinking?
What were they thinking? There are some very beloved N64 wrestling games, and as far as I know, Acclaim didn't make any of them. Here we have a collab between Iguana Entertainment, Acclaim Studios Salt Lake City, and of course, the WWF. A lot of these games quite similar, as you might imagine, so we're only briefly going to go over these.
Why is he so nude in that
He
image?
looks so nude.
He looks so nude.
It looks like he's covering up his crotch.
It does.
Ah, hell, we're going to pick him.
Okay, he's got some.
He's beefy. Welcome to wrestling.
Oh.
Get ready to wrestle.
Welcome to the World Wrestling Federation, the revolutionary force in sports entertainment. Hello, everyone. I'm Vince McMahon. I'm Jim Ross. We have a great match.
Vince McMahon and Jim Ross here on the N64.
Delightful.
Superstar in the WWF. Love him or hate him, he has all the tools to make it all the way in this business.
Let's play it.
I have no tools to make
Let's
it.
get in the ring.
Oh my god, I forgot.
All their years of experience from Intergalactic Cage Match on C64 to the many, many, many WWF games on the SNES.
Here they go.
It brought them all to this point.
He grabs it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that hurts. Oh, shit. I think I broke The Rock's arm. Jesus Christ.
You're killing the Rock.
I'm killing him. He's hurting him. Someone stop it. Stop the match.
Close quarters. Steve Austin putting the hurt on him.
All right, I know how to do this move.
The Rock, what are you doing? I thought the power dynamics of the DC universe have shifted. Why are you losing? Why are you losing, dude?
That was a nasty sounding crunch.
They tie up.
I need to wear a little pair of shorts that say my name on my ass.
I agree.
Just say Alex.
Retro Pals.
Yes.
Get the Retro Pals booty shorts. All right, have I played enough of this? I played enough of this.
Okay.
Another N64 series they were in charge of was the NHL Breakaway series. They made a couple of them, but let's check out the very last one. NHL Breakaway 99.
Ah, I love the screaming. Okay.
I guess this is what Acclaim bought them for, to put them on sports and wrestling. And they did have a lot of experience in that, but also it's kind of a shame to see them just do this when they had so much variety on NES and Super Nintendo. That's business, though. I hate business.
I'm sorry you hate business. I love business personally.
Yeah?
I love content and deals, and I love LinkedIn. LinkedIn is so good.
Everybody share your favorite LinkedIn post.
Sorry.
Mine is the one about AI.
Every time I see a LinkedIn post, it makes me laugh out loud. I'm sorry.
Yeah, those people live in an alternate universe.
It's so beautiful.
They did basketball, they did hockey, and they did wrestling. That is sculptured software. Here we are in the Acclaim era where they just pump these out every single year, sometimes multiple ones. Only a couple of these hockey games made it out on N64, though. Wasn't really known as a hockey system. The one I played was Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey, which is pretty jank. I recommend checking it out sometime if you've never seen it. This one, though, I mean, I guess it's hockey. I guess that's what you guys are doing now. Let's play a basketball game.
Okay.
I've had enough of this hockey. NBA Jam, believe it or not, survived all the way into the year 2000. So we're going to see a little bit of NBA Jam 2000. You never hear anyone talk about the latter era NBA Jam games nowadays. No one ever talks about NBA Jam Extreme. Certainly not these N64 versions. Oh yeah, this game runs in high-res mode, so
Yeah.
the screen is quite small. Can I adjust that? We can do this.
Danny.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm not going to bother. We're not going to play this long anyway. NBA Jam 2000 actually introduced a sim mode, which is what everyone wants from NBA Jam.
Yes.
But it also kept the original Jam mode, so we'll see a little bit of that too. Oh, it knew I wanted the Spurs. Nice.
Oh yeah, let me make this. I can make the screen.
Yeah, you can make it a little bigger.
Duncan grabs the ball.
So hey, this looks better than NBA Jam Extreme, especially because it uses the high-res mode.
With the rim
Never seen a
shaker.
better looking Alamo Dome than in this game.
Robinson with the inbound pass. Duncan spikes it down.
This looks fancy.
Duncan doing his best, dunking it.
Sprewell
Duncan loves to
tosses
dunk.
The ball in.
I don't know if that's true or not.
He takes the
Okay.
shot. Sprewell takes it at the free throw line.
Y'all seen enough basketball tonight?
I've seen a lot of basketball tonight, Danny.
We've seen a shit ton of basketball. So much basketball.
Jumper. Sprewell comes up with it.
At this point, Sculptured Software is a finely tuned basketball game making machine. And unfortunately, I'm sad to say this is the last basketball game we're going to see here tonight.
Aw.
So we've seen them advance from the Mode 7-ness of their Super Nintendo games to the Space Jam of PlayStation 1.
The ball in.
And now finally we see the glorious N64 graphics.
Houston cleans the pass. Smoking.
Smoking! Everybody was the Mask back then.
They kind of were.
All right, enough basketball. It's been a minute since we've seen a wrestling game, so let's play WWF Attitude.
Robinson inbounds the ball.
I'm sorry, I don't have much of a narrative for the last part of the story because they really did get sent to the basketball and wrestling mines. But just for completeness' sake, we'll show off a little bit from their final games. We know how the story ends. Ain't no ball like basketball because basketball's got that bounce. That's true.
That is true.
Oh, Jesus.
Crunchy.
Does it still have nude Steve Austin?
The nude Steve Austin! He's a nude man wearing no clothes!
Be Mankind. versus Steve Austin.
Okay.
Let's see if this one looks any better. Oh yeah, Sacco! I love Sacco.
Sacco's great. Beef, thank you for the pits card.
Has Mankind lived here in Austin?
No, but
Aw.
he has visited Austin.
Have a nice day. Oh, you piss me off.
Can we get another take of that,
No
Stone Cold?
way, absolutely not.
Oh, you pissed me off. I guess it looks better than the last game. Action's a little bit crunchier. You can play as Sacco and also Mankind.
That's nice.
Oh, right in the nuggets. Please, we're wrestlers here. Let's be nice to one another.
Turns it around.
On the
Take
head.
advantage.
Eventually we will cover the wrestling games for N64 that people do like. At this point, though, it's pretty dire. He just phased through me.
Okay.
Was that Stone Cold? No, no! The fans are going crazy. Boo! Yeah, that was probably the king.
Yeah.
Mankind is helpless. I saw that coming. Look, King, he's afraid.
Yeah?
High-risk maneuver. Ouch! That backfired.
That was a really high risk
That was
maneuver.
awesome. He hopped right over him.
This crowd is going berserk. Maybe they can help turn this match around, Shane.
I love that. This crowd is going berserk as they all start booing. All right, let's skip to the end of the story.
Okay.
Cartman, thank you for the bits.
Thank you.
Taking this lying down.
We got one last wrestling game. We've seen the last basketball game of the evening. Now we're going to see the last wrestling game.
Take that, you little pony.
Little Pony?
I think he said phony.
Take that, every pony. ECW Hardcore Revolution was a Sculptured Software production. Technically, they were now part of Acclaim Studios Salt Lake City, but so it goes. N64 only got one of these. The Dreamcast got an additional one we're not going to see here tonight. But ECW was big for a minute, big enough to get 2 entire video games. Balls.
Balls Mahoney.
Balls versus Awesome.
Not even Rob Van Dam, okay. Rob Van Dam should move to Austin. I think he'd like it.
Let's move all the wrestlers to Austin.
Listen!
That's his favorite chair.
He's gonna just open. He's gonna open it up and just sit in the middle of the ring.
All right, everybody, wrestle.
Okay.
What does that say on his back? We're in hell?
I think so.
Kind of true. Kind of true. All right, Awesome. What makes you so awesome?
How much I kick ass?
Yeah, big crowd here tonight of like 20 people. That entrance sucked. He didn't even have a chair.
There's a chair here with your name all over it. I'm gonna show you just how awesome I can be.
Nerd!
Ugh.
His shorts say awesome. And the crowd goes wild.
Woo!
Ouch. Piss in hell?
Rest in hell?
Nice vertical suplex.
Best in hell?
First in hell?
Immersed in hell?
Hard to tell.
Immersed in hell.
Ouch.
Mike, awesome. Can't keep his hands up.
We covered one of the Dreamcast ECW games as part of the Patron Request Gauntlet a few weeks ago, and that is very similar to this. I remember the extremely quiet crowd, the very respectful ECW crowd. Yeah, it's probably Piston Hill, you're right. Here we go, Acclaim and Sculptured's final wrestling game on N64.
Player 2 standing there, D.
We're not going to end it here, though. Let's end on, I wouldn't say a high note, but a higher note than ECW. Remember Dirt Tracks FX?
Oh, yeah.
Well, apparently Acclaim liked it enough to let Sculptured Software make one final motocross game on the N64, featuring The Offspring.
Oh.
Ooh. I love when they render the expansion pack.
Same.
Yeah, worst in hell, like the sausage.
Oh, that sounds good. I need to get some currywurst. I need to get sausage in general.
Yeah, let's fill up on sausage. It's the weekend. I'm declaring a sausage weekend.
Sounds good.
Play a little bit of this. It's a better ending than the ECW.
Okay.
So, Alex, what do you think now that you've seen the entire Sculptured Software catalog?
I think that they did their best at, of all things, basketball games.
Yeah, pretty much. I think they were best suited as programmers rather than having to do the entire rigmarole of design and testing and programming all at the same time. Wow.
It's like to say, don't get stuck.
I'm getting stuck on everything. They did find their niche, but in the end, that's kind of what killed them, because Acclaim ended up taking a liking to them. They were like, hey, we need some guys to make 5,000 basketball games a year, and wrestling games. And that's how they ended up. And I guess they were successful, but Acclaim over-acquired, and then a few years later, they were dead. Still, they live on in the form of Avalanche Software. A lot of the people still work in the industry, though many don't. As we mentioned during the Super Star Wars segment, a lot of the people just completely burned out and exited the industry. I think this is a similar story that we have with a lot of the developers we cover here on Retro Pals. Like, they were going good, they established a niche for themselves, and then they got acquired, and the shit hit the fan.
Oof, speaking of shit in the fan.
In the end, the big evil is capitalism.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's not true. The big evil is Acclaim.
Acclaim.
Acclaim killed more studios in the 90s than everyone else put together. We got some good games out of it. And we got Captain Novolin and Virtual Bart.
We did get Virtual Bart, chat.
Had some good times and some very, very, very bad times. Such is the nature of contract development. And that's it. We're done.
We're done.
I've concluded my story. After this, they only had a couple more games on PS2, including the Legends of Wrestling series 1 and 2. There was supposed to be a Legends of Wrestling 3, but at that point they were shut down and it got handed off to someone else. And when Acclaim declared bankruptcy, it pretty much disrupted a whole lot of game development in general, including what it was in Salt Lake City.
Rip Salt Lake City Gaming.
That's it. Sculptured Software. This is for you. I gotta hand it to these guys. They really tried. They tried
really
a lot.
did.
They made so many games every single year. Of course, you couldn't expect the quality to stand up. And with games like Super Star Wars, they have a pretty good legacy, I think. You can go back to some of their games and have a lot of fun. And you can go back to games like Virtual Bart and see the evils of Acclaim and capitalism in action all at once. There's a story to be learned here, and the game industry will never learn it.
Nope.
That's it. That's Sculptured Software, baby. We're done. Thanks for watching this extreme two-part coverage of Sculptured Software, a extremely tumultuous period in 16-bit and 8-bit gaming. I had fun with that.
Me too.
Thanks to all of our patrons who voted for Sculptured. This was an interesting library to go through. Interesting to see that a company could produce great work with proper management and less great work without that management. Really, really interesting stuff. We got a new poll up.
We do.
I've decided, let's do a goofy one. Let's do animal protagonists.
Yes.
So, this time around, if you're in the Patreon club, join us for $5 a month, and you get access to our newest poll, which will determine whether next Next week's stream is about flying animals or swimming animals.
Ooh.
Is it going to be in the sky or under the sea? However you vote will determine the fate of next week's stream. I need to go lay down, I think.
You do.
I played a lot of wrestling games tonight here, folks.
Way too many.
Took a lot of head injuries. All right, Alex, wrap us up and I'll look for a raid target.
We're also on YouTube, youtube.com/retropals. We post full-length highlights for our streams there. Our latest one is a look at Game Boy and Game Boy Color prototypes. So definitely take a look at that one. It's interesting. Interesting. I say. We also have a Discord. You can join our Discord to chat about games, chat about media, music, and of course the exclusive Bella pictures, because I love her and I love taking pictures of her, and she's great. She's kind of the perfect cat ever. So yeah. And we are on Blue Sky. If you want to follow us there, you can follow us on Blue Sky to find out when we go live. When we got new videos up on YouTube, and all the Retro Pals news you can use. Oh yeah, we also have a sports section for discussing wrestling.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Okay, take your time. We also appreciate y'all for supporting us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for watching 3 hours of wrestling and basketball games. We got a collab coming up.
Yeah.
On Monday, we are going to play Wiley and Wright's Rockboard for the NES with Swelltime G-Pool, who I'm rating right now. G-Pool's playing some Mega Man fan games. Always glad to dive into the world of fan games. There's a lot of stuff there. G-Pool is the world's #1 Mega Man fan as far as I can tell. And yeah, tune in to their channel on Monday where we're going to play the Famicom exclusive Mega Man board game. I've never played it before. I don't think G-Pool's even played it before, so I have no idea what to expect. But G-Pool always has a swell time, as you can tell by their name. So enjoy that. Give them a follow if you don't follow them already. Big recommend there. And have a good weekend. We'll see you later. Thanks for watching.
See ya, folks.